Juliana's POV. I woke up and just felt softness all around me. Opening my eyes, I realized I was in bed. I sat up, confused because my last memory was being naked in a lake. I had pajamas on now and was in the room Alex told me would be mine. "Sophia, how did we get here?" I asked. She mumbled, not waking up. I got up to use the bathroom before climbing back into my bed. Laying back down, I tried my best to go back to sleep. The clock on the nightstand said it was 3 in the morning, but sleep was not happening. It was strange being alone in a new place like this. I climbed out of bed, deciding I was going to try and find Alex's room. He didn't show me which room was his, but there were only a couple of doors left in the hallway. I tried the first door I came to, but it was locked, so I tried the next door, which opened. I pushed it open a little bit to peek in. I couldn't see much in the darkness, but I could hear someone breathing and smell his pine scent. "Alex?" I whispered. There was no answer. I opened the door a little more and tiptoed inside. My eyes began to adjust to the darkness, and I could make out a bed in front of me. Trying to be as quiet as I could, walking over, Alex was lying on one side, sound asleep under a navy blue duvet. Gently, I peeled back the covers and got in on the other side. I hoped he wouldn't mind my intrusion. The feeling of needing to be close to him was too strong to ignore. I scooted until I was up next to him, placing my arm on his hard, bare chest. It was hard to see in the dark, but I could feel every muscle in his chest. Tracing the lines of his pecs, making my way down to his incredible six-pack. The duvet only covered his lower half, and I enjoyed tracing every line and crevice. Alex moaned in his sleep, and turned over so he was facing me. I started running my hand through his hair, down his face, and through his short beard. He leaned his face into my hand and slowly opened his eyes. "Julia, is everything okay? Are you okay?" he asked. "Yes," I whispered. "Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. I couldn't sleep, and I just wanted to be close to you." He smiled and kissed my forehead. "Don't be sorry, you're more than welcome in my bed." Alex snaked one arm underneath me and the other over me to draw me against his chest. I snuggled in close to him, taking in his pine and lemon scent. It calmed me down instantly, and I closed my eyes, drifting off to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I was still in Alex's warm embrace. I looked up and realized he was awake, looking at me. "Good morning," he said. "Morning. How long have you been awake and staring at me?" "Not that long," he laughed. I tried to move away from him and out of bed. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, pulling me back and peppering my neck with kisses. "I have to pee," I said through laughs. "Okay, fine," he huffed, releasing me. I went to the bathroom, and once I was done, I took a quick look in the mirror. Alex had a brush on the counter, so I ran that through my hair quickly before going back out. He was still in bed, lying on his back propped up on a couple of pillows. He had opened his curtains, so the morning sun was now streaming in, lighting up the room. Unlike last night, I was now able to get a good look at his room. It was larger than the one I had stayed in the night before. His bed was huge, with a beautiful oak headboard. There was a sitting area with a couch and 2 chairs. One wall had built-in shelves with rows of books. A desk was near the bed, and a large portrait hung above the desk. From the look of it, it was Alex and his family. There was a large bay window with a sitting area where you could sit and look out the window. He didn't have a dresser or anything, but I figured all that was in his closet. I crawled into bed with him and sat on my knees facing him. "How are you feeling today?" he asked. "Good, no pain or anything like that. I hope getting wet in the lake yesterday didn't affect anything. I think at the rate you're healing, you'll be okay. We'll still go see Dr. Williams today just to make sure." "Okay, do you have any plans today? I'm assuming you have to work. What do you do for work anyway, or do you just run the pack?" "Well, running this pack does take a lot of time, but I do have another job. My father owned an architectural design company that I worked for, and once he passed away, he left the company to me. It's called Hudson Designs, and we mostly design larger buildings and skyscrapers for the city." "Does that mean you have to go into the office or something? What day is it anyway?" "It's Wednesday, and I do most of my work remotely since most of the work is done on the computer on our end. We have employees that work remotely as well, and seeing as I own the company, I think I can take the day off." He winked at me. I'd like that, I said, smiling. You'll have my complete attention today, Alex said, sitting up slightly. He grabbed me by the waist and lifted me up as if I weighed nothing at all, placing me on his lap so I was straddling him. Alex got a faraway look in his eyes for a few minutes. I knew that meant he was mind-linking someone. When he came back, I asked, "Is everything okay?" It was just Jason giving me a report. They searched everywhere, but they didn't find anything. The scent trail went cold, but they're adding more patrols to make sure no one gets in. Goddess, I wish Logan would just leave me alone. Don't worry, nothing is going to happen to you as long as I'm around. He pulled my face down to his and kissed me. It was gently at first, but then became much more heated. I wrapped my arms around his neck, while his went under me and grabbed my ah. His movement made me gasp, and he quickly invaded my mouth with his tongue, which I welcomed. There was nothing between us, except the shorts of my pajamas and his boxers, and I could feel his large bulge under me. My breath quickened as I began to grind my hips into him, which caused him to moan out in desire. "Do you like that?" he asked against my skin, his hot breath sending goosebumps up and down. "Yes," I responded breathlessly. Before I could blink, Alex had flipped us, so he was now hovering over me as I laid on my back. He kissed from my collarbone down my stomach, running his lips across the waistband of my shorts, causing me to shiver with arousal. "You're perfect," he breathed. He was just about to remove his boxers when the clang of the doorbell sounded. He muttered, "Who's that?" I asked, laughing. "I have an idea." He hopped off the bed and pulled me up too. "I'm naked," I giggled. Alex picked up my pajamas and handed them to me. "I'll meet you downstairs," he kissed me, before going into his closet, then coming back out in a gray pair of sweatpants and a white V-neck t-shirt. I stood there holding my clothes, eyeing how sexy he looked. Alex looked at me as I was biting my lip, imagining all the things we were about to do. He stopped and smiled at me. "I know what you're thinking. I can smell your arousal. We'll have plenty of time for that later. Take your time getting dressed." He left the room, quickly shutting the door behind him. "I hate whoever just rang the doorbell," Sophia whined. "Same," I said, heading for the bathroom to clean myself up before going to meet whoever interrupted us. Alexander's POV. I descended the staircase, hoping to be wrong about who was at the door. When I opened it, my mother was standing on the other side. A sour look on her face, her arms folded across her chest. "Mother, what are you doing here?" "You weren't in the dining hall for breakfast, and Elijah said the two of you didn't train this morning, so I wanted to come see why you're not following your normal routine." "I'm taking the day off today, actually." "Taking the day off? You never take a day off. The king cannot simply take a day off. Seeing as I'm the king and I decide what I do, I think I can." "Are you just going to keep me out here on your doorstep or let me in?" I saw her look past me and glare. Turning, I saw Julia coming down the stairs in her two-piece pajama set I had taken off of her a few minutes before. "Hi," she said, coming to stand next to me. "Julia, this is my mother, Margaret Hudson. Mother, this is my mate, Juliana Parker." "Hello," my mother said curtly, not bothering to shake her hand. "Why don't you come in?" I said to her. "I'll make some coffee." I stepped aside to let her walk in. Julia looked sideways at me, and I just shrugged. We both followed my mom into the kitchen. Julia took a seat at the island while I went to make coffee. My mom didn't sit down, but stood in the kitchen looking disapprovingly at us. "Mother, isn't it good Julia was able to get out of the hospital so quickly?" I said, trying to start a positive conversation. "Yes, I'm surprised to see you here. By the way, how did you manage to find yourself alone, stabbed, and in our territory?" She stared directly at Julia. I was about to say something to my mother about her inappropriate question, but Julia turned to face her directly and said, "Unfortunately, I was in a bad position in my old pack. The Alpha ordered the Beta to kill me because I was mated to the Alpha's son and hated for being a hybrid. I didn't want to be his mate because he was a horrible man. Beta Marvin took me into the woods to help me escape but was unaware of the warriors that were waiting for us. One of them hit me with a knife while I was running. I ran until I wasn't able to anymore, and that's when Alex found me. He's an amazing mate, isn't he?" She put an emphasis on the word mate, and I held back a laugh. "Yes," she said a little aggressively. "What is the name of your pack?" I'm from the October Moon Pack. That's not that far away, is it? Not really. I probably wouldn't have lasted much longer if Alex hadn't found me. And where are your parents? Still in my old pack. And will you be going back there? Mother, I shot at her. What? With her family there, it seems like she still has ties and would want to see them. She turned to look at Julia as my blood began to boil. No, I won't be going back there. Their alpha still wants me as his mate, but I rejected him. That's how I found Alex. Alex is quite the gentleman for bringing you here under the circumstances. What circumstances? I said, turning the coffee pot on. The fact that Cecilia was here to get to know you, and that you were planning to take her as your chosen mate. My Lycan was beginning to growl quietly. I looked her directly in the eyes. I was never planning to take Cecilia as my anything. You ambushed me with their arrival, and I was being cordial. Don't be ridiculous, dear. The two of you were hitting it off fantastically. I saw you walking and talking together so intimately. Julia looked down at her hands, hurt apparent on her face. I walked over behind her, placing my hands on her shoulders. Mother, I didn't like Cecilia in the slightest. You are being extremely rude to Julia, who has been through enough already. You're right. I'm sorry. It just hurts my heart to know how much Cecilia cared for you and how wonderful she would have been as queen. I'm sure she will make a fine mate for whoever picks her, but that isn't going to be me. I have found my mate, and she is all I want. My mother pursed her lips in frustration. I can see we aren't going to agree on this, are we? Mother, I want you to leave. If you're not going to show Julia any respect, then I don't want you in this house. As long as Julia wants to, she is going to be my mate, my Luna and queen, if she desires. Well, will you at least walk me out? Fine. I kissed the top of Julia's head while my mother scoffed. When we got to the front door, my mother turned to me. You're making a mistake, Alexander. Don't mark her until you've thought this through. She's a werewolf, and not even a pure one. She doesn't have what it takes to be the Lycan queen. You know I'm right. How dare you? You might be my mother, but I am the king and alpha of this pack. You will show me some respect, and you will show Julia respect, or I will have you escorted off the territory. Do I make myself clear? My voice was barely a whisper because I didn't want Julia to hear, but my anger was seeping out with every word. My Lycan was fighting to take control, and I was struggling to push him back. My mom's eyes flashed black as her Lycan was angry as well. She wasn't used to people talking to her this way. Her mouth twitched, like she was going to say something, but instead she turned and walked out. I closed the door after her a lot harder than I meant to, causing the chandelier to shake. When I got back into the kitchen, Julia was leaning on the island staring at the wall. Are you okay? I asked. Yeah, you were right. She really is a lot. I'm sorry she ambushed us like that. Her showing up here and acting like that was completely inappropriate. I hope what I said didn't scare you. I do want you as my mate, but I understand if being a Luna and Queen is too much for you. It's just a lot to take in. This is a completely new life for me. I know, and we can take things as slow as you need to. Walking over to her, I pulled her into a hug. I felt so guilty she had to hear everything my mother said. Just disregard everything my mother says. She has no authority over me, you or what we want. You took her probing questions like a champion. Thanks. I'm tired of letting people intimidate me into submission. Knowing who I really am has helped me gain some confidence. I think being close to you has also helped with my confidence, she said, looking up at me. You're the most amazing woman I have ever met. Julia's face lit up in a dazzling smile at my compliment. Now that we were alone again, the thought of what we were about to do upstairs came flooding to my mind. Without wasting a second, I kissed Julia with great ferocity. She moaned into the kiss while I picked her up in my arms, heading back to my bedroom. I wanted to take her right in the kitchen on the island, but I wanted her first time to be special. Kicking open the bedroom door, I dropped Julia on the bed before climbing on top of her. I broke our kiss to unbutton her shirt, helping her take her arms out before throwing it to the side. She had already removed her pants and underwear before I had taken my shirt off. Someone's eager, I joked, leaning down and kissing her stomach, making her groan out in pleasure. Let me know if I hurt you or if you need me to stop, I told her. She nodded, her eyes hazing with lust. I want you inside me, she moaned. Don't worry, I'm going to fill you soon. There was an overwhelming urge to mark her, but I didn't want to do that before she was ready. Margaret's POV. That little she-wolf was not fit to be the queen of this pack. Alex was too lost in the mate bond to see that. We had never had a hybrid as the Luna, and we certainly weren't going to start now. Sometimes children needed their parents to intervene to make sure they were making the right decision. I had to find a way to get Julia out of this pack, and Alexander to forget about her. I was walking into the pack house when I bumped into Jason, the head of patrol. "Oh, my apologies, Luna Margaret," she said, bowing his head. Although I wasn't the current Luna anymore, people still used the title out of respect. "Don't worry, Jason, you look like you've been up all night," I told him, noting the deep circles under his eyes. "Yes, I have been. We had a border breach and King Alexander wanted us to do a thorough search of the woods in the area." "A breach? Who breached our territory?" "We believe it was someone from Luna Juliana's former pack. It's possible they are looking for her for some reason. I was going to talk to the Alpha more about it so I would have as much information as possible. For now, we've added extra patrols around to cover more of the border." "Thank you for telling me all of this. Now please go home and get some sleep." "Thank you, Luna." He walked away in the direction of his house. If people from her old pack were indeed looking for her, maybe there was more to her story than she was telling me. I needed to get to the bottom of what was going on. There was no way I was letting this she-wolf into this pack if she was lying about who she was. October Moon was only a short drive away. Being the former queen, I made a point to know all our neighboring packs' locations. Maybe I needed to pay their Alpha a little visit. "Elijah, are you busy at the moment?" "No, Luna Margaret. What can I do for you?" "Would you be so kind as to please bring my car around to the front of the pack house? I feel like going into town for a little shopping trip." "Of course. Should I see if Hannah would like to go with you?" "No, that's not necessary. I think I just need a little time to myself. I'll meet you outside in 15 minutes. I went to my room first to freshen up. I wanted to put my best foot forward when meeting this Alpha. After a few minutes, I went to meet Elijah outside. He had already brought my red Mercedes to the front and was waiting outside with it. "Thank you, Elijah," I said, walking up to him. "You're welcome. Do you need help with anything else?" "No, thank you. I'll have someone else come and help me with anything I bring back." "Have a nice trip," he said as I got into my car, which was already running and cooled off. It took me about 30 minutes to make it to the gates of October Moon. Going in a straight line through the woods, it wouldn't take you nearly as long. When I got to the gate, a surly-looking man approached my car. I rolled the window down so I could speak with him. "May I help you?" he asked. "Yes, I need to speak to your Alpha at once. I have news regarding his runaway mate that I think he'll find very interesting." "What's your name?" "I think I should keep that between me and the Alpha if you don't mind." The man got a faraway look in his eyes for about a minute. "You may, Proxt. Park in front of the pack house, go inside and take the elevator to the 3rd floor. The Alpha will be waiting for you in his office. The second door on the right after you exit the elevator." "Thank you," I replied before rolling up my window. I drove through their pack, looking around. It was much smaller than our pack and not nearly as nice. "How do they live like this?" I muttered to myself. Finally, I made it to what I assumed was their pack house. It was just a large 3-story building. To me, it didn't look like much. I parked out front like the guard had said and made my way inside. The inside was just as underwhelming as the outside, but I found my way to the elevator easy enough. Punching number 3, I waited for the doors to close. The ride up was short, which I was expecting. The doors opened and I went to the second door on the right as instructed. I knocked and waited for a reply. "Come in," said a voice. Opening the door, I saw a young man sitting behind a large desk. He couldn't have been older than 20 or so, with hair almost as white as snow. He stood up, and I was surprised at how tall he was. He walked around his desk to meet me in the middle of the room. "I'm Alpha Logan Russell, and who are you exactly?" He didn't try to shake my hand, which I found rude. My name is Luna Margaret Hudson, former queen of the Western Lycan Territory and the Crystal Sky Pack. You said you had information on my mate. We know she's in Lycan Territory. What do you have to tell me? Aren't you going to at least invite me to sit down? It's very rude of an alpha not to offer their guest a seat. His eye twitched slightly, and he clenched his fists. I guess he liked being told what to do as much as Alexander did. Please, come have a seat. Following him, I took a seat in the large black armchair while he sat back in his chair behind his desk. It has come to my attention that my son and current Lycan King thinks your mate is his now. What is this woman's name? I need to know we're talking about the same person before we go any further. Juliana Parker. She was discovered just inside our borders having been stabbed by a silver knife. Does that sound like the she-wolf you're looking for? Yes, came his reply through gritted teeth. I believe we both have similar wants in all of this frustration and confusion, I told him. And what would that be? We both want Juliana out of Lycan Territory. I want her out of my pack and away from my son. She isn't fit to be the queen of the Lycan Territory. Why do you want her bad enough to spend people looking for her? Logan thought for a moment. She is my mate. As a hybrid, my father didn't want me to take her as my mate. I felt the same, but the mate bond was so strong, I realized I wouldn't be able to live without her. That is until my father ordered our beta to kill her. Instead, our beta took her into the woods to set her free. My father knew about his plan, so he sent warriors with them to make sure Marvin carried out his orders. Marvin turned against his pack, and Julia escaped. I want her back as my mate, and Luna, I have to have her back. I see. Well, I don't care what you do with her, but she needs to be removed. So how do you propose we take the king's mate from him? I don't think he'll be happy to wake up and find her gone. It sounds to me like my warriors were spotted on your land. If you know where she's from, it makes me think the king knows where she's from and what happened to her. He'll know immediately where she is and come for her. Not if we make them forget about their bond with each other and make them think they're mated to other people. Just how would we do that? I'm not sure, I said, settling back into my chair. I don't currently have anyone who can make a potion like that. There's no one in this pack that can either. My father made sure of that. Wait a second, Julia is the daughter of a high priestess of a coven of witches. So, you think a mother would do something like this to her daughter? She will if she wants Julia to stay alive. Her mother left her with our pack to protect her from the elders of her coven. She was afraid they would kill her because she mated with a werewolf, which was against the laws of the coven. You want to threaten her mother with Juliana's life to make the potion we want? Yes, her whole life has been about protecting her daughter. This will be no different. If she knows making this potion will save her, she'll do it. Don't you hate Juliana? She told me she was hated in this pack for being a hybrid. You think her mother wants her with someone who hates her? I don't hate her anymore. I need her here with me, as my mate. It's all I can think about. What is the name of this coven? I'm not sure, but I know someone who does. Do you think you could get Julia alone long enough to slip her some wolfsbane? Maybe bring her close to the border and we can exchange her. You give her to me, and I'll use her to get you the potion for your son. That seemed like it might be a little difficult with how I'd acted a little while ago. I might be able to. I wasn't the most welcoming to her, but I might be able to make it appear like that has changed, at least long enough to get her alone. Okay, then we have a plan. We need to do this soon before they mark each other. I can try tomorrow. Alexander is taking the day off today to be with her, but he'll need to work at least some of the day tomorrow. And I'll talk to my prisoner about her mother and see what I can do about securing this potion. At least in the meantime, we can get her away from him so they don't complete their bond. Will you bring her here? I'm not going to tell you that. If you know, Alexander will be able to get information from you. It's best if you know as little as possible. That didn't sit well with me, not knowing all the details, but he did have a point. Fine, give me your phone number so we can keep in contact. I don't fancy another trip to this place. Is your son as lovely as you are? Asked Logan sarcastically. I can see why Julia wanted to get away from you. I spat back. Logan wrote down his number and handed it to me, while I did the same. I'll call you once I talk to who I need to, and we can work out more of the details. He stood up and went around his desk again. This time he did shake my hand. It's a pleasure doing business with you. If all goes well, both our packs will be back to normal soon. I left his office and headed back to my car. This encounter didn't take as long as I had thought, and I still had time to head into the city and actually do a little shopping. This might be a good time to show some good fortune towards Julia to try and gain her trust. Juliana's POV. Alex and I spent the better part of the morning tangled up in each other's arms. I didn't want to leave the bed, but Alex thought it was time to go see Dr. Williams, so reluctantly I agreed. I had gone back to my room to change into the only dress I had. When I came downstairs, Alex was sitting on the couch in the living room waiting for me. "You look nice," he said, standing up to meet me. "You said that about this dress yesterday," I reminded him, "and I'll say it every time you wear it." Alex wrapped me in his arms and kissed me. I let Dr. Williams know we were coming so he'd be waiting for us. Okay, hopefully he can take the stitches out today. I would imagine so. Alex stopped talking and got the familiar faraway look on his face. "Everything okay?" "Yes, my sister Hannah and Elijah are outside, very excited to meet you. Would you be okay with that?" "Oh, sure. I'd love to meet them." Smiling at me, Alex took my hand and walked to the front door. "They're mated to each other?" "Yeah, they have been since Elijah turned 18. How old is he now?" 25. That makes Hannah 2 years older than him. Yup, and she loves letting him know. "You said she's your twin?" "She is. We're fraternal twins, so we don't really look alike. She looks more like our dad." He placed his hand on the doorknob. "Ready?" I nodded my head, letting him know to open the door. When he did, I saw 2 people right outside smiling in our direction. Elijah was as tall as Alex and just as muscular. His shoulders weren't as broad, and his face had a more defined, chiseled look. His green eyes stood out against his jet-black hair. Hannah was shorter than him, but not by much. Her long, flowing blonde hair was braided across the top of her head and down the side, falling over her shoulder. She had a broad smile that matched her kind brown eyes. Wearing some baggy jean shorts, green square-neck crop top, and sneakers, she looked like a gorgeous model. "Juliana," she called, waving a hand at me. Letting go of Elijah's hand, she ran at me and pulled me into a tight hug. "Oh my goddess, it's so good to finally meet you. I'm so happy you're okay. Alex was so worried about you when he first brought you here." "Hannah, let her breath," Elijah joked, walking up to us. "Hey, I'm Elijah." Hannah let go of me, and I shook Elijah's hand. "Hi, it's nice to meet you both. Thank you for the clothes," I told Hannah. "Of course. It's so crazy what happened to you. I'm just happy I could help." "What did happen to you?" Elijah asked. "Alex hasn't told us too much. I didn't know much myself until last night. She only just got out of the hospital," Alex said. Hannah scoffed at him and looked at me. "Do you have time now to hang out and tell us about yourself?" "Actually, we're just on our way to see Dr. Williams to check on Julia's stitches." "How about lunch? Let's all have lunch together." Hannah seemed so excited. Saying no seemed like it would crush her spirit. "Sure, I'd like that," I told her. "Great. Hannah, I was going to take Julia into the city to go shopping for things after we visited the hospital." "So what, you don't need to eat? I'll come with you guys. I'd love to help you pick out some clothes." I looked at Alex, who looked like he was about to protest. "Yeah, that sounds great," I said. "Perfect. Let us know when we're done, and we'll meet you outside the hospital." She gave me another hug before linking her arm with Elijah and walking away. We watched them walk away for a second before continuing in the direction of the hospital. "Wow, that was something," Sophia said. "Yeah, but I like her." "Me too. I think she's going to make a great sister." "Hannah seems nice," I told Alex. "She's very nice, but she can be a lot. She gets that from our mother. She's not a lot in an unkind way, like you saw with my mother, but she's a lot in a doesn't know when to butt out and needs to know everything about everyone kind of way. Don't take everything she says seriously. She tends not to have a filter." "What about Elijah? He seems tame." "He is. He's the voice of reason in their relationship, but he's also a pretty fun guy. We had good times when we were younger before I took over the pack." How long have you guys known each other? Our entire lives, mostly. We grew up together and became close. He's a great beta. We arrived at the hospital, and Alex held the door open for me. Where are we meeting Dr. Williams? I asked. He said to come to his office when we get here, and then he'll take us to a room to examine you. He leaned down and whispered in my ear, I'll do a more thorough examination of you later. His hot breath caused goosebumps to erupt all over my skin and my insides to heat up. Careful, sweets, don't get too wet. We don't want anyone smelling you. Alex smacked my arm playfully. I bit my lip and looked at him sideways. That's kind of hard when you talk to me like that, I joked. I enjoy making you feel this way. He kissed my cheek and straightened up. Dr. Williams' office is this way. I followed him down the hallway and waited while he knocked on the door. Dr. Williams opened it and smiled at us. Alpha, Luna, it's so good to see the two of you. Hello, Dr. Williams. I just wanted you to check out Julia and see how she's doing. Of course, let's go into this room here. We all walked into one of the exam rooms while he shut the door behind us. Luna, would you like to change into a gown or? I can just pull the bottom of the dress up. You've seen everything already. I laughed. That's fine. If you wouldn't mind lying on the table, then. I did what he asked and moved the bottom of my dress up. Dr. Williams covered the lower half of me with a sheet of paper. It looks like everything is healing nicely. I'd say these stitches could come out tomorrow if you keep healing at this rate. That sounds great. I'm ready to have them gone. They're getting annoying and itchy. That's to be expected. Just power through for a little while longer and we'll have you back to normal. Thank you again, Dr. Williams, Alex told him. Alpha, please, no more thanks needed. I'll leave the two of you alone. Just come see me tomorrow same time and we'll get those stitches out. Have a good day, both of you. I stayed on the table as he left the room. Just when I was about to move the paper and pull my dress down, I felt the paper disappear. Alex had stood up and taken it off me, so my at was exposed with nothing but my thong barely covering it. Alex kissed my bare at cheek, giving it a soft bite. I gasped because I wasn't expecting it. Alex, what are you doing? We're in the hospital! Are you afraid someone will hear us? He grabbed me by the waist and pulled me up so I was on all fours. Yes, I said, swatting his hand away that was making its way up my thigh. He laughed, but stopped and pulled my dress down, covering me. We have to go meet Elijah and Hannah anyway, he remarked. I got down off the table and he pulled me into a tight hug, brushing his lips against mine. His scent was strong, and it made my legs feel like jelly. Elijah, Hannah, right, I mumbled. I think he was enjoying how much he was turning me on right now. We'll finish this later, he whispered against my lips. Slightly dizzy, I followed Alex out of the exam room and into the lobby of the hospital. Are they waiting for us outside? Yes, I let them know we were finishing up. When we walked outside, Elijah and Hannah were indeed waiting for us. Hannah smiled at me, giving me my third hug of the day. I thought Elijah could drive us into the city and we could get lunch and then do some shopping, Hannah said excitedly. Sure, that sounds great, I told her. She linked her arm with mine and began walking to what I assumed was Elijah's car. Alex opened the door of the blue SUV, and I climbed in the back with him, while Elijah and Hannah got in the front. So Juliana, tell us everything about yourself. Where are you from? How did you end up here covered in blood? How did Alex manage to find you? And what luck with him being your mate? Hannah, give the girl a second to breathe, Elijah said. Sorry, this is just so exciting. Alex has been waiting for his mate for so long, and now here you are under the strangest of circumstance. How about you just tell us how you ended up here? Elijah said, looking at me from the rearview mirror. Only if you're comfortable, he added quickly. I don't mind telling you. It seems like I'm going to be telling this story a lot over the next few days. You better believe it. This is the most exciting thing that's happened around here in a long time. Hannah chimed in. So I guess it all started a few days ago when I turned 18. Hannah cut me off. Dan, you're only 18. Hannah, would you let her finish? Elijah scolded. Hannah went quiet, so I kept going. I quickly found out that the Alpha's son, Logan, was my mate. You had another mate? Hannah questioned. Yeah, I didn't want to be his mate because he hated me. Really, my entire pack did for being a hybrid. Their beta found me outside the pack when I was 3, and the alpha surprisingly let me stay. The gamma male and female took me in and raised me. "And where are they?" she asked. "My dad died a while ago, but my mom is still in my old pack. I hope she is anyway." "Why don't you think she is?" "Well, once I found out Logan was my mate, I tried to reject him. He refused to let me and locked me in his room until after his alpha ceremony. He said he would figure out what to do with me then. Luckily, the beta, Marvin, took me to help me escape. What I didn't know was the alpha ordered him to kill me." Hannah gasped and put her hand over her mouth. Marvin wasn't going to let that happen. He was basically a second dad to me. The alpha knew this, so he sent warriors to help him kill me. Marvin very bravely turned on the warriors, giving me time to get away. My mom joined the fight too. One of the warriors found the knife Marvin had thrown at them and came after me. That's when I got hit, and I just kept running and crawling. The next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. "Holy shit," Hannah said. "And now it seems Logan is looking for Julia. Yesterday we could smell someone from her old pack near where I found her. Jason searched the woods but didn't come up with anything. Well, they'd be stupid to try and take on a Lycan pack. They probably realized that and ran away. Now that he knows where you are, he'll probably back off." "I hope so." After we all ate lunch together, we spent the next several hours going from store to store while Hannah picked out outfit after outfit for me. Alex and Elijah were loaded down with bags by the end. I felt guilty spending Alex's money, but both him and Hannah told me not to worry about it, and that they were happy to do it. After so much shopping and walking, I laid my head on Alex's shoulder in the back of Elijah's car on the way home and drifted off to sleep. Logan's POV. Margaret had just left, and I was sitting in my office contemplating everything she had told me. She had confirmed Julia was indeed now mated to the Lycan King. "His mother seems pretty keen to get rid of her," Levi noted. "She does, but it seems only because she wants him with a Lycan being the king. It works in our favor, though. First, you have to see if her mom will agree to help us. If we can get Julia here and use her as leverage, I don't think that's going to be a problem. She knows how our pack feels. I think she'd believe a threat if we gave her one." "Let's go get the last of the information out of Marvin," Levi said. I got up and started heading to the dungeons. I needed to know the name of Julia's mom and the name of her coven. Marvin probably knew how to contact her, but first I needed Julia as leverage to force her to make the potion. I marched down the stairs into the dungeons. I could hear Marvin and Sandra talking to one another. My dad hated that they were still alive, but I had kept them alive for this very reason. Until Julia was back here with me, they stayed alive. "Marvin, come here," I boomed. He got off his bed slowly, just like every time, and walked over to the barred door. "What? What is Julia's mother's name?" He just glared at me and didn't say anything. I said, "What is Julia's mother's name?" I pushed out my alpha aura, and I could see the twisted pain on his face as he tried not to submit. It was no use, though. "Cornelia Sullivan." "What's the name of her coven?" Again, he tried to resist. "You could make this a lot easier on yourself if you just tell me." "Where's the fun in that?" "Tell me." "The High Noon Coven. Do you have a way to contact her? You said she came to you." "No, she would just pop up when something bad was happening to Julia, almost like she could feel it, and then she asked for my help." "There must be some way to contact her. She must have told you something." "She didn't. Don't you think I would have told you if she had?" "Damped," I blurted out. "What do you want with her anyway? Now that she knows Julia's safe, she won't show up anymore." "I wouldn't say that. There's been a new development in Julia's story, and I have a front row seat. She's coming back here to be my mate, I can assure you that." I turned and started walking away. "What are you talking about? What are you going to do?" I heard Sandra yell from her cell. "Well, that was useless," Levi grumbled. "Not completely. We know her name and where she is." "Yeah, but we have no way to contact her. We don't know where that coven is, and we have no way of finding out. If she really is as powerful as Marvin has said, I have a feeling if we call her threatening Julia, she'll come running." I hoped that was the truth. If we didn't find her, then our plan was hanging on by a thread. If I managed to get Julia here, Maybe I could cause her enough pain that her mother would come running to try and help her. That's when I could let her see what was happening and demand she make me that potion. It was probably best if we didn't keep Julia in the pack house. It would be too easy for Alex to attack if something went wrong. We had a few safe houses just outside the borders. If we were ever to be attacked and taken over, the surviving people would have a place to flee to. My dad thought it was stupid to have these houses because he believed no one could take on our pack. They had been put up by my great-grandfather, and my grandfather maintained them. My dad didn't, since he didn't like having them, but they would work for what I needed for a day or two. I figured I should probably let Ian and Tyler in on the plan. I was going to need their help to keep Julia in the house and quiet. Ian, Tyler, I need you in my office in 10 minutes. Yes, Alpha, came their group reply almost instantly. They must have been close by because when I opened the door to my office, they were both already sitting. I sat down and began to address them. I brought you guys here because I've gotten information that Julia is in fact mated to the Lycan King. She's in their territory right now, but she is not very welcome by the former queen. How do you know that? Ian asked. I think it's best if I just tell you what you need to know for now. Why doesn't the former queen want her there? She doesn't think she's suited to be the new queen as a hybrid. She wants her son to be with someone like them, a Lycan. With that being said, tomorrow I'm going to do an exchange and bring Julia back here. I plan to keep her in one of our safe houses until we can figure out how to make her forget about her bond with the king. Once that happens, I'll be able to mate and mark her like I should have on day one. Logan, how do you plan to get her from the pack? And won't the Lycan King come looking for her? Don't worry about that. It's all part of the plan. I'm going to need your help keeping her in one of the houses and quiet. We also have a plan to make the king forget about Julia. That way he won't come looking for her. This seems like a difficult plan to pull off, Ian remarked. You think I won't be able to do it? No, it just might be complicated. But we'll help you in whatever way you need, Alpha, Tyler added to ease the tension. Ian, tomorrow morning I want you to go to one of the houses and try and get it ready. Make sure we have a place to keep her there, but also make sure she isn't just sleeping on the floor. We'll need wolfsbane and silver chains to keep her from communicating with her wolf. Of course, you also shouldn't hurt her while she's there, no matter how much you want to. I have a plan for that also, so when I'm not there, just stay away from her unless she needs something. Got it? Yes, Alpha, and give her more than a bucket or something for a bathroom. Yes, Alpha. Tyler, you're going to need to make sure we have strong border patrols. I won't be able to make either of them forget about this bond right away, so we need to be prepared if they try anything. Yes, Alpha. Get plenty of rest today. You're going to need it, I told them. Now go. Ian and Tyler both got up and left with the bow of their heads. I spent the rest of the day planning what I was going to do with Julia once I got her back. I didn't care what Margaret did with her son, as long as he didn't come looking for Julia. That was all I cared about. Alexander's POV. Julia had been asleep for most of the car ride. I think Hannah really did a number on her. I lost track of how many stores we went to. Julia now had an entirely new wardrobe, plus a few other things. She revealed she enjoyed drawing as a hobby, so while Hannah took her to a couple of stores, Elijah and I went and placed an order for art supplies. I wasn't sure what exactly she would like, so I got a little of everything as a surprise for her. It would be delivered in the next couple of days. Julia, wake up, we're home, I told her softly. She stirred in her sleep, moaning slightly. Was I asleep the entire ride? She asked groggily. Yeah, but don't worry, you didn't snore too loud, Elijah joked. Very funny, Julia replied, getting out of the car. Each of us grabbed some bags as a few people came out of the pack house to help. She noticed it was Daisy and Allison who had first gotten the clothes and supplies. Hi, she said brightly to them. Hello, Luna, Daisy said. I just wanted to thank you both for everything you did for me when I first got here. You got me everything I needed and more. You're welcome, Luna. We were happy Alpha Alexander gave us the task. We all filed into my apartment. I was looking forward to putting all these bags down and having some alone time with Julia. As we opened the door, I got the smell of something cooking. Walking into the kitchen, I was surprised to see my mother busy at work. "Mother, what are you doing here?" "Hello, darling. I just thought it would be nice for you to come home to some hot food since you missed dinner." I was shocked and a little suspicious of her kind gesture, especially after the way she had treated Julia this morning. "Want us to stay as backup?" Hannah asked. "No, that's okay. I'll handle this. Thank you everything today." "No problem. Just call us back if you need any help." "Julia, we'll see you around tomorrow. Maybe while Alex is working you, Elijah, and I can train together or something." "Yeah, that sounds like fun." Hannah eyed my mom before following Elijah, Daisy, and Allison out of the apartment. "Julia and I are going to go put her new things away," I told her. "Of course. Oh, I left some things in Alex's room for you, Julia. I hope you don't mind." I turned and looked at Julia, who had a questioning look on her face. I followed her up the stairs and into my bedroom. Opening the door, I saw my mom had placed a long light blue dress on the bed, along with silver high heels. "I guess this is what she left for you," I told Julia. "Why did she get me something?" "I don't know." "Why is your mom here? And why is she being so nice?" "I'm not sure. Usually she's only nice when she wants something. I'll get to the bottom of it. Did you want to put your clothes in your room or in my closet?" "Oh, I guess your closet is good." I smiled at her. It really did seem like she was becoming comfortable here. I opened the door to my closet, flicking the light on and letting Julia walk through first. I think I could hear her jaw hit the floor. "This is your closet?" "Yeah, it's a lot, I know. You could fit a swimming pool in here." She walked further in and spun around in circles. There were built-ins along all three walls, housing rows of hanging clothes. There were multiple built-in shoe racks and drawers. In the middle was a couch where you could sit to put on shoes or anything. There was a large floor-to-ceiling mirror between built-ins on the opposite wall, with a chandelier igniting most of the room. Most of the closet was empty, with my things taking up less than half of the space. I'm pretty sure my mom and I's entire house could have fit in this one room. She set the bags down she was carrying, beginning to look around the room. I watched her from the doorway, smiling. She was so excited about what seemed to me like the smallest things. The way her face lit up at the sight of any article of clothing she liked, or now with the closet, made my heart swell. My Lycan was purring in my head at his sweet mate. He loved her already, just like I did. She walked up to us with a mischievous look in her eyes. "I think we should try out that couch now." She stood on her tiptoes to reach my lips. As much as I would love that, my mother's downstairs and I want to figure out what she wants. Julia pouted slightly, but followed me out of the closet and back down the stairs into the kitchen. My mother was spooning pasta onto 3 plates. I guess that meant she was staying for dinner. "Staying for dinner?" I asked. "I thought it would be nice," she replied sweetly. She took off her apron, grabbed a plate, and took a seat at the island. I sighed before going to grab the remaining 2 plates for Julia and myself. I sat next to my mother while Julia took my other side. "So, how was your day today?" she asked. "Fine. We went shopping with Hannah and Elijah," I told her. "What did you get?" "Things for Julia, clothes, jewelry, that type of thing." "That's nice. Did you see what I left for you?" she asked Julia. "I did. It's a beautiful dress. Thank you. I was out shopping today and saw it in the window. It's one of the pack colors, so I thought you should have it." "Mother, I'm curious. What's with your sudden change of tone?" "What are you talking about?" "Well, I don't know if you remember this morning, but you weren't exactly very welcoming to Julia. In fact, you were downright rude." "I know, I realize that. I'm here to apologize and try to make amends. That's what this whole dinner is about." I was still suspicious. My mother was not one to apologize or admit when she was wrong. "That's all this is about?" "Yes, that's what this is about." I wanted to believe that's all this was about, but I wasn't dropping my guard just yet. We ate dinner together, and it was very civil. My mother talked to Julia respectfully and seemed genuinely interested in her and her life. As we finished our dinner, my mom even offered to help clean up, but I declined since I wanted some time alone with my mate. My mom had left, and Julia and I were working together to clean the kitchen. That was an interesting dinner, Julia said. I know. I think this was the first time in my life I heard my mom apologize. Do you think she was being serious with what she said? I'm not sure. I want to believe it, but I'm not holding my breath. Let's just finish this tomorrow, I told her, dropping the dish towel on the counter. Fine by me, she laughed. Now I believe you owe me one thorough examination. Julia surprised me with how bold she was being today. Wasting no time, I picked her up and she wrapped her legs around my waist as I kissed her hard. Pushing a couple of things out of the way, I set Julia down on the island without breaking our kiss. She placed her hands behind her for support as I kissed down her neck. I pulled up the hem of her skirt as I hooked my fingers into her lace thong and pulled it down her legs. I smiled at her and pulled her closer to the edge of the counter. She gasped and threw her head back. "Where are you going?" she asked as I straightened up and started walking into my closet. You'll see. There were drawers in the built-in. I opened one and took out two objects. Going back into the bedroom, Julia was still propped up waiting for me to return. Since I did promise you a thorough examination, I thought these might be fun to use. I held up a blindfold and pair of handcuffs. Where did you get those? From the closet. I might have a few odds and ends like this lying around. I was half expecting Julia to refuse, but she bit her lip, sat up, and placed her hands out in front of her ready for me. Lay down first, I told her. She did, was I asked. Put your hands above your head. Again, she followed my direction. I came to the side of the bed, clasping one wrist in the cuffs. What are you chaining me to? The headboard. It's not just carved like this for decoration. There are slits I can fit these through so you can't get away. Clever, she replied. Once she was hooked to the bed, I slipped the blindfold on her eyes. Are you okay? I didn't want her to be uncomfortable during this. This was all about pleasure. Yes, came her reply. Let me know if you want me to stop. Juliana's POV. My hands were cuffed to the bed, and without my eyesight, my hearing was picking up extra things. I heard Alex unbuckle his belt, and his pants hit the floor with a light thump. I like where this is going, Sophia drooled. Trying to tell where he was more difficult than I thought. His hand suddenly was trailing down my torso, starting at my collarbone and ending just above my bikini line. The sensation caused me to squirm against the handcuffs. Don't pull too hard, sweets, came his voice. Oh my goddess. He was exciting feelings in me I didn't know existed. Taking away my sight did amazing things to my other senses. Every touch he gave me felt like it was alive. My skin was begging for his touch. Once we had showered, I went through all the bags looking for some pajamas to wear. Hannah had picked out so many things for me. I hadn't even seen all of them. After hearing my size, she tore through the stores like a tornado. Pulling out a silk nightgown, I decided that would do until I could go through all the bags tomorrow and organize everything. Since I had washed my hair, I got out the blow dryer and round brush, taking a few extra minutes to smooth everything out. When I came back into the bedroom, Alex was sitting up under the duvet reading a book. Stopping for a second, I admired the man I got to call my mate. Looking at him sitting there calmly reading, I would never have guessed. This was the same man that tied to me the bed an hour before. My life had been so different only a few days ago, but this felt so natural and right being here with him. I got into bed, snuggling as close to Alex as I could. He leaned down and kissed the top of my head. What are you reading? Just a book about new style design. It's for work. Do you have to work tomorrow? Unfortunately, yes, I have a meeting at 8, so I'll be out of here early. I'll have Hannah come and take you to the dining hall for breakfast. Thanks. I'll probably take some time tomorrow to organize all the things I got today. I'll try and get away so we can have lunch together. That would be nice. I'll finish this later, he said, putting the book on the side table and turning off the light. I laid back, rolling over so he could hold me from behind. Snuggling deeper into his embrace, I felt so safe. Good night, love, he whispered in my ear. Good night. I woke up in the morning to Alex bending down, kissing me. Good morning, mate, he said. Morning. What time is it? 7:45. I have to leave for my meeting, but I'll only be in my office in the pack house for most of the day. Feel free to come a visit if you'd like. Hannah will be here at 8:30 to show you the dining hall. Okay. He kissed me again before walking from the bedroom. I could get used to waking up to this every morning, Sophia sighed. I thought about going back to sleep, but I didn't want Hannah to come and not be ready. Swinging my legs over the bed, I went to the closet to try and put an outfit together. I can't get over the fact that this is where we get to live. Sophia chortled. It's very different from what we had back home. Are you kidding? This place is amazing. When do we get to mark Alex? I don't know. We haven't really talked about it yet. Marking him would mean I'm this pack's Luna and Queen. I'm only 18, how am I supposed to be Queen? I know this is all new, but we're mated to Alex for a reason. This is what you were meant to do. I hope you're right. The first thing I pulled out of the first bag was a long dress with a square neckline. It had short sleeves and was a beautiful blue color with white details. Going to one of the bags from the shoe store, I found a pair of white sandals to go with it. Changing quickly, I brushed through my hair and put a little makeup on. The door opened as I was coming down the stairs, and I saw Hannah looking very pretty in a lavender dress. "You look amazing," she said, taking in my outfit. "Thanks, I think you picked this out." "Well, it looks great on you. Are you ready to see the pack house?" "Sure, I think so. I can't believe my brother hasn't shown you anything yet. It was hard with me being in the hospital, and then when I got out, we went straight to his apartment. He did show me that lake, though. That was really nice." "It is, but there's so much more to see. Where do you and Elijah live?" "In the pack house on the beta floor. Alex is the only alpha that hasn't lived in the pack house. Our mom hates it, and I think that's part of the reason he did it. What happened with her last night after we left?" "Nothing. She cooked us dinner, and then we all ate and talked. She was nice and civil. Don't fall for it. She's only nice when she wants something." That's what Alex said, too. Hannah and I walked up the stairs to the front door together. "Ready?" she asked. "Sure." She opened the large oak front door to reveal the most magnificent sight I had ever seen. We walked into the foyer of a castle with stone walls and a grand staircase larger than I thought possible. There was a large chandelier on the ceiling that I assumed housed candles back in the day. A large rug covered most of the floor, which looked like it had been redone recently. Wow. My voice echoed off the walls around me. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. There were pictures hanging on the walls, and I guessed they were the former Alphas and Lunas. A table stood in the middle of the room, and there were a few couches and chairs around. "The dining hall is this way." Hannah gestured for us to walk down the hall and turn to the right. Coming around the corner, there was a large archway that led into the dining hall. There were rows and rows of round tables, enough to seat everyone in the pack, and then some. The dining hall was bustling with people, some eating, others walking around collecting plates and bringing out more food. "The head table is this way," Hannah said, leading me to a round table with 8 seats. "This is where my parents, Alex, Elijah, and I sit, and now you sit here too." We took our seats, and I noticed menus sitting at each elaborate place setting. "You can pick anything on the menu. Someone will come to take our order." Glancing down at the menu, I saw there was a selection of eggs, breakfast-type sandwiches, meats, drinks, and fruit. "This is amazing," I told Hannah. "It works really well this way because not everyone comes at the same time. The dining hall is open for breakfast from 6 to 10, lunch from 12 to 2:30, and then dinner from 5:30 to 7:30. You just have to come in during one of those times. Of course, some people opt to just cook for themselves in their homes." A young woman came over to take our order. "Hi, Desi," Hannah greeted. "Hello, Princess Hannah, Luna Queen Juliana. What can I get for you?" We placed our orders and Desi went back to the kitchen to relay them. Hannah and I talked for a couple of minutes before her mom arrived at our table. "Hello, Hannah, Juliana," she said, taking a seat. "Hey, Mom." "Hello." I wasn't sure how I should greet her. "Please, call me Margaret," she said, almost reading my mind. "What do you ladies have planned after breakfast?" "Well, I have to go train with Elijah," Hannah said. "And I think I'm going to go organize all the things I got yesterday, and then maybe train also, if you don't mind," I asked Hannah. "Not at all. We'd love to have you join us." "Before you go train, Juliana, I was hoping I would be able to show you around the pack, give you a tour, and maybe start giving you some lessons on being the Luna and Queen of this pack." Hannah eyed her. "Oh, that would be really nice, actually." "Are you sure you need to do that now?" Hannah asked. "I think so. It's very important to start these things as soon as possible. It can be very complicated." "Alex did want me to stop in to say hi at some point," I let her know. "You'll have plenty of time for that." Desi came back to our table carrying our food and took Margaret's order. The next few minutes were filled with silence as we ate our food. Margaret had gotten up to go talk to a few people. Every now and then, someone would approach our table and introduce themselves to me. It was going to take me a while to learn all the names of the pack, but it seemed like Alex and Hannah knew everyone by name, so I wanted to give them the same respect. Once we were finished, I said goodbye to Hannah and Margaret and went back to Alex's apartment. The next couple of hours were spent organizing all my clothes and accessories. I was surprised that Alex's closet was able to accommodate everything I had with a perfect place. My guess was that it wasn't an accident, and he had designed this closet with the thought of his mate in mind. I heard the clang of the doorbell and left the closet to see who was at the door. Logan's POV. I woke up in the morning excited but also anxious about what was going to be happening today. I hadn't heard from Margaret yet, but the plan was for her to try and get Juliana today and bring her to me. Ian had arranged the safe house for me and made sure Julia would be comfortable but secure. Large, heavy locks had been put on the basement door, which is where she would be kept. He moved a bed down there and made sure the bathroom was stocked. We added a large silver chain that would go around her ankle and allow her to move around the room, but she wouldn't be able to get up the stairs. The windows were too high and small. She wouldn't be able to crawl out. I had made sure she would be kept safe and secure until her mom made me the potion. Tyler added 5 extra patrol groups to what we already had. It would have to be enough because that was all the experienced warriors we had. After showering and changing, I headed down for breakfast. My father was already sitting at our table when I got there. "Logan," he said curtly. "Dad," I replied. We hadn't been speaking much since we yelled at each other in my office. He was keeping to himself, which was okay with me. I didn't need his constant disapproving stare or his mumbled annoyances. The way I ran this pack wasn't up to him, and he hated not having control. Once I had Julia back with me, I knew I would have to send him away or lock him up. He wouldn't waste any time in trying to kill her. That much I was sure about. The loss wouldn't be that great for me since I was growing tired of his resentment. An Omega brought us our food, and we ate in welcome silence. I finished first and started getting up from the table. "Where are you going?" asked my dad. "To my office. I have some things to take care of today." "What things?" "Things that don't concern you anymore." "You better watch your tone, Logan. I'm still your father. Or have you forgotten all the things I've done for you? All the doors I've opened so you can have an easy alpha life." "I haven't forgotten, but you need to remember who the alpha of this pack is now. Your tyrannical reign is over." Turning, I walked out of the dining hall, leaving him very red in the face. "He's gonna come after us for that." "That's the maddest I've ever seen him," remarked Levi. "It doesn't matter. Once we have Julia, he'll be gone in a distant memory." "You don't think he'll retaliate for banishing him?" "What can he do? He'll be killed for trying to enter Packlands once he's a Rouge." "You're okay with killing your own father?" "Yes, if it means keeping my mate, I'll do whatever I have to." How could he not understand this, sharing a mind with me? The only thing that mattered in this situation was getting Julia back and keeping her with me at all costs. The first thing I did when I got back to my office was check my phone for any missed calls. It was getting later in the morning, and I still hadn't heard anything. I was trying to distract myself with pack matters, but it was difficult. Finally, I decided to give Margaret a call and see what was taking so long. She picked up after only 2 rings. "Are you crazy? Calling me? I want to know what's happening. Why is it taking so long?" "I told you. I would do my best. I'm on my way to Alexander's house now, and I plan to take her on a tour and get her alone in the woods." "How are you going to subdue her then?" "I'm working on that part now. I'll think of something." "Make sure you take her out for a while. She's the daughter of an alpha. Any injury will heal quickly. I know that. She healed from the knife wound faster than most would have. Really? I didn't know that. Maybe she was more powerful than even I knew. That only fueled my desire to have her that much more. With her by my side, we could be unstoppable. I would let her practice her powers, unlike my father. She would learn every spell under the sun, even the dark ones. Every pack in the area would bend to our will, even the Lycan pack. I would make them all mine. Logan, are you still there? Margaret called on the other end. Yes, I am. Work as fast as you can. I plan to. I'm going to meet her now. Meet me at the border where she was found in 2 hours. That should give me plenty of time. 2 hours, I'll be there. You better not screw this up. This is the only chance we have. I'm not going to screw this up. I should be saying that to you. You still have to get her mother to make the potion for us and give it to both of them. That's much more important than anything else. I said I would get it done, and I will. Fine, 2 hours. Don't forget. She hung up the phone before I could say anything else. This is finally happening. Our mate is coming home. Yes, and we need to make sure we get that potion at once. I needed to let Tyler and Ian know what was happening so they could get into position. Tyler, Ian, my office. Yes, Alpha. They marched in a few minutes later. It's happening in 2 hours. She'll be at our borders, and we have to take her straight to the safe house. Once she's there, I want both of you to stay with her. I have a plan to get her mother to show up. Wait, Sandra's in the dungeons with Marvin. Not her her birth mother, the witch. Once she shows up, I'll demand she make a potion for me that will make Julia forget about being mated to the Lycan King. After that, I'll mate and mark her, and she'll be mine forever. How do you plan to make her show up? Ian asked. I'll need one of you to hurt Julia. Not too much, but enough that her mother will know she's in trouble and come running. I have a feeling she's going to go straight to Marvin, so that's where I'll be. A brilliant plan, Alpha, Tyler told me. If I want your praise, I'll ask for it. Is the safe house ready? Yes, Alpha. You stocked it with food and made sure she has a comfortable place. Yes, Alpha. I've done everything you've asked. Good. Make any last-minute preparations you need to, and both of you be at the safe house in 1 hour. I'll talk to you more about everything after I bring her. Yes, Alpha. Ian and Tyler left my office, exchanging worried sort of looks. I knew they didn't approve of what I was doing, but that didn't matter. I was their Alpha, and they were going to do what they were told, whether they liked it or not. You better hope they don't say anything about this to your father, Levi noted. You never told them not to. Fuck, you're right. They wouldn't be stupid enough to do something like that. You better be right. A few more minutes went by, and I realized I hadn't given Ian any extra clothes for Julia. Getting up, I went to my apartment. Everything Julia had left was still there. All her clothes had been placed in the closet, and her art supplies had been set up in the living room on the drawing table I had made. If I was going to make her think I was her mate, it had to be convincing. I gathered up some clothes, pajamas, and some shower supplies for her. Grabbing a bag, I added everything I had gotten. I didn't know how long I would need to keep her in the safe house, but I figured it couldn't be more than a couple of days. Ian, I left a bag for Julia inside the front door of my apartment. I want you to come get it and take it to the safe house for her. Make sure she can access everything that's there. Okay, Alpha, I'll be right there. The door's unlocked. Just take it and go. Yes, Alpha. After making sure everything was in the bag, I went back to my office to take care of a few pack matters before most of my time was taken up. Unfortunately, I ran into my father outside my office door. Logan, I need to talk to you. Not now. I'm far too busy for that. I tried to push past him, but he caught me by the arm. You better not still be after the hybrid. Why does that matter so much to you? It's my decision who I take for a mate. That might be so, but I spent years making this pack what it is, and you won't ruin it with your stubbornness. I'm done talking about this with you. I yanked my arm out of his grasp. If you don't like it, you're free to leave this pack and never come back. Before he said anything else, I went into my office, slamming the door in his face, making sure to lock it so he couldn't follow me. An hour or so later, I left my office and headed for the woods. I wanted to be there early in case anything happened. I wasn't going to miss this opportunity. Juliana's POV. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see Margaret on the other side. She was smiling, but the smile looked a little forced to me. "Margaret, is something wrong?" I asked, confused. "No, not at all. I thought you could use some help organizing all your things." "Did Alex send you?" "No, I thought I would come on my own. I think I have most of it done already, but you're welcome to come in." Stepping aside, she came into the foyer, her heels clicking on the hardwood. I led the way back upstairs and into my closet. Margaret began picking up items and placing them on hangers. "How are you liking it here so far, Juliana? I see you're moving into Alexander's room." "Oh yeah, I figured he wouldn't mind. But the pack is nice. Everyone's been very welcoming." "Well, once I start showing you what it means to be a Luna and Queen, you might change your mind." "How so?" "It's just a very difficult job, even for the most experienced Lycan. Is she trying to scare us or something?" Sophia wondered. "Possibly, but it's not going to work. Remember what Alex and Hannah said? She's only nice when she wants something. How did you find the pack house this morning?" "It was beautiful, and much different than what I had back in my old pack." "Yes, I remember you saying. And how are you feeling after leaving the hospital?" "I feel good, much better than I thought I would so soon after getting out. Alex really has been so good to me." "Yes, well, you're his mate, so that's to be expected." "Look, I know you're not thrilled with me being his mate, but I want you to know I really care about him, and I'm not going anywhere." I told her this to let her know how deep my feelings for Alex were, but also to let her know she wasn't going to be able to scare me away so easily. She smiled at me in a way that told me she was holding back a sarcastic comment. "I'm surprised Dr. Williams let you out of the hospital so early." Her saying that made me remember I was supposed to go to the hospital today for him to take my stitches out. "Oh, I just remembered I was supposed to meet with Dr. Williams to get my stitches removed today." "Really? That soon?" "Yeah, he said I was healing pretty quickly. I should probably go before it gets too late. I'll come with you." "Are you sure?" Her wanting to spend this much time with me seemed strange. "Absolutely. What kind of mother-in-law would I be if I let you do this alone, since Alexander is so busy today?" "Okay, thanks." I walked out into the bedroom and back down the stairs. She opened the door and gestured for me to go out first. "Thank you," I told her as I walked past. The first half of the walk to the hospital was silent, but there was heavy tension between us. "After we finish with this, would you like to go on a tour of the pack lands with me? I can show you where the border is and explain how our patrol schedule works." "Sure, how long do you think that will take?" "Alex is expecting to meet me for lunch, or at least come and visit him later. It shouldn't take longer than an hour or so. I know these lands very well, having been the queen for so long. Is she just rubbing that in our face or something?" "I have no clue." We arrived at the hospital and Margaret went in first. "Dr. Williams," she called as we got closer to his office. "Luna, Margaret. Luna, Juliana. I thought you had forgotten about coming today. I was just about to mind link Alpha Alexander to remind him." "Sorry, I did forget until Margaret mentioned something about it." "That's not a problem. You're here now and we can get started. Luna, if you'll follow me into the exam room." "I'll just wait outside and let you have some privacy," Margaret said. She left Dr. Williams and I alone, going to what I expected was the waiting area in the lobby. I followed him into an exam room where he handed me a hospital gown. "You can go behind that curtain and change while I go prep the supplies." "Okay, thank you." I took the gown and went to change. When I came back out, Dr. Williams was still gone, so I took a seat on the exam table and waited. "It's kinda cool, we're gonna have a scar. We can make up some crazy story to tell people if they ask about it," Sophia said. "You're really enjoying this, aren't you? Now that we didn't die and were mated to the hottest Lycan in the world." "Yeah, I am. We can tell people we got it fighting a pack of rogues or something." I laughed as Dr. Williams came back into the room carrying a tray. "Something funny?" he asked. "Just my wolf." "What's your wolf's name, if I may ask?" "Sophia." "Well, I look forward to meeting her one day. Would you please lay down on your stomach?" Doing what he asked, he covered my lower half with paper again. I appreciated his attempt to keep what little dignity I had left. So, Luna, is it all right if I ask you more about your former pack? Sure, I don't mind. How did you find it there? It wasn't a good place for me. I was hated for being a hybrid, and all I wanted was to get away from them. My mom is the only reason I stayed. I ended up being mated to the Alpha's son, who wouldn't let me reject him even though I tried. It all sounds very complicated. It was. I'm just happy it's all over now. We talked about my pack more while he snipped and removed my stitches. It took longer than I was expecting, but finally I heard him put the scissors down. Okay, we're all done, Luna. You've healed beautifully, and all that should remain is a small scar. I sat up and looked at him. Thank you, Dr. Williams. I owe you my life. Reaching out, I shook his hand. My dear, there are not more thanks needed. As I've already told Alpha Alexander, I look forward to seeing the amazing things you do as our Luna. He kissed the back of my hand. Now, I think you need to go meet Luna Margaret. You're going to quickly learn she's not a patient person. Come back for anything else you might need. He left the room, and I hopped off the table, putting my clothes back on. Margaret was waiting for me in the lobby. She looked a little annoyed I had taken so long. Sorry, that took longer than I was expecting. I didn't know why I was apologizing for something I had no control over. That's all right. We can get going now. I followed her out of the hospital, and Margaret went immediately towards the woods. We're starting in there? Yes, I thought I would show you the border first. Making sure this pack stays secure is one of the most important things, and that starts with knowing where our territory starts and ends. You'll also be responsible for planning all the events for the pack. We have a lot of them, so that's also a lot to handle. It's planning menus, decorations, seating charts, organizing the guest lists, things like that. You'll be expected to help Alexander lead the pack and make important decisions too. You might also have to take on pack matters alone when he's away on business. There's book after book you'll need to memorize about our laws and customs. That seems like a lot of responsibility, I told her. It really is, which is why not just anyone can become the queen. She needs to be strong, a leader. That's why it's so strange to me that Alexander was mated to a wolf. Usually, they don't have the capacity for responsibility like this. Is she trying to piss us off? Sophia barked. She continued further into the woods until she finally came to a stop. This is the border where Alexander found you. Yeah, he took me here before. This was one of the first. I didn't finish my sentence because there was a piercing pain in my neck. Something was being jammed into me, and I could feel the cold of liquid running through my veins. I'm sorry, but I've worked too hard to get this pack to where it is. If you're the Luna and Queen, you'll screw it all up. Margaret was standing behind me, breathing into my ear. What, Marg? The world around me was growing dark as I stumbled sideways, falling to the ground. Sophia, but she wasn't there. That meant I had just been injected with wolfsbane. How was this happening? I knew Margaret wanted me gone, but I didn't think she would go to such extreme levels. Alex, I called out weakly. The wolfsbane was quickly taking effect. The forest was getting blurry, and it was getting harder to keep my eyes open. I fell to the ground, and red high heels approaching me was the last thing I saw before everything went black. Logan's POV. Waiting at the border was the most frustrating thing. Pacing back and forth with Levi yelling at me was driving me insane. Why was this taking so long? Would you stop with your incessant pacing? Levi yelled. Would you stop your incessant whining? It's not my fault. I'm meant to be taking action, not just standing in the woods waiting for someone to take action for us. We'll have plenty of time for action, especially if something goes wrong. We have to be prepared to take on the Lycan pack. There was rustling nearby, and I jumped excitedly. Out of the woods, Margaret appeared carrying an unconscious Julia in her arms. What did you do to her? I asked, running to take her from Margaret. I just injected her with some wolfsbane. Not enough to kill her. She'll be fine in a few hours. Julia looked so beautiful in her dress, with her gorgeous chestnut hair falling around her face. Did anyone see you take her? No, of course not. I was very careful. I took her into the woods where I knew no patrols would be. I got the wolfsbane when I went with her to the hospital. Why did she go to the hospital? To get her stitches taken out. They won't even notice anything is missing. I have to get back. I need to finish my part of the plan. What do you mean? Well, if Alexander comes home and finds her gone, he's going to come for you immediately. I'm going to give you some time to get her mother to make the potion. How are you going to do that? I'm going to write a letter, making it look like it's from Julia, telling Alexander it's too much responsibility and she can't be his Luna and Queen. I'll make it look like she ran away. I took the time to tell her all about her responsibilities, so it should be easy to convince him I overwhelmed her, and she took off. All those tasks require a brilliant mind, which she doesn't have. I'll grab a few of her clothes and make it look like she left in a hurry. Get me that potion as soon as possible because I don't know if he'll buy my lie for very long. I can only guarantee you a few hours. Maybe I can hold him until the morning, but that's about it. Hopefully you get it to me before he's done with work. I'll call you the second I have it and we can meet back here for the exchange. Fine, I'll see you then. Without another word, she went back the way she came. Levi was purring at the feeling of having his mate back in our arms. She's even more beautiful than I remember. I know, and she smells amazing. Even though she rejected me, I could still feel the electricity of our bond and smell her scent since I hadn't accepted and she hadn't been marked yet. I carried Julia all the way back to the safe house, which took a while since I didn't shift and run. Opening the door, I carried her to the basement where Ian and Tyler were waiting. "You got her," Ian said, surprised. "Yes, I told you I would." Laying Julia gently on the bed, Tyler placed the chain around her ankle. Chaining a wolf in silver meant even once the wolf's bane wore off, she wouldn't be able to shift or communicate with her wolf. It took us a while to get back, which means she'll be awake soon. Once she's up, take a picture of her and send it to me. I'm gonna go wait in the dungeons. After I get your picture, I want you to slap her around a little. Not too much, but we need her mom to feel it. Yes, Alpha. Kissing the top of Julia's head, I left the house and made my way to the dungeons. It was hard to believe this plan was now fully in motion. There was only one more obstacle that separated me from having my mate forever. "What are you doing here now?" Marvin asked when he saw me at his cell. "I'm here to wait for Cornelia." "What are you talking about? I told you she's not coming back." He seemed so confident for a man who had no idea what was going on. "See, I think she is because I have Julia, and once Ian and Tyler are finished with her, I know she'll feel the pain and come running to ask for your help." How do you have Julia? She's safe somewhere," Sandra asked. "Not anymore. Turns out the former queen of the Lycan pack wasn't too thrilled about having a wolf for a daughter-in-law. It was too easy to formulate a plan with her to bring Julia back here." "You bossard," Sandra spat. "You can't accept the fact that she's happy and safe. Why do you need to do this to her?" "Because she's my mate. She was my mate before that asshole Lycan King. She belongs with me, and now, with the help of Cornelia, she will be." "The Lycan King?" Marvin breathed. "Her second chance mate is the Lycan King?" "He was her mate, but after today that won't be the case anymore." "I want to see her," Sandra yelled out. "That's not going to happen." "Please, she's my daughter." "No, you're staying here until after I've mated and marked her. After that, all you are is a liability for triggering her memory. These will be your last few days alive. You're not going to get away with this. Cornelia has been watching you for years. She knows you'll never hurt Julia. If I can't have her, then no one will. If that means killing her, then so be it." "You're fucking crazy," Marvin said in disgust. "I prefer the term eccentric. Now keep quiet, both of you. I'm waiting for Julia to wake up." I pulled out my phone so I wouldn't miss the picture from Ian or Tyler. The next steps of the plan were going to happen quickly. After about 30 minutes, my phone lit up. Looking down, I saw a picture of Julia sitting up in bed. I knew what would be coming next, after I responded. I retreated into the shadows so the witch wouldn't see me right away. Just as I expected, after a few minutes there was a soft pop and an unfamiliar voice spoke. "Marvin, Julia is in trouble. Please, you have to come with me so we can help her. This is the last chance. Please, Cornelia, you have to leave now. Logan is right here," I said, stepping up to the door of Marvin's cell. Julia's mother was standing there in all her glory, wearing billowing robes of dark blue. She had the same long, wavy chestnut hair that Julia had, but her eyes were a softer hazel. "You," she started to raise her hand, but Marvin stepped in front of her. "No, stop. He has Julia." "He what?" "I have Julia, and if you want her to stay alive, you'll listen to what I have to say." Cornelia stepped in front of Marvin. In the blink of an eye, she was now standing outside the cell, right in front of me, a wild, angry look in her eyes. "What have you done with her? If you're able to find her so easily, you should know that. Just know she's being guarded by 2 of my warriors, and if you so much as twitch wrong, they're going to kill her. You're lying." "See for yourself," I told her, holding up my phone to show her the picture. "What do you want?" "As you know already, Julia is my mate. Unfortunately, my father ordered her to be killed, and these 2 here aided in her escape. She somehow found her way into the Lycan pack and is now mated to their king. This clearly poses a problem for me because I want her as my mate, knowing how powerful she is with you for a mother and an alpha for a father. Now that I have her back, I need a way for her to forget about her new mate and think I'm her mate. Once that happens, I can mate and mark her as mine forever. What do you need me to do?" "I need you to make me a potion that will make both her and the king forget about their bond. I can't have him coming after me for taking what is rightfully mine. My daughter isn't some plaything you can use for your own personal gain. Witches have rules. There are things we can and can't do. I don't care. She will be my mate or she'll die. I want her for myself. Are you able to make a potion like that? If I do this, I have your word she'll be safe? You won't kill her or hurt her again?" "Of course. Why would I hurt my mate? You've done it before. Only when needed. Now I need your answer, or I'll have my warriors end her life now." Cornelia stared at me angrily, pursing her lips into a thin line. "Fine, I'll make your potion, under one condition. I don't think you're in a position to be negotiating, but I'll consider what you want. Once I give you the potion, Sandra and Marvin will come with me. You let them go, and I'll make sure they stay far away from here." I guess that wasn't so crazy. That way I wouldn't have to get my hands dirty by killing them. I could just tell Julia they were killed or something. "Deal. Should we shake on it?" I extended my hand and Cornelia hesitated but shook it. "I need the potion in the next hour or so. Can you do that?" She only nodded. "Good. Meet me in my office in an hour with 2 doses of the potion." Cornelia looked over at Marvin and Sandra before disappearing with another soft pop. Juliana's POV. Waking up, it felt like my head had been run over by a truck. It was pounding. I tried taking a hand to my forehead, but my entire body felt heavy, and I couldn't lift my arms or legs. "Whatty fuck?" I mumbled to myself. The last thing I remember is being in the woods with Margaret. She was showing me the borders and giving me the rundown on what my Luna duties would be. There had been a lot of overwhelming information, and then we'd stopped just by the border. That was when I felt something get pushed into my neck, and a cold feeling ran through my body. After that, it was just blackness. Opening my eyes, wherever I was, it was very dark, but I could see some soft light coming from somewhere. My eyes were blurry, and it took me several attempts of blinking to clear them before I could focus. I was lying in a bed, which was surprisingly soft. But how did I get here? Who put me here? Where was Margaret? There was something heaving around my ankle. Using a great amount of energy, because my body felt as if it weighed 600 pounds, I propped myself up on my elbows so I could see better. There was a large, thick chain attached to me. It went off the bed, snaked around, and attached itself to a loop on the floor. A lot of the chain was coiled on the floor, meaning I would be able to move around the room slightly. Wow, I had considerate kidnappers. "Sophia?" I called, but was only met with silence. "Sophia, are you there?" But still, she wasn't there. Since I wasn't able to talk to her or feel her, I knew I had been injected with wolfsbane, and the chain around my ankle was silver, meaning even when the wolfsbane did wear off, I still wouldn't be able to talk to her. Sitting up more, I glanced around the room. The light was coming from a lamp in the corner, which only illuminated a quarter of the room with the dim light. "Fuck!" I yelled out loudly. My body was becoming less heavy, and with a great effort, I pulled myself up to my feet. I was in a basement, I could tell that much. The walls and floor were all cement, and there was nothing in here except this bed, the lamp, and a table. Thinking quickly, I looked around for any windows or doors. The only windows I saw were extremely tiny and located where the ceiling met the top of the wall. I had no way of reaching them. I spotted another door, and dragging my feet, I made my way towards it. The heavy chain was making it difficult for me to navigate my way around the room. Opening the door, flicking on the light, I saw that it was a bathroom with no other way in or out. I went back into the main room of the basement. "Hello," I yelled out. There had to be someone here with me upstairs. A door opened and light flooded in from the floor above. Two people were coming down the stairs. When they finally came into view, I was staring into the faces of two people I hoped to never see again. Ian and Tyler were smiling maniacally at me. "You're finally awake," Ian said, walking over and shoving me back down onto the bed. I hated not being able to resist him, but I was still weak. "Where am I? How did I get here? Are we back in October Moon? Where's Logan?" I knew he had to be the one behind this, but how had Margaret gotten involved with him? So many questions, but first, smile for Alpha Logan. Ian took out his phone and snapped a picture for me. "What was that for?" I asked. "That was to let Alpha Logan know you're alive and awake. He just needs to give us to go ahead to carry out the next part of his plan." "What plan? What does he want with me?" "You should know that you're his mate." "I'm not his mate. I rejected him, and I have a new mate now." "Alpha Logan doesn't see it that way," Tyler added. "And you won't have your new mate for much longer," Ian sneered. "What is that supposed to mean? What have you done to Alexander?" "Nothing yet, but soon you'll forget all about him." "What are you talking about? I'll never forget about him." "Careful, you don't want to reveal too much to her," Tyler warned. "What does it matter? She's going to forget all of this anyway. It's not like she can call Alpha Alexander and warn him." "Warn him about what? Tell me what's going on." "You'll figure all that out soon enough." Ian's phone went off, and he started smiling as he read the reply from Logan. "Tomrishek, Logan says we can carry out the next part of the plan." They both started moving towards me. "What are you doing?" Tyler grabbed me by the arms and dragged me to my feet. I was too weak to fight him off. "Let go of me," I yelled, trying my best to defend myself. Tyler held my arms at my sides, painfully so, while Ian came to stand in front of me. "Ready?" Ian asked. I knew he wasn't talking to me, but Tyler must have nodded, because the next thing I knew, Ian punched me right in the face. The pain exploded as my nose broke and the metallic taste of blood filled my mouth. "What the fuck?" I sputtered. "I don't see what the Alpha sees in you. Why he wants you back so badly." His next punch was to my stomach, causing me to gasp out and double over in pain. Tyler wrapped one hand around me and the other grabbed my hair, forcing my head up. Ian then slapped me hard, and my face felt like it was going to burst open. I wanted it to be over, but Ian then roundhouse kicked me in the ribs. A few of them broke instantly. I could tell just from the sheer amount of pain. Tyler let go of me, and I fell to the floor in a heap. "You can't even defend yourself from us. How could you possibly be as powerful as he says? I'm sure once he realizes what an insignificant she-wolf you are, he'll finally get rid of you, like he should have when he found out you were his mate." "Do you think that was enough?" Tyler asked. "We should probably add a few more kicks just to be safe. We don't want to disappoint the Alpha if it doesn't work. We also don't want to piss him off if we hurt her too much. Without her wolf, she won't be able to heal. We could kill her if we're not careful. One more kick won't hurt." His foot connected with my stomach again, causing me to slide back a foot or so. "That should do it," Ian said, satisfied. I heard the two of them retreat up the stairs. The light that had been spilling in was now gone, and I was once again shrouded in almost complete darkness. I couldn't move. The pain was so great. My gasping for air was the only sound in the cold, damp basement. "Sophia," I whispered, trying desperately to reach her. There was only a silent void where she should be. Blood was pouring from my nose, making it hard to breathe. "Hey, Alex." I knew he couldn't hear me, but it was all I could do. Maybe he would feel me in pain and know something was wrong, even if we hadn't completed our bond yet. Did I just have to lie here and wait for them to come back and kill me? It didn't make sense why Logan would tell them to hurt me. Maybe he was angry because I ran away. Maybe he knew I had another mate, and I was being punished for that. The only thing I could do was hope and pray silently to the moon goddess that Alex would realize I was gone and come looking for me. All the slaps and punches I had taken from Logan and Alexis over the years were nothing compared to what I felt now. What did Logan have planned for me, and how was this part of it? I should never have gone into the woods with Margaret. How could I not have suspected something was going on? I should have listened to Alex and Hannah. Knowing how nice she was being seemed weird. Did she plan to tell Alex I didn't want to be with him anymore and bring in some Lycan like Cecilia to be his mate? He would never believe that. At least I hoped he wouldn't. Moon goddess above, please guide Alex to me and make him realize something has happened. Don't make all my suffering for nothing. It can't have all been for nothing. Cornelia's POV. I couldn't believe what this vile lowlife excuse for an alpha was asking me to do. He wanted me to betray my daughter to save her. How was I supposed to say no? He had become so unhinged since she ran away that I really did believe he would kill her if I refused. I thought she was finally safe with Alexander. How could I have been so stupid? I should have been watching everything more closely. I had gotten complacent. My first thought was to try and teleport to Julia and get her out. Screw the elders if they found out. But then when he said she was with two people who had orders to kill her, I reluctantly agreed. I couldn't risk her life, so I had to find another way to help her. After I agreed, I teleported back to my room, which is where I had been when I got the feeling Julia was in danger. I had hoped Marvin would agree to come with me, and I could get all three of them out at once, even if it was against the rules. Tearing from my room, I desperately searched everywhere for Diana. She would have to help me make this potion so quickly. She was the only one I trusted with this information, and the only other skilled potions master. Finally, I found her out in the gardens, clipping herbs to restock the classrooms. Diana, thank God. Leah, what's wrong? She asked, seeing the desperation on my face as she straightened up. It's Julia. Come with me right now. Without hesitation, she followed hot on my heels. I didn't want to tell her out in public, so I took her to my private potion room. Closing the door, I turned to tell her what was happening. Leah, what's happening? He has her. Logan has her. He's threatening to kill her if I don't make a potion for him. What? How did he get her? I thought she was safe in the Lycan pack? I don't know. He didn't say, but he showed me a picture of her. He has her in some house. What kind of potion does he want? He wants something that's going to make her forget about her new mate bond and make her think Logan is still her mate. That's insane. Are you even able to do something like that? There is one potion I can think of that will work for what he wants. I'll have to tweak it slightly, but I think I can make it work. I still don't understand how he even managed to get her. I have no idea, but I need to make this potion in an hour or he's going to kill her. He wouldn't actually kill her, would he? I'm not going to sit around and find out. Why don't you just teleport to her and get her out? I can't. She's with two people under orders to kill her if I show up. I can't take that risk with her. What the Okay, tell me everything you need. The resolve on her face told me I had her full attention and cooperation. She was going to do everything she could to help me. My sister might have wanted me not to save Marvin and Sandra, but there wasn't a rule in the book she wouldn't break to save her niece. Get me my potion book off the shelf. I need to look up the ingredients. I haven't made this potion in years, and having to change things is going to be a challenge. Diana ran and grabbed my large leather-bound spellbook and placed it on the stand, while I ignited a fire under my cauldron. I went over to flip through the book, while Diana got out the basic base ingredients for any potion and began pouring them into the cauldron. I found it. We need sage, rosemary, pig's feet, eye of newt, mandrake root, burdock root, and holy thistle. If I need to change this bit right here, we're also going to need lavender, nightshade, and snakeskin. Diana was running around pulling each ingredient off the shelf and throwing it down on the table next to the cauldron. Oh, grab some wormwood too. Okay, I think I have everything. How exactly are you changing this potion? I figure if I tweak this part right here, I said, pointing to the potion in the book. That should give us what we need to help Julia. This is a very risky move, Leah. I know, but this is the only thing I can do. Turn the temperature up. We don't have time to let it simmer for an hour like we should. We began taking turns adding all the ingredients to the cauldron and watching it change color with each addition. I hoped this was going to work. I had never done anything like this before, so I was taking a big chance. After 45 minutes, the potion finally turned the dark red color we were waiting for. I'll go get a vial. Get two. We need one for Julia and one for Alexander. She brought me the vials and I spooned some potion into each one of them until they were full. Replacing the cork, I turned to Diana. Stay here. I'll be right back. Logan would be waiting for me in his office, so that's where I teleported to. When I looked around, I saw him sitting behind his desk, looking smugly at me. Cutting it close, don't you think? I did what you asked. Here's your Dan potion, I said, placing the vials on the desk. And will this make her forget about her bond? I've never done anything like this before, but it will get the job done just fine. It better, or your daughter is going to be the one paying the price. If it doesn't, I'll try again. I like your willingness to work with me. The smile on his face made me want to slap him. How proud he seemed that he was able to control such powerful people. If he had asked me to do this for anyone else, I would have refused. I want Marvin and Sandra, like you promised. He looked at me for a second, and I thought he was going to tell me no. Fine, go take them. It saves me the trouble of getting my hands dirty by killing them. The urge to say something back to him was almost too strong to fight, but I knew better. Instead, I teleported back to the dungeons to Marvin and Sandra. Cornelia, did you do it? Shh, you both have to come with me now. This is your only chance to survive. I reached out my hand to Marvin, who took it without question. Sandra reached her hand out from her cell so I could reach it through the bars on Marvin's door. You need to get my mate Beth, Marvin said to me. Logan will come after her. I'm surprised he hasn't already. I'll come right back for her. Focusing on my room, I took all three of us there. Holy shut, Diana said when she saw them holding onto each of my hands. Leah, you didn't. I had to. Logan was going to kill them. What if the elders find out? You can't do things like this without thinking of the consequences. We've risked enough as it is. They won't. We'll take them somewhere safe. I'll take them to Alpha Alexander. And say what? Oh, I'm your mate's mom. Here are two wolves I need you to protect. I actually have one more person to go get. No, Leah, don't. But I was already gone. Beth was sitting at her kitchen table, reading a book. She looked up when she noticed I was in the room. Holy fuck, she yelled, jumping to her feet. It's okay, Marvin sent me. I'm Cornelia, Julia's birth mother. What? What are you talking about? How did Marvin send you? I just got them out of the dungeons. He sent me back for you. I don't understand. I know, but just take my hand and everything will make sense. I'll take you to him. I held out my hand, hoping she would believe me. She looked at me confused, but walked forward and took my hand. Next second, we were back in my room with a very angry-looking Diana. Marvin, Beth yelled, throwing herself into his arms. You're okay. I don't understand what's happening. Don't worry, love. I'll explain everything. Cornelia, can I talk to you alone? I followed her out of my room, across the hall, and into hers. Leah, what is wrong with you? You can't just teleport 3 werewolves here. What was I supposed to do? Let Logan kill them? They didn't do anything wrong. They don't deserve to die. Fuck, she yelled. They're here now. What are we going to do with them? We have to figure it out, because they can't stay here long. Someone is bound to find them. I think I have an idea about where we can take them. We just need to keep them hidden for a little while longer. Alexander's POV. I had been in meetings for most of the day. Looking at my watch, I realized how late it was and that Julia had not come to see me. I wondered if she'd gotten tied up with Hannah or Elijah, but it seemed weird to me that neither of them would have said anything to me. This feeling like she needed me seemed to wash over me suddenly. Hannah, are you with Julia? No, I took her to breakfast and then she went back to your apartment to organize everything we bought yesterday. She was supposed to come train with us, but I haven't seen her yet. You know what? I just remembered she was supposed to go to Dr. Williams today to have her stitches removed. That's probably where she is. Okay, let me know if you need help finding her. I cut the link with Hannah and opened one with Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams, is Julia with you? Good afternoon, Alpha. Not currently. She was here a little while ago getting her stitches taken out, but she left with your mother. My mother? Yes, Luna Margaret came with her to the hospital, and then they left together. I'm not sure what they were doing, but she's probably with her. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Shet, if she was with my mother alone, there was no telling what lies she was filling her head with. I decided to cancel the last 2 meetings I had for the day and go find Julia. Mother, are you with Julia? There was no answer from her. That wasn't a good sign. Packing up all my things quickly, I started towards my apartment. That was the first place I would look, seeing as Julia had so many things to go through, it would probably take a while. Walking through the door, I called out to her. Julia! There was no answer. I went upstairs and into our bedroom, thinking maybe she was in the shower. Julia, are you in here? Still, I was only met with silence. I searched the closet, bathroom, and the bedroom Julia had spent half her first night in. She was nowhere to be found. My Lycan was starting to panic. Mate, he whined. We'll find her, I reassured him. Heading back into the kitchen, I saw a folded piece of paper on the island I had missed when I first came in. Opening it up, I saw a note in handwriting I didn't recognize. Dear Alexander, I'm so sorry to have to tell you this, but after hearing all the things I'm going to be responsible for, it just all seems like too much for a she-wolf like me. I don't think I can do this anymore. Please don't be mad at me, and please don't come looking for me. I've done what I should have done when I felt October moon. I'm going to become a rogue. I hope you find a strong Lycan to be your mate. Please reject me so we can both find who we're supposed to be with. You should be with someone strong who can be queen. Juliana. Reading the letter, my heart sank. This didn't make any sense. She was just beginning to seem comfortable here with me. She seemed like she was ready to become my Luna. This had to be my mother's doing. She must have said something to Julia about how she shouldn't be here. But why wouldn't she just have rejected me? Why did I have to be the one to reject her? I had to get to the bottom of this. Mother, I need to talk to you now. It took a second for her to reply again. What's wrong, sweetheart? Come to my apartment now. I'm on my way. I began pacing around my kitchen thinking about what was happening. There was no way Julia would leave me like this without saying anything. It didn't seem like something she would do. I took off my white suit jacket and poured myself a glass of whiskey. My mother finally came in about 10 minutes later, just in the pack house. Care to explain this to me? I said, pushing the letter towards her. She took it and read it slowly. I have no idea. Really? Because according to Dr. Williams, you were the last one with her. What did you say to her? Nothing. I simply told her what her responsibilities would be as the Luna and Queen. She seemed a bit overwhelmed, but when I left her, she seemed in good spirits. Then how do you explain this? She wouldn't have just left without talking to me. There's no way. Well, in all honesty, you've only known her for a couple of days. How do you really know what she would and wouldn't do? She's my mate. I know that, but it doesn't seem like she wants to be anymore. We have to find her. She could be hurt. What if October Moon has found her? Do you really think October Moon could get inside our borders and take her? Possibly. I wouldn't put it past them. And they left this note? Is that what you're saying? Alexander, listen to yourself. What you're saying is impossible. I took another sip of my whiskey. I'll make some tea for us. You need something better than whiskey. She started moving around the kitchen, getting cups and the kettle. I went back upstairs to see if I could find anything else. Going back into the closet, I saw most of her new clothes hung up nicely. Then something caught my eye. It was the bags Julia had with her when I found her. If she took the time to take these with her when she escaped October Moon, there was no way she would leave them behind now. Running back down the stairs and into the kitchen. I'm going to go talk to Elijah, I told my mom. I stepped outside into the fresh air. Elijah, I need to talk to you and Hannah immediately. Of course, Alpha, where are you? Meet me outside my apartment, on our way. It only took a minute before I saw them running full speed towards me. Alex, what's wrong? Hannah blurted out. It's Julia, she's gone. What? They said together. I came home and found a note that says she can't be my mate with all the responsibility it requires. That's insane. She wouldn't do something like that. What did Mom say to her? Hannah said. I don't know, but I don't think she really just left. I think something happened to her. I just don't know what. The bags she had when I first found her are still in the closet. She would never have left those, especially after taking them with her from October Moon. I want you two to get patrol groups together and send them into the woods. Search every corner of these woods. Look for any sign of her. Absolutely. We'll look all night if that's what it takes. Don't worry, we'll find her. Elijah clapped me on the back, while Hannah gave me a hug before taking off. I went back into the kitchen, determined to get more information from my mother. She knew more than she was letting on. I could feel it. Here's your tea, she said, handing me a cup. Tell me what else you know. There has to be more to this story. I don't know anything. I told you everything I know. I don't believe you. Julia would never have left without the bags she came in with. She looked at me surprised. Drink your tea before it gets cold. It'll help calm you down. Just wanting to appease her, I rolled my eyes and took a quick sip. Now I won't ask again. Something was wrong. My vision was closing in, and I felt dizzy. I stumbled, knocking one of the stools over as I followed it to the ground. Opening my eyes, there was nothing but blackness around me. I stood up and looked around, but there was nothing. No sound or light. Hello! Where the hell was I? What had been in that tea my mother had given me? Don't be afraid, Alexander. There was a voice behind me, and I spun around quickly to see a woman standing there in long robes of dark blue. I had never seen her before, but she looked very familiar. The features of her face and the dark, wavy nature of her hair. Who are you? Where am I? First, just know that you're safe. Second, I'm Cornelia Sullivan, Julia's birth mother. What? That doesn't make any sense. How are you here? Wherever here is. Here is inside your mind. I have a lot to tell you if you want to save your mate and my daughter. What are you talking about? We don't have a lot of time. Logan has Julia and plans to take her back as his mate. What? How in the name of the moon goddess did he get her? She was here. I just saw her this morning. I have no idea how he got her, but he did. She's currently being held in a house outside the October moon's borders to the north. I can sense her, but I can't go to her. Logan says he'll kill her if I do. A loud growl ripped through me, as I wasn't able to control my Lycan's anger. I know you're angry, and please don't rip my head off when I tell you the next few pieces of information. What's that? Logan hurt her. He hurt her so that I would feel it and come running to save her. He wanted me to make a potion that could be given to both of you to make you forget your mate bond with each other. He did what? You helped him. I didn't have a choice. I made him the potion, but I didn't make it the way he wanted. I made it so it would put both of you in a dreamlike state so I could talk to you. I'm going to tell Julia to play along with his plan, make him think she's forgotten about you. It's the only way he'll let her out of that house. Once he does, he'll take her back to October Moon, where he thinks he'll be able to mate and mark her. Mine. My Lycan's angry claim came from my lips before I could stop it. It's okay, he won't get the chance because you'll be waiting for him. You know where he'll be and when to attack. Has he given the potion to Julia yet? No, but he will soon. I'll go to her and tell her everything. Can I ask you something? Sure. Why did you abandon her all those years ago? I had to. It was forbidden in my coven to be mated to a wolf. But you know what a mate bond is like. Her father and I couldn't stay away from each other. After she was born, we tried to hide her, but realized she needed more protection. I left her outside October Moon and led Marvin to her. I didn't know about the views of the pack, or I would have picked somewhere else. I'm sorry. I'm sure that must have been a difficult decision. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. Almost as hard as watching her get abused for 15 years. I'm very happy she's found you. Alexander. Wait, if mating to a wolf is forbidden, isn't helping them also against the law? Yes, it is. I'm breaking a lot of rules by doing this, and my sister is very angry with me because I saved Marvin and Sandra from the dungeons after I made the potion. If the elders find out what I've done, they'll either kill me or strip me of my powers and banish me. But the safety of my daughter is much more important than anything. Now remember, she's in a safe house on the northernmost border. Wait for them near October moon, and you'll be able to get her back. So, if I'm in this dreamlike state, it must have been the tea. My mother was in on this entire thing. I have to go. If I can help in any other way, I will. Save Julia, please. Cornelia started to fade away as the blackness around me started to diminish. Light was engulfing me as I was coming out of this state. When I woke up, my mother was in for a rude awakening. Logan's POV. Cornelia had just disappeared, and I picked up the potion she left. It was a dark red color, and she had only given me 2 vials. I should have asked for more, just in case anything went wrong. Nothing is going to go wrong, Levi told me. This plan is going to work. Look what we've been able to do already. We've outsmarted the Lycan King and the witch. There's nothing we can't do. We need to let Margaret know we have the potion. I picked up my phone and began dialing her number. She picked up on the first ring. Do you have it? Was the first thing out of her mouth. Yes, I'm looking at it right now. And you're sure it's going to work? The witch assured me it should get the job done. Good, I'll see you at the border. See you then. I hung up the phone and made to leave my office. I was almost at the front door when a warrior came running over to me frantically. Alpha, the prisoners are gone. I know that I let them go. Why did you do that? Because we don't need them anymore. They were only a liability to me down there. Why not just kill them? Because I'm bringing my mate back. She would never stay if she thought I killed her mother. I don't understand, Alpha. You're bringing the hybrid back? Don't call her that. She is your Luna, and you will address her as such. Yes, Alpha, he stammered out, cowering in fear. Storming past him, I headed into the woods to meet Margaret. I shifted to Levi and let him run us there so it wouldn't take as long. He was happy to be out and doing something. It didn't take him very long to get us to the border. We shifted back and I quickly threw our clothes back on. Making sure I still had the potion in my pocket, I waited for Margaret to arrive. I didn't have to wait long before I saw her emerging from the trees. Finally, she huffed, holding out her hand. I handed her the vial and she examined it closely. Do I have to give him all of it? I think so, she didn't say. After we do this, I expect we won't have contact with each other again. No, I think this is best taken to our graves. Have you completed your part of the plan? I wrote the note and left it for Alexander to find. I'm just waiting for him to come home from work and find it. Good, once you give him the potion and everything is in order on your end, let me know. I'm going to see Julia now. Thank you for agreeing to do this with me. It will be the best thing for both our packs. She shook my hand before leaving. Taking off my clothes again, I shifted, and Levi took us back to the safe house where Julia was. I hadn't seen her since I left, and I hope Ian and Tyler didn't hurt her too badly. If they did, there would be consequences. Shifting back and changing, I went into the house. Tyler and Ian were sitting on the couch laughing. How's Julia? I asked. She's fine, still downstairs. How is she? I don't know. We haven't been down there since we sent you that picture and roughed her up a little. Ian laughed when he said the last part. These idiots. What if she was hurt or worse? When I got to the bottom of the stairs, I saw Julia crumpled up on the floor. Her face was bloody and she wasn't unconscious. Ian! Tyler! I roared. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, I raced back into the living room, picking Ian up by the neck so his feet just grazed the floor. Levi was in full control as his anger had taken over. What the fuck did you do to her? I told you not to hurt her! Alpha, please, Tyler begged, but I wasn't having it. Shut up! I punched him hard in the face, causing him to fall backwards. Ian was gasping for air, so I threw him into the wall with such force he left a large human-sized dent. You could have killed her, and then this would have all been for nothing. I'm so sorry, Alpha, Ian gasped out. Not as sorry as you will be. I left the 2 of them to nurse their wounds while I went back down to Julia. Picking her limp body up, I placed her back in bed. She was still breathing. She must have passed out from the pain. The bathroom had a washcloth, which I used to clean the blood from her face gently. Her nose was clearly broken, and already black and blue marks were forming around her eyes. Apart from that, I didn't see any external injuries. "I want to rip their heads off," Levi growled. "I want to as well, but we need them. We'll punish them for what they did later." After getting Julia cleaned up, I went and got a chair from the living room, placing it in the corner so I would be able to see when she woke up. I didn't want to miss it for a second. After about an hour, Julia began to stir. "Julia," I went to her bedside. "Alex," she mumbled. Levi growled at the idea she thought we were him. "It's not Alex," I told her. She opened her beautiful amber eyes, looking around before she focused on me. "Logan." Fear suddenly flooded her face. She tried to squirm away but winced in pain and put her hand on her ribs. Ian must have broken some. "I'm sorry they messed you up so badly, my mate." "I'm not your mate. I rejected you." "I didn't accept your rejection, though." "It doesn't matter. I have a new mate." "And where is he now? They don't want you in their pack. He was just too nice to reject you. We all know you don't belong with him. You belong with me." I tried to touch her face, but she turned her head. "Why are you fighting our bond? If you had just wanted to be with me and refused to leave with Marvin, none of this would have happened." "I had to leave. Your father was going to kill me. I would have fixed that. I would have protected you. You didn't even want me as your Luna." "I changed my mind, but I didn't get a chance to tell you." "Well, I haven't changed mine. I don't want to be with you, Logan. Get that through your head." Levi took over and slapped her across the face. "You'll change your mind in a minute." "Tyler! Ian, get down here!" They both came thundering down the stairs. "What do you need, Alpha?" Tyler asked. "Hold her hands and legs down." Each of them grabbed one of Julia's arms and legs, pinning her to the bed. "What are you doing? Get off of me!" Julia tried to yank her limbs free, but without her wolf she was weak and the pain from her injuries was making it impossible. "Please, let me go. You can't force mark me. It won't stick." "I'm not going to mark you yet. First I'm going to make you forget about Alex and your bond with him." "No, stop. Please," Julia screamed. "This is for your own good," I told her, grabbing her face in my hand and forcing her mouth open. Uncorking the vial, I poured the red liquid into her mouth, making sure to give her every last drop. She sputtered and tried not to swallow, but eventually did, gagging at the taste. What happened next wasn't at all what I was expecting. "You bastard!" she yelled out. "Alex is—" She didn't finish her sentence because she convulsed slightly before closing her eyes. "Julia! Julia!" I yelled, shaking her, but she didn't wake up. Her chest was rising and falling, so I knew she was still alive. "What the happened?" Tyler asked. "I have no idea. The witch didn't tell me this would happen. Maybe this is all part of how the potion works. Maybe it has to strip their bond from her memory and it's going to take some time. That witch better hope that's what's happening, because if she tricked me, everyone she loves is going to die." "I'm sure she will wake up soon, Alpha," Tyler reassured me. "Both of you go upstairs and be ready to leave when I say. As soon as she wakes up, I'll feed her the story of being my mate and we'll head for October Moon." "Yes, Alpha." Tyler was the only one who answered me. I suspected Ian wasn't able to talk after my outburst at their treatment of Julia. I went and sat back in my chair, thinking about the story I was going to tell her when she woke up. I didn't know what she was going to forget, but I was going to tell her as much as possible to get her to mate with me. Juliana's POV. I opened my eyes to find I was lying on the ground in complete darkness. Sitting up, I was expecting to be in pain, but it didn't come. Felling my face, it didn't seem my nose was broken anymore. "Sophia, are you there?" But I was frustrated to find I still couldn't hear her. Damn it, I got to my feet and looked around. There was nothing but blackness. Where the was I? Logan had forced that potion down my throat. He said something about it, making me forget about Alex. But I hadn't forgotten him. I could see his face so clearly in my mind. What had that potion done to me? "Hello? Is anyone there?" "Juliana, turn around." The voice behind me wasn't what I was expecting. It was a woman's voice. Turning around, I saw an older woman standing before me. Her robes were long and flowing. She wasn't very tall, and her hair looked very similar to mine, though her eyes were a soft hazel. She had long, thin fingers that were folded in front of her. The smile on her face was kind, but sympathetic, almost like she was happy to see me but sad at the same time. Why did I have the feeling I knew who she was? Hello, my darling. Who are you? I'm your birth mother, Cornelia Sullivan. My what? Your birth mother. I don't understand. How are you here? And where exactly am I? She smiled at me. Alexander asked me the same thing. Alex, you saw Alex? I did. The same thing that happened to you happened to him. So he's okay? Yes, and he's coming for you. He is? Yes, but there's a few things I need to tell you before this potion wears off. Okay, but I still don't understand how you're even here. Well, if I'm telling you the truth, I made the potion that put you in this state. You did what? I made this potion, but I had to, and let me explain why. Logan used you to get to me. He knew if his friends hurt you, I'd come. He told me to make a potion that would make you forget your mate bond with Alex. If I refused, he was going to have them kill you. If I tried to teleport to you and take you away, he would have them kill you. I made the potion, but not the way he wanted. Instead of making you forget your bond with Alex, I put you both in a dreamlike state so I could come and talk to you. I've already spoken to him and told him where you are and what to do, but now it's your turn. What do you mean? When you wake up, you need to play along with Logan's game. You need to make him think you've forgotten your bond with Alex. Play into whatever story he gives you. Why? It's the only way to get you out of this basement and outside. Alex is going to be waiting for you near October Moon's border. Okay, I guess I can do that. Cornelia took a few steps towards me. Reaching out, she tucked a piece of hair behind my ear. I've watched you grow into such a beautiful young woman, and I'm so proud of you. Wait, what do you mean? I don't have time to explain right now. I've already broken too many rules by talking to you. She started to fade away like a ghost as the air around me began to lighten. Wait, I still want to talk to you. I'm sorry, I love you. She was gone before I could say anything else. Everything was getting lighter, like someone was turning a light on slowly. I tried to remember everything she told me. Blinking slowly, I focused on the ceiling of the dimly lit basement. Turning my head, I saw Logan sitting in the corner looking at his phone. Thinking about what Cornelia said, I figured the acting started now. Logan, what happened? Julia, you're awake. He came to my bedside and grabbed my hand. Although his touch repulsed me, I had to make this convincing if I wanted out of here. I was also surprised that I could still feel some electricity from our old bond. That had to be because he hadn't accepted my rejection, so our bond still existed in some form until Alex and I marked each other. Why am I in so much pain, and where are we? You don't remember anything? No. Well, do you know that you're my mate? I'm your what? Yes, you're my mate, and we're so happy together. We are? Yes, until you were stolen from me by another alpha. They beat you and I managed to find and rescue you. Why did another alpha take me? I don't know. I think they were jealous. I have such a powerful mate, you being part witch and all. Are we back in October Moon? Not yet. We're in one of the safe houses right outside the pack. I brought you here first to make sure you were okay. Will you help me sit up? Logan placed a hand behind my back and helped pull me to a sitting position. The pain in my ribs was excruciating. Why is there a chain on my ankle? Logan got a panicked look on his face. I just got worried when you woke up you would be confused and try to run away. Quickly, he undid the chain. Sophia, I said, but she still wasn't there. I guess the wolfsbane wasn't completely out of my system. Do you want to go back to October Moon now? Are we able to wait? I just still feel terrible, and I'd like to rest a little more. He looked annoyed for a second, but then his face softened. Sure, you stay here where you're safe, and I'll go talk to Ian and Tyler. He kissed my forehead before leaving the basement. Logan, I called, making him turn. Thank you for saving me. A smile spread across his face, and for a second, I got a glimpse of the person he could have been. It did make me sad, because seeing him now, and how he was treating me, meant he could have been kind to me had he chosen to. I knew it wouldn't last long, though. As soon as he realized what was happening, he would go back to his old self. Swinging my legs over the side of the bed, I gingerly got to my feet. Now that I wasn't chained anymore, I knew Sophia would come back to me soon and heal me. I went into the bathroom to see how bad I looked. Around my eyes were turning black and blue from the broken nose, and my eyes were slightly puffy. I couldn't see the damage to my ribs, but I could feel it. Most of the blood that I felt was gone from my face. Maybe Logan cleaned it off? Running the faucet, I tried to get off the last little bit. I didn't want to be covered in blood when Alex found me. Going back out, I sat on the bed again. My birth mother had come to me. There were so many questions I had for her, but I wasn't able to ask any of them. I hoped I would be able to talk to her again, but it sounded like that wasn't likely. She had risked a lot by faking that potion, but it seemed like she had the power to protect herself. But if she had all that power, why wasn't she able to protect me growing up? Why had she left me with October Moon? The door to the basement opened and light flooded the room. Logan came down the stairs carrying a tray. I thought you might be hungry after everything. He put the tray on the bed and sat down next to me. Thank you, I am. I took a piece of toast and started eating. Sitting here with him felt strange. I had only been out of the pack for a few days, but already he felt like a stranger. Are we going to be driving back to October Moon? I wanted to know, because if we walked, it would be easier for Alex to attack. I also hoped that Sophia would be back with me soon to heal me, so I could also shift and join in the fight. We're not too far, so I thought we could walk, if you're feeling up for that. I think I'll be fine. I just need a little time to rest, but I think the food is also going to help. Is there anything else I can do for you? He asked. No, thanks. This is good. Logan reached up and brushed his fingers across my cheek. I didn't mean to, but I recoiled slightly. Sorry, it just hurt my nose. My lie seemed to work because he smiled sympathetically at me. Sorry you got so banged up. It's okay, I'll heal. When we get back, you'll have to tell me more about what happened to me. Sure, once you're healed and feeling better. Maybe in a couple of days. He probably needed a couple of days to come up with some story about the alpha that took me. My guess was he'd blame Alex for taking and hurting me because he thought I didn't know who he was. Sophia, please come back to me soon. I prayed to the moon goddess. Alexander's POV. I woke up from my dream state with my mom standing over me, looking slightly panicked. The anger I felt for this woman right now was on a level I had never felt before. She was in on whatever sick plan Logan had come up with. She had my mate kidnapped and planned to destroy our bond, my own mother. How this woman could betray me like she did and think that I wouldn't find out was beyond me. My Lycan was angrier than I was at the thought of another man putting his hands on our mate. He wanted to shift and tear every building down until he found her. Alexander, are you all right? I think so, I told her, getting to my feet. I wanted to make her think for a moment her plan had worked before I threw her in the dungeons. What happened? I don't know. I just made you some tea and then you collapsed. You gave me quite a scare. It's funny how you say you don't know what happened. I find that very hard to believe, seeing as this was all part of your plan. I had the satisfaction of watching all the color drain from her face. What are you talking about? I haven't planned anything. Cut the shh, mother. I know everything. What? I know what you and Logan are trying to do, making a potion to try and make Julia and I forget about our bond. Did you really think you could fuck up the bond of the Lycan King so easily? How? Why are you saying this? The only thing that potion did was tell me everything I needed to know. It told me what a lying, deceitful, selfish woman you are. You are not fit to call yourself the former queen of this pack. Alexander, listen to what you're accusing me of. I would never do something as horrible as what you've just said. You're mistaken, and you're scaring me. No, I'm not mistaken, and you're not nearly as scared as you should be. Jason, I need you in my apartment at once with silver chains. Coming as fast as I can, Alpha. How could you do this to me? I'm your son. Why would you plot against me to take Julia away? My mother looked at me with an innocent sort of stare. Why was she still playing dumb? You better answer me fast before Jason gets here. Jason, why is he? For the love of the moon goddess, stop pretending you're innocent. I roared at her, my Lycan's guttural voice mixing with my own. This time, she pursed her lips and gave me a loathing sort of glare. She's not fit to be the queen of this pack. She's just a werewolf and a hybrid one at that. That hybrid is twice the Luna you ever were and ever will be. She is an amazing woman who has suffered more than you have ever known. You did this for yourself and the stupid reputation of this pack. Don't pretend that you did this for me. But I did do this for you. You need to be with a Lycan. You're supposed to be with a Lycan. I'm to be with whoever the moon goddess pairs me with, and that's Juliana Parker. Jason came barreling through the front door. Alpha, what do you need? Chain my mother in silver and take her to the dungeons. Make sure she doesn't escape. Yes, Alpha. Jason advanced towards my mother, pulling out silver cuffs. Alexander, you can't be serious, she said, taking a step back. I'm very serious. Stay put, I commanded, making her freeze. Jason grabbed her arms and put the cuffs on her wrists. The look on her face was of utter horror and shock. Take her phone. She's been communicating with another Alpha, plotting to kidnap the Luna. Once she's in the dungeons, gather all the warriors you can find and meet me outside the pack house. Yes, Alpha. Jason pulled my mother towards the front door. Alexander, please, think about what you're doing. Think about everything I've done for you. I ignored her screams and mind-linked Hannah and Elijah. Elijah, Hannah, forget the patrol groups. Meet me in my apartment now. Juliana's in danger. Holy fuck, we'll be right there. I picked up the teacup with the intent of throwing it across the kitchen, but stopped myself. Right now, this and the letter were the only evidence my mother had done anything. I found a small container under the island and carefully poured the contents inside, placing it in the fridge. Fuck! I yelled out, picking up my whiskey glass and smashing it into the wall instead. Looking down at myself, I was still in my dress shirt and pants from work. Knowing what I was about to go do, changing seemed like a good idea. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, running into my closet, I threw on a t-shirt and some workout shorts. By the time I got back downstairs, Elijah and Hannah were walking through the door. Alex, what's happening? Where's Julia? Logan has her. What? How in the heck did that happen? Elijah asked. It's a long story. Somehow, Mom and Logan came up with some plan to kidnap her and use a potion to make us forget our bond. What the fuck? Hannah said. Well, clearly it didn't work, Elijah added. Only because he asked Julia's birth mother to make it, and she didn't do what he asked. It just put us into a dream state where she came and explained everything. I'm so confused, Hannah said. I know, but all we need to do now is go meet Jason in front of the pack house. We're taking as many warriors as we can and going to meet Logan before he takes Julia into his pack lands. They're in a safe house to the north. Okay, let's go, Elijah said, walking towards the front door. So, Mom got involved in all of this? Yes, she wrote a note trying to make me think Julia left and went rogue. I almost bought it, but then I saw Julia's bags she came in with, and I knew she would never have left them. She made me this tea that had the potion in it, and I passed out. That's when Cornelia came and explained to me what was happening. Holy shit! Why did she do that? She hates that Julia's a wolf and a hybrid. She wanted her out of the way and figured delivering her to Logan would be the easiest way to achieve that. Where is she now? In the dungeons. I'll figure out what to do with her once we get Julia back. If anything has happened to her, I'll show her no mercy. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Right now we have to help Julia, Hannah said. I knew figuring out what to do with our mom was going to be difficult. Even though she betrayed me and her pack, she was still our mother. I will think about that later. I didn't have the mental capacity to go down that road right now. It was taking all my energy to stop my Lycan from shifting and taking matters into his own hands. Outside the pack house, Jason had gathered close to 100 of our warriors. Alpha, he said when he saw me. Everyone is here and ready for your instruction. Thank you, Jason. Warriors of the Crystal Sky Pack, we have had a betrayal by our own former Luna. She has conspired with the Alpha of the October Moon Wolf Pack to kidnap our new Luna, Juliana. There was a murmur through the crowd, and many were exchanging confused looks. I know this is hard to believe, but she just fed me a potion that was intended to make me forget about my bond with Juliana. It didn't work, however, and it is now time for us to go march on October Moon and bring our Luna home. Why would she do this, Alpha? A young warrior named Axel asked. She does not approve of me being mated to a wolf. I know that is unconventional, but the moon goddess never makes mistakes. I have been mated to Juliana for a reason. If anyone feels they cannot fight for their Luna because she is a wolf, you should leave the pack now. Noon moved. We will engage October Moon at their northern border, taking them by surprise. I don't know if Alpha Logan will have any warriors with him, so we need to be prepared for anything. They have taken our Luna, so we will show them no mercy. You are to leave Alpha Logan to me, but kill any other warrior who might try to stop us. Harm no woman or child who does not pose a threat. Yes, Alpha, everyone chanted in unison. Do not engage the enemy until you hear an order from me. Once I see Juliana, that is when I'll give the order. We'll shift to get there quicker, but have some spare clothes so we can shift back while we wait. I want everyone back here in 20 minutes ready to go. Yes, Alpha! Everyone scattered to go and collect what they needed, and let their families know what was happening. Elijah, Hannah, and I all went our separate ways to gather extra clothes. Although being naked was a very common and comfortable thing in our world, I didn't know how long we would be waiting for Logan to appear. While I was grabbing some clothes, I heard a soft popping noise behind me. I turned around to see not only Cornelia standing in my closet, but also 3 other people, a man and 2 women. What the Cornelia, what are you doing here? And who are these people? Alpha Alexander, this is Sandra Parker, Julia's mother, Marvin and Beth Lee, the former beta of October Moon and his mate. I need your help with keeping them safe. Where did they come from? October Moon's dungeons. I made a deal that if I made Logan the potion, I got to take them with me. He was going to kill them otherwise. I can't keep them in my coven. The elders will find out. Fine, the 3 of you stay here until we get Julia back. Alpha, please, we want to help you get Julia back, one of the women said. Since the other one was holding hands with Marvin, I figured this must be Sandra, Julia's mother. We're all experienced fighters, and we can help you, Marvin added. Okay, follow me and we'll meet up with my warriors. I threw each of them some extra clothes. These are for after we get there. Sandra turned to Cornelia. I know you took a great risk and sacrifice rescuing us and helping Julia. I want to thank you for always looking out for her and putting your own life at risk to save her. Of course, as you well know, the love of a mother for her child knows no limit. In case we never see each other again, I want to thank you for taking such good care of our daughter. She has turned into a strong, confident, brilliant young woman because of you. The 2 women exchanged a tearful hug before Cornelia was gone with a soft pop. Let's go, I told them. Juliana's POV. I was trying to buy myself and Alex as much time as possible. My mother had said he was coming for me, but I didn't know how much time he needed. Desperately, I kept trying to contact Sophia, but she wasn't responding. Eating slower than I ever had in my life, I was just about to finish the tray of food Logan had brought for me. Julia, we really need to get back to the pack. We have things that we need to take care of. I knew that meant mating and marking, which is what he wanted to do to truly break my bond with Alex. I was just hoping my wolf would come back to me by now. Do you know why she's gone? My guess is that Alpha, who took you, injected you with wolfsbane, and that's why she's not responding. She should be back soon, but don't worry. He came closer to me and put an arm around me. I'll be there to protect you. Great, I lied. Logan looked at me, and I could tell his eyes were full of pure lust for me. What came next didn't surprise me, but it caught me slightly off guard. He leaned in to place a kiss on my lips. I knew I couldn't pull away or he might suspect something, so I held still and let it happen. After a second, I pulled away wincing. Sorry, it's just my ribs. I understand you'll heal soon and we'll be able to be together again. Right. Logan got to his feet and reached his hand out to me. I guess there was no delaying it any longer. I just hoped Alex would be there like my mother said. If my wolf came back to me and he wasn't, I was going to make a run for it. Following Logan up the stairs, I saw Ian and Tyler standing in the living room. Anger began bubbling up inside of me, thinking about what they had done, but I couldn't let it show. I had to pretend like I didn't remember anything. Beta, Gamma, look who's finally ready to make the trip home. Hello, Luna, Tyler said. Ian didn't say anything but bowed his head to me. How far away are we from October Moon? I asked. About 5 miles. And you said we're walking? Yes, But like I said, I'll be right next to you if anything happens." "Perfect." He smiled at me, and I tried to smile back as convincingly as I could. Opening the door, I followed Logan outside with Ian and Tyler right behind us. This house was located somewhere in the woods. The trees were thick, blocking out a lot of the sunlight. From what I could tell, it was much later in the day than it had been when I entered the woods with Margaret. We began our long walk towards October moon. Logan had such a tight hold on my hand, it was beginning to hurt. The longer we walked, the more anxious I became. Maybe Alex wasn't coming, maybe Margaret had done something to him. "We're nearly there," Logan said. Now I noticed the pain in my ribs was starting to lessen. "Sophia, are you there?" I called. "I'm here, Julia." "Oh, thank the goddess." Relief washed over me knowing that Sophia was finally back and we would be able to shift. The four of us came out of the woods, into a clearing I knew was almost at the border of the pack. Fear was beginning to flood my body. If I had to make a run for it, would I be able to get away again? I barely made it last time, and this time there seemed to be no one here to help me. Houses were coming into view in the distance, and my heartbeat quickened. "Home at last, my mate," Logan cooed, kissing the back of my hand. "Alpha Logan!" A familiar voice shouted from behind me. I whipped around and almost cried at the sight of Alex, Elijah, and Hannah standing just in the tree line behind us. "Touch my mate again, and it will be the last thing you ever do." "What? How do you know who she is?" The three of them were walking towards us. "You thought you could fuck with the bond of the Lycan King? You truly are stupider than Julia described you." "You're too late. She doesn't remember who you are. She's my mate now." "No, Logan, I'm not." I sneered from behind him. He turned to look at me. "What? You know who he is?" "Of course I do. Your little plot to make us forget our bond backfired." "No." Before I could react, Logan grabbed me and crushed me, so my back was up against his chest, so I was facing Alex. "I'll mark her before you have a chance to react. That is the woman I love. If you so much as lay a finger on her, I'll kill you." "Hold on a second, did he just say he loves us?" "I don't think now is the time to think about that." "Logan." Now I must have misheard. There was no way I had just heard that voice. Then from out of the tree line stepped Marvin, Beth, and my mom. "It's over. Just let her go." His hot breath was on my neck, and I knew he was elongating his canines about to pierce my skin. "I don't think so," I said. Just like I had done when training with Marvin, I let go of all my body weight. Logan fell forward slightly, losing his tight grip on me. Throwing my head back, I felt it make contact with his face, and he howled out in pain, loosening his grip even more. I stepped to the side and elbowed him hard in the stomach, slipping from his grip completely. I ran towards Alex as fast as I could, but felt a hand close around my arm. Without thinking, Sophia took over, and we shifted right there. This was the first time anyone had seen Sophia besides Alex. I looked at Logan, who had a shocked look on his face, while Ian and Tyler looked petrified. It seemed weird that they would be that scared of me, but then my shadow was overtaken by an even larger one. Looking around, I saw a 10-foot-tall, snarling Lycan, standing on 2 feet behind me. Though I had never seen him shift, I knew it had to be Alex. He put a giant paw on Sophia's shoulder, and I felt the electricity shoot through us. Looking back at Logan, the look of shock on his face was gone, replaced by seething anger. We watched as he shifted to his gray wolf, Levi. Ian and Tyler were also shifting to their tan and brown wolves. Levi let out a loud howl, and from behind him emerged a sea of wolves. He must have called them when he realized his plan had gone south. Alex growled loudly, and I felt the ground shake slightly as, from behind us, came close to 100 Lycans. Among them was my mom's wolf Terry, Marvin's wolf Ray, and Beth's wolf Gloria. Everyone was snarling and baring their teeth, letting the other side know they weren't backing down. Sophia looked into Alex's black eyes, bearing so much love and adoration. Then we charged forward towards Logan, and he did the same. Their warriors and ours met in a bloody battle for dominance. I wanted to go after Logan, but a large dark brown wolf came flying at me, barreling into me and knocking me to the ground. Sophia got up quickly and took a swipe at him with her large paw. She made contact with his shoulder and ripped large, deep cuts into his fur. They retaliated by kicking us hard in the side, knocking the wind out of Sophia. We were looking down at the barrel of his snarling teeth when a Lycan ran up behind them, grabbed them around the middle, and crushed them with sheer force. I have no idea who it was, but I was grateful to them. The only sounds were the snarling of teeth, thumping of bodies hitting the ground, and cries of pain. There were wolves and Lycans flying every which way. I looked into the sea of fighting, trying to locate anyone that I knew. I stopped Terry trying to fight a large golden wolf, and she wasn't faring well. Taking off, Sophia ran at full speed, slamming into the wolf and throwing him sideways. My mom was on the ground and had shifted back into her human form, meaning her wolf didn't have the strength to keep her shifted. Sophia stood over her body, snarling at the wolf, who quickly came charging back at us. We ducked his attack, and Sophia caught his hind leg in her mouth, shaking her head violently. Not only did we feel their bones break in our mouth, but we heard the crunch as we crushed their leg. The wolf howled out and fell to the ground. Sophia caught him by the neck and shook her head again, rendering him limp and lifeless. We walked back to my mom and nudged her with our snout. She was still breathing, but I needed to get her out of here. Since I had cut my ties with October Moon, I wasn't able to link Marvin and ask for his help. Sophia gave me back control and we shifted. I bent down and shook my mom by the shoulders. Mom, wake up! Slowly, her eyes blinked open. Julia, she breathed as a smile spread across her face. You're okay. I thought I was never going to see you again. I know, so did I. Our encounter didn't last long. Suddenly, I felt something long and cold pressed into the side of my neck, and a shrill voice whispered in my ear. Get up, hybrid. Alexander's POV. An all-out war had broken loose, and Logan's wolf came flying at me in a fit of rage. My Lycan got in a defensive stance, and when he got close enough, we picked him up and threw him hard, as far as we could. While we were distracted, 2 wolves came from behind us, jumped on our back, and sank their teeth into our flesh. Howling out in pain, my Lycan reached around, grabbed one by the leg and flung him into the woods. The other one was now clawing at our back, trying to do as much damage as possible. He snarled, using both hands to grab the wolf and tossing him over his head. Elijah, do you see Julia anywhere? No, Alpha. Not since all hell broke loose. Shit. The good news was she was at least alive. I would feel it if she was about to die. The fighting continued, and the ground was now littered with bodies, some in wolf form, some human form. The good news was I didn't see any Lycan casualties. From out of nowhere, a large gray wolf clamped their jaws down hard on our leg. Reaching down, we picked Logan up by the tail and slammed him to the ground. He got back to his feet and started circling me. How did he think he was going to win this fight against the Lycan King? His wolf stopped circling and lunged for our throat. We quickly dodged, and Logan spun around to face us again. Another wolf came to help Logan. He was large and dark brown, almost black. There was an alpha aura emanating from him. If I had to guess, this was probably Logan's father, Gregory. His dad's wolf charged us, standing on his hind legs, taking a swipe at us with his claws. He missed and our hand closed around his throat, lifting him off his feet. I avoided killing people where I could, but I was going to enjoy watching the life drain out of his eyes as I slowly squeezed tighter. Logan howled and came running at us. While holding his father in one hand, we punched him away with our other. Wanting it to be over fast, I used my full strength to crush Gregory's throat, flinging him to the ground. Logan came whimpering over to his father's lifeless body, and while he was distracted, I grabbed him by the shoulders, slamming him into the ground. Closing my hand around his throat, I planned to squeeze the life from him like I had done his father. As I drew him closer to my face, so I could watch as the life flowed out of him, there was a loud voice that filled the air. Stop! Stop! I said stop, or I'll kill her! Looking around, I saw a woman emerging from the crowd, but what she had with her nearly stopped my heart. She had a naked Julia, holding what appeared to be a silver knife to her throat. All the fighting around us stopped instantly, as the Lycans didn't want anything to happen to their Luna, and everyone's gaze turned to this woman. I kept my hold on Logan, but began walking forward. Where's Logan? She demanded. I shifted back to my human form as Logan did as well. He's right here, I told her, keeping a firm hold on his neck. He was gasping for air, but I wasn't letting him go. Let him go. Let him go or I'll kill her. Don't let him go, Alex. She's not going to do anything, Julia said. You think I won't kill you, bitch? You stole my mate from me. He broke up with me to be with you. Alexis, for the last time, I don't want him. And then you just go and get mated to the Lycan King? You a stupid hybrid? What's so special about you that everyone wants you? She was pushing the blade dangerously hard into Julia's neck, and I saw a trickle of blood appear. Julia, I said, while Logan struggled against my grasp. Alex, it's okay. Kill him. I love you. Now kill him. How could I kill Logan without also killing Julia? Slowly, I loosened my grasp until Logan fell, sputtering for air, to the ground. Now let her go. I did what you asked. She looked from Logan to me, and then back to Julia as a dangerous smile spread across her face. On second thought, she sneered. No, I screamed as Alexis took the blade and made to stab Julia in the back. Before the blade ripped her open, Alexis stopped with a wide-eyed expression on her face. It looked as if she had frozen, halfway through her strike. Julia gasped, but easily wiggled her way out of Alexis's grasp when she realized the pain of being stabbed wasn't coming. There was gasping and whispering coming from the crowd. Turning around, I saw Cornelia standing just behind me with her arm raised in Alexis's direction. I don't think so, bitch. With the twist of her hand, she broke Alexis's neck and she crumpled to the floor in a heap. Julia looked from Alexis to her birth mother. Alex, Julia said as relief washed over me. Logan was seething on the floor beside me, rage emanating out of every pore. You stupid hybrid! After everything I've done for you, this is how you repay me. You've done nothing for me except make my life miserable since I came to October Moon. You tortured me, and now that I'm finally free and trying to be happy, you have to come after me again. This ends today. I'm the daughter of an alpha. You have no power over me anymore. I smiled at how confident and powerful Julia was being. Logan was trying to get to his feet, but I shoved him back down with my hand. Grabbing him by the neck again, I dragged him towards Julia while she picked up the knife Alexis had tried to kill her with. I held Logan on his knees by the neck and hair as Julia bent down so her face was on the same level as his. I believe they call this a full circle moment, she whispered to him. Wait, please. I'll do anything. Please don't kill me. Julia looked up at me, and I nodded. Although Logan deserved everything he had coming, I wasn't going to have Julia kill him if it's not what she wanted. I want you to renounce your title as Alpha of the October Moon Pack. You will pass the title on to me. In exchange, I'll let you live and anyone else who thinks the way you do, like Ian and Tyler. You can't be serious? He gawked. Do I look like I'm joking? Choose, renounce your title or renounce your life. He growled at her, and I felt him shaking with rage, or was it also fear? I, Logan Russell, Alpha of the October Moon Pack, hereby renounce my title and pass it on to you, Juliana Parker, he spat through gritted teeth. I accept this new title as Alpha of the October Moon Pack. Julia bent down close to Logan so only he and I would hear what she had to say next. Now you're nothing, a pack-less rogue. You will spend your days scrounging for food, and you will know what it feels like to have nothing and no one. She straightened up to address everyone else. I, Juliana Parker, Alpha of the October Moon Pack, Irby Banish, Logan Russell, Ian Hawthorne, and Tyler Jackson from the pack to live your lives as rogues. Should you try to return to this pack, you will be killed. If anyone else wishes to follow them, do so now. Not a single wolf moved. Marvin, would you come here, please? She called. Of course, Alpha Juliana. Marvin came to stand next to Julia. Marvin Lee, former Beta to the October Moon Pack, I hereby renounce my title as Alpha to the October Moon Pack and pass it on to you. I accept this new title as Alpha for the October Moon Pack. I could see Cornelia helping Sandra over to where we were all standing. My first order of business is to make Sandra Parker, former Gamma to the October Moon Pack, my new Beta. I accept this new role as Beta to the October Moon Pack, came Sandra's shaky voice. Julia ran to her mother and threw her arms around her. Out of nowhere, Cornelia conjured a long t-shirt and handed it to Julia to put on. She then conjured a pair of shorts and handed them to me. Thank you, I told her, taking them. Members of October Moon, please go back to our pack, tend to the wounded and remove the dead. We will have a gathering in the dining hall in 3 hours to discuss what else is to be done. Marvin's voice boomed. Jason, I called. Yes, Alpha? Would you and some of the other warriors please help escort the banished from the territory? Of course, Alpha. Jason grabbed Logan under the arm and started walking him away. I was now able to turn my full attention to Julia. This was the first time I was able to talk to her since she had been taken. Julia was talking to Sandra, who looked to have healed. She glanced over at me and smiled. Walking towards her, she ran in my direction, throwing herself into my arms. All I could do was hold her and breathe in her wonderful scent. Thank the goddess you're all right, I told her as I crushed her to my chest. I love you, she breathed into my chest. I love you too. I'm so sorry my mother had a part in this. I think we should go home. We can talk about all that later. Juliana! A voice screeched. We broke apart to see a young woman running at us at full speed. She engulfed Julia in a hug and started sobbing. Naomi, holy shit! I should be saying the same thing to you. What the heck has been going on? I thought you were dead. It's a long story, but I'd like to introduce you to my mate. Naomi, this is Alpha Alexander Hudson of the Crystal Sky Pack. The Alpha of, it's nice to meet you, Alpha, she said, shaking my hand. You as well, Naomi. Julia has told me a lot about you. Julia? Now it was Hannah's turn to run and give Julia a hug. Hannah. Naomi, this is Hannah, Alex's sister, and our Beta Elijah's mate. Hannah, this is my best friend Naomi. It's so nice to meet you, Hannah said, shaking her hand. Marvin walked up to us. Thank you, Alexander, Julia, Cornelia, for everything you've done. Once you're home and take some time to relax, I would love to meet and talk about everything that happened. Being in the dungeons for so long, I'm afraid I'm out of the loop. Of course we will, Julia said. We can talk tomorrow. Marvin, you have my deepest thanks for everything you've done for Julia. I shook his hand while he smiled. It was all I could do. I'm just sorry I couldn't do more for both of you. It doesn't matter now. It's all over and you have a pack to put back together, Julia told him. I do. I have a feeling a lot of changes are going to have to be made around here. We'll help you in whatever way we can, I let him know. Thank you. He shook our hands again, before placing an arm around his mate and walking in the direction of the houses. Sandra now came up to us, followed by Cornelia. Mom, Julia hugged her tight. Sandra pulled back and gave her a watery smile. Will you come back to my pack with us? Julia asked. I can't right now. I have to help Marvin, but I'll be seeing you very soon. I wish I could say the same, Cornelia added. What do you mean? Asked Julia. I have to go home and face my punishment for all of this. I'm sure the elders have found out everything I did by now. I wasn't exactly discreet. If I'm lucky, it won't be too severe. Will I see you again? I think so. We have a lot of catching up to do. I'm so proud of you and the person you've become. She gave Julia a hug before vanishing. Okay, you have a lot to fill me in on, Naomi remarked. Like whom the that was. Julia laughed, giving her another hug. I'll tell you all about it soon, she said. I put my arms around Julia. Let's go home, I told her. Juliana's POV. After everything that had happened to us today, we were finally on our way home. Alex had let all our warriors go back to the pack already, so it was just him, me, Elijah, and Hannah running together in the woods. I was enjoying the run back to the pack, even though I knew what we had to do once we got there. We had to figure out what to do with Alex's mom. We all stopped and shifted back when we got inside our borders. Cornelia had conjured clothes for all of us, and when we left, we had made sure to tie them to our legs so we could put them back on. Alex took me by the hand and led the way into the pack house and up to his office. Hannah and Elijah were following close behind us. No one was saying anything, and the tension was hanging in the air around us like a blanket. I couldn't imagine how we were going to talk about their mother and her punishment. She had betrayed Alex, me, and Hannah in the worst way, plotting to kidnap me and make Alex forget about our bond, forcing him to mate and mark another Lycan. Entering Alex's office, I looked around. This was the first time I had been here. It wasn't nearly as large as I thought the Lycan King would have. It was modestly furnished with a large desk sitting in front of large French doors that opened to a balcony. The light hardwood contrasted nicely with the light gray walls. At one end of the room was a sitting area with built-in bookshelves on 3 walls, making it look like a library. At the other end of the room housed a wood-burning fireplace with a couch in front and a large TV over top of the mantel. All the furniture was light and modern, as if it had been updated within the last couple of years. It was very beautiful, in my opinion, and it felt like it fit Alex's personality well. In front of his desk were two high-backed chairs. I took a seat in one, and Hannah took a seat in the other, while Elijah stood beside her. "I know this discussion is going to be hard, but it's something we have to do," Alex said, taking a seat in his chair. "Right now, our mother is in the dungeons for her involvement in this heinous crime. Julia, I need you to tell us everything that happened to you after you left breakfast with Hannah this morning. We need every detail so we can all decide her punishment together." "Okay, I can do that. Will you tell me what happened to you?" I asked. "Of course." I took a deep breath and began my story. "So after I got done breakfast with Hannah, I went back to our apartment to start organizing everything. After a couple of hours, the doorbell rang and it was your mom. I let her in, and she said she was there to help me organize. She and I were in the closet talking, and she was hinting I wasn't fit to be your Luna, when I remembered I was supposed to get my stitches taken out. I told her, and she insisted on coming with me. After we got there, she disappeared while I was with Dr. Williams. I have no idea what she was doing. It took longer than I was expecting, and when I finally caught up with her, she seemed annoyed. That's when she insisted on showing me the borders of the pack, because it was vital to my Luna knowledge. We walked for a while, and she continued to tell me how terrible of a Luna and Queen I would be. We finally stopped near the lake, the same border where you found me. That's when she came up behind me and injected me with wolfsbane. I knew it was wolfsbane because I could feel it in my veins, and Sophia was gone instantly. She said something about working too hard to have me ruin the pack. The next thing I remember was waking up in that basement alone. Okay, so she must have gotten the wolfsbane from the hospital. I'm sure no one questioned her walking around, and I'm sure she just said she was waiting for you," Hannah said. "I agree," added Alexander. "I knew she wasn't happy with the two of you, but I never thought she'd take it this far." Hannah slumped back in her seat, while Elijah just hung his head. "Do you want me to keep going?" I asked. "Yes, I want every detail. This might be something we need to take to the Elders' Council." "Well, after I woke up, I didn't know where I was, how I got there, or what was going to happen. Eventually, Logan's Beta and Gamma came down the stairs. They took a picture of me to send to Logan, letting him know I was awake. Then I stopped here. I knew Alex was going to be angry about them hurting me the way they did. I had healed by the time he saw me, so I don't think he even realized it had happened, but I wasn't sure." "What happened next?" Alex asked. "After Ian and Tyler came downstairs, Tyler held me down while Ian beat the shit out of me." Alex's nostrils flared as he sucked in a breath. His hands, which were resting on the table, started to sprout hair as his Lycan pushed to the surface. I did the only thing I could think of doing. I got up, walked over to him, and placed my arms around his neck, resting my head on his shoulder. His arms snaked around my waist, pulling me down onto his lap, nuzzling his face into my neck and inhaling deeply. "It's okay. I'm okay now." "I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you," he mumbled, half in his voice and half in his Lycan's feral one. "It's okay. It's not your fault." I let him hold me for a minute or two while he calmed down. Leaning up, I cupped his face in my hands and gave him a soft kiss. When I tried to get up, he held me firm on his lap, and I smiled at him. I guess the point of hurting me was so my birth mother felt it and came to help. "She told me the same thing," Alex added. "She just didn't tell me the extent to which they hurt you." "Right, so I woke up back in the bed and Logan was there. He talked to me about wanting me back as his mate, but I refused. That's when he called Tyler and Ian down. They held me down while he poured the potion into my mouth. Next thing I knew, I woke up in complete darkness, and my birth mom was there. She told me that you were coming for me, and that I had to play along with Logan's plan. So, that's what I did when I came out of the dream state. I pretended not to remember you or our bond. I even pretended not to remember all the horrible things he had done to me. That's how I got out of the house and to the border where I knew you would be waiting." You guys know the rest of the story from there. Hannah and Elijah were just looking at me, their mouths slightly agape. Girl, you have some major acting skills to pull that off. I would never have been able to fake it that well, Hannah said. I don't think I did. I just think Logan wanted me as his mate so badly he'd believe anything. That still doesn't solve the problem about what to do with your mom, added Elijah. What did she do to you? I asked. I was working and noticed you hadn't come to see me. This overwhelming feeling like you needed me took over, so I canceled the last of my meetings for the day and mind-linked Hannah asking if she'd seen you. She told me not since breakfast, and that's when I remembered you were supposed to get your stitches out today. I mind-linked Dr. Williams, and he's the one who told me you were with my mom. There was no good that could come of that. So when I came home and found you gone, I asked her to meet me. I also found a letter from you saying you no longer wanted to be my mate. What? Yes, I guess my mom must have written it trying to make it look like you had run away. When I talked to her, she lied right to my face, saying she had no idea what happened. After I saw your 2 bags still in the closet, I knew something must have happened. I called Elijah and Hannah, telling them what had happened. I asked them to send patrol groups into the woods to look for you. Once I came back inside, my mother had made tea, which she insisted I drink. I took 1 sip, and that's when the potion took hold of me. I woke up in total blackness, and your mother was there. She told me where you were and that you would be playing along with his plan. She's the reason I was able to come for you. I've lost track of how many laws your mother has broken, Elijah huffed. I know. I think a matter this big should be turned over to the Elders' Council, Alex told us. I think you're right, Elijah said. Hannah, what do you think? Alex asked her. I think you're both right. She has to be punished for what she did. She had the Luna kidnapped and almost killed, which could have killed you in turn. Whatever they decide, I think she'll deserve it. All right, I'll send word to the Elders' Council in the morning they need to have a meeting. Now, I think it's late and we've all earned a good night's rest. Alex looked at me and I nodded. Everyone stood up, exchanged hugs and good nights before going our separate ways. Hannah and Elijah went up to their floor, while Alex and I walked back to our apartment. When we got to the door, Alex opened it but stopped before we walked through. I don't know about you, but I have no intention of a full night's sleep. His eyes flashed black with lust, and he scooped me up in his arms. We haven't talked about marking each other yet, but after almost losing you, I don't want to wait. I don't either. I want to be your Luna, your queen, and your everything. I'm yours, I told him, reaching a hand behind his neck and pulling him in for a kiss. Juliana's POV. I felt Alex's chest rumble with what I assumed was the seductive purr of his Lycan. Without missing a beat, we were in our apartment and up the stairs. I expected him to take us to the bedroom, but instead, he bypassed the bedroom and took us right into our bathroom. Setting me down on the shelf that doubled as a seat, he turned the water on. When he turned back to me, I saw nothing but lust in his eyes for me. I stood up and walked over to him. He was only wearing the shorts my birth mother had conjured for him, running my hand from his shoulder down his torso, stopping just at the waistband of his shorts. Alex let out a hiss as he closed his eyes. He opened his eyes and reached for the hem of the shirt I was wearing. I raised my arms up as he slid it up and over my head. Before I had the chance, he had taken off his shorts and tossed them away. Alex looked at me with more than just lust in his eyes. He looked at me with so much love, it almost made me cry. I felt his hands under me as he picked me up and pinned me against the wall. As he kissed me hard, I put a hand up, intertwining my fingers in his sandy blonde hair. Putting some force into it, I pulled on his hair, forcing his head to the side. I bit down on his mark spot, not enough to fully mark him, but enough to have him gasp out with pleasure. He jerked his head back, looking at me with a sinful smile. I bit my lip as he pushed me up the wall more, causing me to grab hold of the top ledge for support. "Tell me again that you're mine," he said, causing me to squirm in desire as his words sent a delicious vibration straight through me. "I'm yours," I moaned out. He crashed his lips onto mine in a hungry, needing kiss. Alex backed me up against the wall again. He pulled away from the kiss, and I saw his canines were elongating into fangs. I knew what that meant, so I wasted no time in tilting my head to the side, exposing my mark spot. Alex bit down hard, piercing my skin and marking me as his forever. I screamed out and felt my whole body convulse as he held his bite. He hadn't released yet when I elongated my own fangs and sank them deep into the soft flesh of his mark spot. Alex gave one final thrust deep inside me as he came, growling into his bite. First, he released his bite and licked my mark, sealing it, and I did the same thing. We stayed intertwined for a minute, our foreheads pressed together as we took in this moment. He was officially mine, now and forever, and I was his. I love you, Julia. I love you too, Alex. He gave me a gentle kiss before pulling out and setting me on my feet. The two of us took a couple of minutes to actually shower before stepping out and walking into our closet. After pulling on some pajamas, we both crawled into bed, exhausted from the events of the day. Do you really think you'll need to turn your mother over to the Elders' Council? I asked, as he held me in his arms. I think so. I think it's a conflict of interest if I make the decision myself, being her son. They'll hear all the evidence we have and come to a decision. What if they decide to kill her? Then that's a decision we'll need to support. She can't go unpunished for what she did to us. I know, I'm just so sorry she did this to you. No, I'm sorry. I should never have left you alone with her today. It's not your fault. You had no way of knowing she was going to do this. I knew she didn't like me, but helping Logan kidnap me seems so extreme. Tomorrow we'll go see her in the dungeons. She doesn't know you're back, only that the potion didn't work on me. I had Jason take her to the dungeons once I woke up. She would have alerted Logan the plan wasn't going to work otherwise. I bet she loves being down there. My guess is she hasn't stopped screaming at the guards since they took her down. Thank you for everything you did today, I said, snuggling deeper into his embrace, taking in his pine scent. No, you were amazing. Your fighting skills and the way you handled Alexis and Logan, it was equally as impressive as it was sexy. He tilted my head up to him and kissed me. Your Lycan was very impressive. That was the first time I've seen him. He likes to hear you say that. I'll be sure to let him out more often now, he said in a sexy growl. I'm sure Sophia would really appreciate that. I definitely would. She barked, dancing around. I rolled my eyes at her. Hey, you've gotten yours. Now I want mine. So what happens after the Elders' Council meeting? My mother will receive her punishment, and we'll get on with our lives as best we can. Have your Luna ceremony and coronation as the queen. When would we do that? Whenever you like, Alex kissed the top of my head. I don't know when the meeting of elders will be, so once we find out, we can do it before or after. Is it a big to-do, the ceremony? Usually, yes. All the alphas, lunas, betas, and their respective mates from the Western Territory come. Our entire pack will be there as well. So no pressure on my part then, I joked, but anxiety also began to form in my stomach. You know I can feel that now, right? He said through our new kind link. I forgot now that we're marked. He can feel every one of my emotions, but that also meant I could feel his. Sorry, that's just a lot of people to be around when I've only been in this pack for a few days. That's why we can wait, as long as you need to. I just hope your mom isn't right, and I can handle all this new responsibility. What are you talking about? Of course, you can. I don't know, maybe the moon goddess made a mistake pairing me with you. Alex sat up and cupped my face in his hands. Hey, listen to me. I love you. You were paired with me for a reason. What I saw you do today was nothing short of how the Queen and Luna would have handled it. You almost sacrificed yourself with that woman for the sake of saving your pack. There is going to be no greater Luna to this pack than you. Never let anything my mother said get to you. Thank you. I love you too. Alex kissed my forehead before pulling me into his arms again. He clicked the bedside lamp off, and after a couple of short minutes, I drifted off to sleep in the safety of his embrace. Alexander's POV. I woke up in the middle of the night with an overbearing sense of fear and dread. The sound of Julia screaming for help in her sleep as she thrashed around like she was being held down was all I heard. Sweets, wake up, Julia, I yelled, shaking her awake. No, no! She woke up with a fright, shoving me away. No, Logan! Love, it's not Logan, it's me, I told her, reaching out. Alex, she said in a shaky voice filled with tears. Yes, you're okay. You're safe with me. Logan can't hurt you anymore. Fuck, I'm so sorry, she told me, moving closer. It wasn't fast enough for me, so I reached out and scooped her up in my arms, pulling her to my chest. Don't be sorry. I hugged her tighter and kissed her head. Her body relaxed as she took in a lungful of my scent. We laid back down in bed, and I kept her in my arms until she was snoring lightly, having drifted back to sleep. My Lycan purred, knowing how we could help calm our mate in a matter of minutes. When I woke up in the morning, I was happy to see Julia sleeping soundly beside me. Not wanting to wake her up, I slid out of bed as quietly as I could to go shower. This morning, I needed to send word to the Elders' Council, letting them know what happened and requesting a meeting. Julia was still asleep when I got out of the shower. After everything she had been through yesterday, I wanted her to sleep as much as she needed. Once I was dressed, I went to the kitchen to make some coffee and mind-link Hannah. Hannah, are you awake? I am. How's Julia? She's still sleeping. She woke up in the middle of the night pretty shaken, but she was able to go back to sleep. I'm happy she's getting some rest. What she went through yesterday was horrible. I have to leave to go send a message to the Elders' Council asking for a meeting and letting them know what it's for. Will you come and be with her so someone's here when she wakes up? Absolutely. Give us 15 minutes and we'll be there. Thank you. I cut the link with Hannah and went back upstairs to check on Julia. She was still sleeping, so I bent down and kissed her cheek lightly. Her eyes fluttered open slightly, and she smiled at me. Good morning, sweets, I told her. Good morning, Alpha. I'm heading to my office to talk to the Elders' Council. I made some coffee, and Hannah will be here in about 15 minutes to hang out with you. Okay, will you be gone all day? No, just an hour or two. We still have to go talk to my mother. Do you want to be there for that? I do. I want to see the look on her face when she realizes I'm not with Logan. I can't wait to see that too. Just mind link me if you need anything. I kissed her lips before heading back out the door. Walking into the pack house, I saw Hannah and Elijah walking towards me. Elijah, I need you to come with me, I told him. Is Julia still sleeping? Hannah asked. She woke up before I left, but I don't know if she went back to sleep. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. Hannah kissed Elijah and squeezed my arm, then kept going in the direction of our apartment. What do you need from me, Alpha? I want you to be on the call with me when I talk to the elders. I want another voice heard that isn't related to the person potentially on trial. You can count on me. We'll make sure she gets what's coming to her. As we walked to my office, Elijah finally broke the awkward silence. Julia's birth mother seems like a pretty bad witch. This sudden topic change made me laugh. Yeah, she's definitely something. You're not sure what to make of her, are you? Not really. I mean, she abandons her daughter when she's a child, only to watch over her for years, but never stepping in to help. Now all she's been doing is helping. It's just a confusing dynamic. Maybe one day we'll be able to hear her entire side of the story. Do you think her coven will kill her? I don't know. I hope not. Julia deserves the right to confront her and get the truth. Entering my office, I went straight to my chair, picked up the phone, and dialed Elder Stanley's number. He was the head of the Elders' Council, and the one to decide if crimes needed to be tried through them, or if the alpha of the pack could handle the matter. Elijah took a seat across from me while I put the phone on speaker. Hello, came his voice. Hello, Elder Stanley. This is Alpha Alexander. Alpha Alexander, what can I do for you today? I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but there was an attempt on my Luna's life yesterday that I needed to speak with you about. Certainly, now normally something like this is handled within the pack and not brought to the elders. Yes, I know, but there are extenuating circumstances I believe you need to consider. What are those? My mother, Luna Margaret Hudson, was one of the parties involved with my Luna's kidnapping and attempt to destroy our bond. You're sure of this fact? These are very serious accusations, Alpha. I'm more than 100% sure. She conspired with the former Alpha of the October Moon Wolf Pack to kidnap her using wolfsbane. This Alpha then chained my mate in a basement where he held her until a potion could be made to strip away our bond. After he received this potion, he gave some to Luna Margaret, which she fed to me. The potion did not work, and I was able to rescue my mate. I see, and why did this alpha want your mate so badly? She's from his pack and was his mate until she rejected him and left. There was only silence on the other end of the phone for a couple of seconds. Do you have anyone to corroborate your story? He asked. My beta is here with me, and he will tell you the same story. It's true, Elder Stanley. His mother was taken to the dungeons, where she is still being held. I believe that with her being my mother, the decision on her punishment should be left up to the council, I added. Elder Stanley was quiet on the phone again. Yes, I believe you're right. It looks like the other elders, and I have an opening in 3 days. We can travel to your pack and hold a hearing for her. That sounds excellent. What time should we expect you? We will be at your pack house at 9, ready to hear all the evidence. I will make sure we are fully prepared for your arrival. Thank you, Elder Stanley. That you, Alpha Alexander, for bringing this to our attention. We will see you in 3 days. We look forward to it. I hung up the phone and looked at Elijah soberingly. That wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. I really thought they were going to want you to make the decision, Elijah said. I'm happy they didn't. My mother deserves to be punished for what she did, but not having to make the decision is a lightening feeling. Do you want to go tell the girls what happened? I do, but first we need to take a few minutes to figure out a plan of attack for this trial. We're going to have to stand up and present a strong case with all the evidence we have. After about an hour, Elijah and I had gone through every step of what happened. The only thing left to do was have Julia look over everything and add in anything we forgot about. This seems good for now. We can take all this to my apartment for Julia to read through. After that, we need to go talk to my mother. Is that something you want Hannah and me there for? I think it's best if just Julia and I go for now, but you're both welcome to go talk to her whenever you'd like. Getting to our feet, Elijah helped me gather up our papers to take to my place. When we walked through the door, I noticed how quiet it was. Julia? Hannah? There was no answer, which made my heart begin to race. What if Logan had come back? Going into the kitchen, I saw a piece of paper on the island. It was a note from Hannah. Went for a run in the woods. Tried to mind link you, but neither of you answered. We'll be back in a little bit. Hannah. I breathed out a sigh of relief. We had been so busy. We both had a block up, not wanting to be disturbed by unwanted links from pack members. I should have let them know beforehand. Julia, where are you guys? Relaxing by the lake. Care to join us? The girls are by the lake. Feel like a swim? I asked, turning to Elijah. Sure, it's about time we let loose and stop being so serious. We'll be right there. Elijah and I headed into the tree line to strip and shift. Each of our Lycans picked up our clothes and ran to the lake, excited to be out and in control. Emerging from the trees, we saw Sophia and Hannah's Lycan lounging around the lake. Sophia was playing in the water with her paw, occasionally pulling up a fish and then eating it. Now that I had marked her, Julia and Sophia could mind link with the other pack members. Sophia spotted us, and I saw her snout turn up in a wolfy smile. She got up and trotted over to us, rubbing her side along us, causing my Lycan to growl seductively. Gross, man. Keep that to yourself, Elijah joked. Sophia took off, with us running on all fours after her. Catching up to her quickly, he rolled her, pinning her to the ground. She licked the side of his face and howled. This was the first time the two of them had gotten any time together outside of fighting yesterday. Hannah and Elijah were sitting by the water's edge, while Sophia and I continued our game of cat and mouse. The wind picked up, and an unfamiliar scent hit my nose. It must have hit Sophia too, because she stopped and perked up, sniffing the air. It had the distinct smell of raw sewage, the distinct smell only rogues had. Logan, Julia said in my mind. Hannah and Elijah were already by our side in a defensive position. It smells like more than one, I said in a group mind link. Glancing around, we saw movement. Then 3 wolves emerged from out of the trees into the clearing. Juliana's POV. The 4 of us were staring at the wolves of Logan, Tyler, and Ian. This had to be some kind of joke. There was no way he had come back into Lycan territory planning another attack. All three of them were snarling and snapping their jaws threateningly at us. "Why are they here?" Hannah asked in a group link. "They're probably pissed at what we did yesterday. I knew I should have killed him," I told them. "We won't make that mistake twice," Alex replied. "Alpha, do we need backup?" Elijah asked. "No, this is between us and them. 3 Lycans and an alpha wolf can take on 3 rogues." Levi shifted, and I saw Logan standing there looking disheveled and slightly dirty. It didn't seem the one night he had to spend in the woods was agreeing with him. Sophia gave me back control so I could shift. I heard a loud growl from right next to me, as Alex's Lycan picked up and threw his t-shirt at me. "I don't think our mate is happy with us being naked in front of them," Sophia snickered. "He didn't care yesterday," I huffed, pulling the shirt over my head quickly. "What do you want, Logan?" I called. He looked more than angry. He looked like he wanted nothing more than to rip my throat out and smile while doing it. "What do I want?" he asked, throwing his head back and laughing. "I wanted you to be my mate, but now I think I'll settle for you dead by my hand." "Do you really think you can take on all of us?" "We can, and we will. I showed you mercy by not killing you. Why would you come back and risk your life? You think you can just humiliate me, strip me of my title, turn us into rogues, and we'd just go quietly? Your stupid mother killed my girlfriend, and your mate killed my father. She was trying to kill me, and from what I recall, you dumped her. As for your father, he deserved everything that happened to him, just like you. It doesn't matter. They're dead because of you." I realized Alex had shifted and was now standing next to me in nothing but his shorts. "Logan, there's no way you're going to win against us. I suggest you turn around and leave before it's too late." Logan's face curled up into an evil grin, and he threw his head back, laughing like an insane man. "You seem confident for someone who couldn't even keep their mate safe from me. Yet here she is, standing next to me marked as mine." I looked up at him and smiled. Looking back at Logan, he was staring at us with clenched fists and narrow eyes. "You brought this on yourself, just remember that," he spat before shifting back to Levi. Pulling off my shift, I let Sophia have control and we shifted at the same time Alex did. Getting used to his huge Lycan standing on 2 feet next to me was going to take some time. Elijah and Hannah came up to my left side, squaring up with Logan and his only followers. The 3 of them came charging at us at top speed. The 4 of us charged back, with Hannah, Elijah, and Alex getting to them first with their long strides. Hannah collided with Tyler, Elijah with Ian, and Alex took on Logan. I watched as Hannah tossed Tyler to the side like a toy. She then went to help Elijah, but while she was distracted, Tyler advanced towards her. Sophia ran at him and slammed into him, sending him flying sideways. He got up and came at us again, but before he got to us, Alex came and slashed him down the side with his claws. Tyler howled out in pain and fell down bleeding. Alex's Lycan picked Tyler up and, using the force of his arms, crushed his neck, dropping his dead, lifeless body to the ground. "1 down, 2 to go," I told him. As the words left my head, something large leapt on top of Sophia, pinning us to the ground. We felt sharp fangs pierce the back of our shoulders. Alex ran and smashed his hand into the wolf, sending him flying backwards. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yeah, I think so," I told him, getting to my feet. Turning, I saw Logan getting to his feet. Looking to the right, I saw Hannah holding Ian as Elijah came forward, placed his hands on either side of his head, twisting, effectively breaking his neck. Hannah dropped him to the ground and stepped over his limp body. The 4 of us lined up again, facing Levi, who was snarling. This time, Sophia was the first to charge. Both of us were eager to get this fight over with. We collided with Logan, biting him in the shoulder and digging our claws into his side. He growled at us and sank his claws into our side in return. Alex came up and punched him off us, sending him flying. "You good?" he asked, bending down to look me over. "Yeah, I'll be fine." Logan and Levi were already charging at us again, but this time at Alex. He was ready, though, diving out of the way of Levi's oncoming attack. Levi spun around and charged towards me. Alex reached out and caught his back legs, swinging him in the air, only to slam him back to the ground. Levi stirred slightly on the ground, still in Alex's grasp. Sophia walked over to them, murder in her eyes. Alex held Levi in the air, while Sophia clamped her jaws around his neck. Just as she had done before, she shook her head violently, rendering Levi and Logan lifeless, finally ending our battle and suffering once and for all. Alex dropped Logan to the ground and picked us up in a bear hug. "You did it," Alex cheered in our head. "We did it," I told him. Hannah and Elijah came to stand by us, already shifted and with their clothes back on. Hannah was carrying the dress I had worn out here, while Elijah had Alex's shirt and shorts. We both took our clothes from them and went behind a tree to shift and change. When we came back out, Elijah and Hannah were smiling, but also looking slightly worried. All the cuts and bites Sophia had received were already healed. "Holy sh*," Elijah commented. "What in the name of the universe was that?" Logan wanted revenge, like he said, and he thought taking us on without any warriors would get him that. I looked over at the 3 dead men, now all shifted back to their human form. Alex came up behind me and wrapped me in his arms. "You did what you had to do." He could obviously sense my guilt at having killed someone. "I know, but it doesn't make it any easier." "You were amazing," Hannah said, smiling at me. "You fought alongside us and held your own like a true Lycan." "There's something I wasn't expecting when I woke up this morning," I said. "At least it's over now, truly over. Logan is never going to be able to hurt you again." Alex turned me around and hugged me tightly. "Elijah, will you go get Jason and a couple other warriors to help clean up the bodies?" "Of course, what are you going to do?" "We have to go talk to my mother before the elders show up." "The elders are coming?" I asked, looking up at him. "In 3 days, yes. Elijah and I talked to them. That's why we came to find you guys. We wanted to fill you in on what happened." "What did happen?" I asked. "We told Elder Stanley everything that happened," Alex began. "Who's Elder Stanley?" I interrupted. "He's the head elder. He's in charge of hearing an initial crime and deciding if it's worth their time or if it can be handled in the pack." "Got it." After we told him everything that happened with my mother, he agreed it should be brought to trial. He said they had an opening in 3 days, so that's when they'll be here. "The elders are coming here? All of them?" Hannah asked. "It looks that way," Alex said. "I don't think that's happened for a while," Hannah added. "No, it hasn't, but this is a serious crime with a conflict of interest," Alex told us. "We can talk about this more later, Elijah. Let's get these guys out of here." "Yes, Alpha. I'll come with you," Hannah said. "Thank you, guys," Alex added. They both smiled at us before walking in the direction of the pack house. "We have to let Marvin know what just happened," I told Alex. "How about we go over there to see him after we go talk to my mom?" "Okay, sounds like a plan. Are you ready to see my mother?" Alex then asked me. "I think so. Let me just find my shoes." I went to the water's edge to retrieve my sandals and put them on. Alex and I then walked hand in hand towards a large stone building behind the pack house I had never seen before. I've never been in a pack dungeon before. "Don't worry. Currently my mom is the only one down there." He took me by the hand and led me inside. It looked just like I always pictured a dungeon to look. The walls were stone, and after the guard opened the locked double doors, you were in a long hallway with barred doors on either side. There were about 20 cells in all. "Wait, just beyond the door to her cell. I want to surprise her." "Okay." I followed him and stopped just short of her cell. "Mother," he said, coming up to her door. "Alexander, I'm so happy to see you. Are you here to finally get me out of here? It's just ridiculous you put me down here in the first place. I told you I did this for you. You should be thanking me. Have them take these chains off me at once." "I'm not here to get you out, and I certainly will never thank you or unchain you. You had my mate taken from me. I came here to let you know the elders will be here in 3 days for a trial to decide your punishment." "The elders? You talked to the elders?" "I did, and they agreed this matter is too great for me to decide on my own. Expect to be taken out of here in 3 days and brought to the conference room to face your punishment. At least the filthy hybrid is finally gone. Now you can find a Lycan to be your mate. I guess I helped you after all." "Who said she was gone?" Alex reached out a hand to me, which I took and came into view. The look on her face when she saw me was the most satisfying thing I'd seen. Margaret's face flashed from surprise to disgust to rage. "How?" was all she asked. "I told you You couldn't fuck up the bond of the Lycan King. Logan is dead, Julia is safe, and now you're going to face the wrath of the elders. Margaret said nothing as Alex led me away from her cell and back outside to a beautiful summer's day. Marvin's POV. So much had happened over the last 24 hours, it was hard to wrap my mind around. 1 minute, I was sitting in the dungeons, and now I was sitting in my office as the Alpha of October Moon. Alpha was never a title I was interested in having, but I planned to hold it for as long as I needed to make this pack what it should have been all along. That might mean banishing people who refuse to see another way of living, but if that's what I had to do, so be it. Julia and Alexander were expected here at some point to fill me in on all the things I'd missed, like how they even met. I had so much to do now that I was the Alpha. Beth and I would need to move into the pack house, and I wanted all traces of Logan and Gregory stripped from these walls before I did it. Sandra was currently unpacking her belongings onto the beta floor. She wanted to stay in her house, but there was no way I would let her stay in that shack while I had this entire pack house. Both of us were still slightly stunned at what had happened. Julia was now mated to the Lycan King and about to become queen. It felt like a proud father moment for me. There was a soft knock on my door. "Come on in," I said. In walked Olivia, one of the Omegas that worked in the pack house. "Alpha, Luna Juliana, and Alpha Alexander have just arrived." "Thank you, Olivia. I'll be right out to meet them." "Sandra, Beth, they're here," I told them in a group link, getting to my feet. "Okay, be right there." "It's going to be strange to address her as Luna Juliana," Ray said. "I have a feeling she's going to tell us not to." When I got outside the pack house, they were both stepping out of the car. "Marvin," Julia said, running up the stairs to give me a hug. "Luna, hello." "Oh, goddess, please, you don't have to call me that." "Alpha Marvin, it's good to see you again," Alexander said, shaking my hand. "You as well, Alpha Alexander." "Where's my mom?" Julia wanted to know. "Her and Beth are on their way to my office as we speak." "We have a lot to tell you," Julia said as we walked back up the stairs. "It's so strange being back here knowing I don't have to avoid Logan or Gregory anymore." "You have no idea," I joked. "It's still surreal to have people calling me Alpha. I really thought I was going to die in that dungeon. I'm so sorry for what happened to you. All you were trying to do was protect me. Listen, I don't regret one single thing I did in my time as the beta of this pack. Helping you was one of the best things I have ever done." We met Sandra and Beth halfway down the hall to my office. Sandra ran at Julia and pulled her into a tight hug. "I'll never get over the fact that I'm able to do that again," Sandra told her. "Just wait until I tell you everything that's happened to me." All of us walked into my office and took seats where we could. Logan had left this place with very little furniture. "Why don't the two of you fill us in on everything that happened after you managed to escape?" I told them. "I guess we should start after my mom took down the wolf that came after me. He managed to hit me with the knife in my back, but I still ran for a while, finally passing out at some point. That's when I found her in the woods right inside our territory. I knew instantly she was my mate, so I took her to our hospital where our doctor patched her up. When I woke up, I thought I was back in October Moon for a second, until the doctor told me where I was. Once I saw Alex, I knew he was my mate, but was confused because I had just rejected Logan. It took her a little time, but she warmed up to my charm eventually, Alexander joked. Julia smiled sideways at him, rolling her eyes. It was nice to see her so happy with someone. She had never been treated so nicely by a man her age. They continued with their story, until they got to a new development that happened just this morning. We were hanging out with Hannah and Elijah when we caught the smell of rogues. Logan, Tyler, and Ian all appeared from the trees ready for a fight. "They came back?" Sandra asked. "They did. They wanted revenge for what we did." "I'm going to assume if you're here, it didn't go their way?" I said. "No, they're all dead. Logan came with the intention of killing me, but taking on 3 Lycans and an alpha wolf didn't go the way he thought." "I'm sorry you had to do that, sweetheart," Sandra told Julia. "Thanks, Mom. I'm just happy it's finally all over and I never have to worry about them coming after us again." "Have you heard anything from Cornelia?" "No. Have you?" "Nothing. I don't know if that's good or bad news." Do you know the name of her coven? Julia asked. If I remember correctly, she said it was the High Noon Cove. I've never heard of that coven before, Julia remarked. I haven't either, but their hatred and fear of wolves might have something to do with that. Julia, we have books in our pack library all about witches and magic. There has to be something about her coven in those books, Alexander told her. You think so? She asked. What are you thinking? I asked. I was thinking if I could go to her coven, maybe I could convince them to let her go or keep her position. Do you really think that's a good idea? Walking into a coven who hates wolves? I don't know, but how am I supposed to just leave her when she did everything she could to protect me? Everyone fell silent in the room, not knowing what to say. I think we should try something, Alex finally said. I think you deserve the right to talk to her and hear her side of the story as to why she left you. I think you do too, I told her. You deserve the right to know where you came from and what happened between her and your birth father. I wish we could help you with your research, but there's no books here that would help. That's okay. I'm sure Crystal Sky has plenty. Julia, I would like to welcome you back as a member of October Moon, so you can mind link myself and your mother if you'd like. I'd like that, she said, smiling. I, Alpha Marvin Lee, welcome you, Juliana Parker, back as a member of the October Moon Wolf Pack. I accept your invitation to join October Moon as a pack member. I knew it worked because I felt an instant connection of a new pack member. It worked, right? I asked her. Yes, it did. Alpha Marvin, is there anything else you need from us? Alexander asked. We have a lot to do if we're going to research the High Noon Coven and prepare for the elders to come. The elders are coming to your pack? Sandra asked. Yes, I've asked them to hold a trial for my mother. I want them to be the ones to decide her punishment. No, Alpha Alexander, thank you for coming and telling us what happened to the two of you. I hope all goes well for you with your mother. Thank you, and please let us know if you need our help with your pack in any way. Here's my number, Alexander said, handing me a piece of paper. I know it's going to take some time for you to get your footing, and my pack is here to help you. Thank you, Alpha, I said, standing up and shaking his hand. Let me know when you're having your Luna ceremony, Sandra said to Julia, giving her another hug. You think I wouldn't invite my own mother? She asked sarcastically. Everyone walked Julia and Alexander out of the pack house and waited as they drove away. You really think she's going to be okay going to that coven? Sandra asked. It seems like a big risk for her to take, Beth added. I know, but if that's what she feels she has to do, I support her. She's a Luna now, which means she has to stick to the decisions she makes. I just don't want anything to happen to her. Cornelia seemed to think the elders would kill her if they found out about her, Sandra remarked. Maybe she can find another way then. Alexander's not going to let her put herself in any danger. We stood in silence for a moment before Sandra spoke. Marvin, the three of us have a lot of work to do getting this pack back in order. Let's get started then. The three of us exchanged a knowing look before turning around and going back into the pack house to plan out what we wanted to do first. Alexander's POV. Julia was quiet on our drive back to Crystal Sky. She was staring out the window, but I could feel the wheels turning in her head, along with the anxiety and confusion. I reached over and took her hand in mine, trying to help calm her down. Talk to me, sweets. What are you thinking about? I'm just thinking about what we should do if we manage to find out information about my birth mother's coven. What do you want to do? I don't know. I'd like to go there and help her, but walking into a coven of witches that's not so fond of wolves doesn't seem like the best idea. Maybe there's another way. Maybe we can do something else to help her. Like what? I'm not sure either. Let's start with researching her coven first. We can't do anything if we don't know where she is. True, I wouldn't be surprised if their location was protected. We might not even be able to find it. The rest of the car ride was spent in silence while both of us worked out what we should do in our heads. Elijah, Hannah, will you meet Julia and me outside the pack house in 10 minutes? Sure thing. What's going on? After talking with Alpha Marvin, Julia wants to do some research on her birth mother's coven. I thought 4 people working would be faster than 2. Yeah, we're happy to help. Hannah and Elijah are going to meet us and help us go through books in the library. I figured it would go faster that way. Thanks, that's a good idea. Once we arrived back home, the four of us went inside the pack house and I showed Julia the library. There was still so much I hadn't shown her yet, and watching her face light up with excitement when she looked around made me smile. "This place is amazing," she said, looking around from shelf to shelf, row and row of books. "I spent a lot of time here when I was in school," I told her. "Alex always had his nose in a book, trying to learn whatever he could about this pack and how to be king," Hannah joked. "I'm guessing that wasn't the way you used the library?" Julia laughed. "The upstairs study area made for a great hideaway," Hannah said, looking sideways at Elijah, who smiled. "Gross, I don't need to know about that," I told her. "Like you didn't use it for exactly the same thing," she teased. Julia snickered next to me. "What's so funny?" "Just picturing you taking girls up there because you still lived with your parents, how romantic it must have been for them. I'll take you up there and show you just how romantic it can be." I flashed her an image of me tying her up to one of the chairs and torturing her with the vibrator, pleased with myself when I could sense her arousal through our bond. "Two can play that game," she said slyly before flashing me an image of her completely naked on top of me. "Julia, Alex, are you listening to me?" "What?" we both said at the same time. I said, "What information are we looking to find?" Hannah repeated. "Oh, we just want to try to find where the High Noon Coven is located," Julia said, blushing slightly. "All the information we want should be over here," I said, leading everyone in the direction of our sections on witches and witchcraft. Pulling books off the shelf, we set up shop at a large table. Scattering the books over the entire surface, we each took time to flip through the pages and try to find what we needed. After an hour or so, Elijah called out, "I think I found something." I moved a large stack of books we had gone through already so we could all see him. "Listen to this. In the year 1692, a war erupted between the High Noon Coven and the Midnight Sun Wolf Pack. The High Priestess mated to the Alpha, and their match was thought to be a happy uniting of two supernatural beings. This was not to last, however, as the Beta of the Wolf Pack soon killed the High Priestess under direct orders from the Alpha. It is said that the Beta grew jealous of the power she possessed and feared their coven would one day become more powerful than their pack. Feeding the Alpha false information, he soon grew paranoid that the coven was plotting his death. Many believe the Alpha was not in the proper mental state due to an act of betrayal. Once she was killed, the Beta then turned his attention to the coven, wanting to leave no trace behind of what he had done and fearing revenge on the witch's part. The war nearly wiped the High Noon Coven from the face of the earth, as only a small number of them survived. Moving far from the area, the elders forbid anyone from ever mating with a wolf again. There was the promise of death should they betray this law. The coven has kept to themselves far from humans and wolves since this incident. The Midnight Sun Pack was dismantled after the war because so few pack members survived. The survivors were absorbed into nearby packs and the war was all but forgotten about. Shh, that explains why your mom didn't want the elders to find out about you. It sounds like they'd kill you both. She told me giving you up was the hardest decision she's ever had to make. Does it say anything else? Julia asked after giving me a solemn look. No, it doesn't even give their original location, Elijah told her. I might have found something, though, Hannah chimed in. Is it their location? Asked Julia, going to stand by Hannah. No, it's nothing like that, but it's how witches can find people they're looking for, even if they don't know where they are. How is that possible? I asked her. It's called scrying. You can use crystals, water, a mirror, or other reflective surfaces to get a sense of someone's distance and direction. When using crystals, a map is also involved. Dangle the crystal from a string, hold it over the map, and think of the person you are trying to locate. Using an object the subject has touched or owns makes the scrying more powerful. Using water, mirrors, or other reflective surfaces requires more skill and precision. So doing this would give us Cornelia's location? Elijah confirmed. It seems like it, Hannah told him. But I don't know how to use my powers. I've never even tried it before that I can remember. Marvin told me I had them when I was younger, but I was banned from using them fully. The second Gregory let me stay. What harm is there in trying? I asked her. We don't have anything that she's touched, though. Actually, I think we do, I said. Everyone looked at me confused. Cornelia made the potion right. She touched everything that went into it and the vial that it came in. Okay, Julia said. I saved the tea my mother made me that she put the potion in, and I'd bet you any amount of money the vial it came in is in our kitchen trash as well. You think that could work? I'm sure the tea diluted the potion, and your mom touched it as well. It might just lead us to her instead of Cornelia, Elijah added. Yes, but it's worth a try. We'll know if it's just pointing to our pack. Okay, go get them, Julia said. Do we have any type of map or crystals? I think there's a couple of amethysts floating around on the covers of a couple of books, Hannah told her. Let's find one. I'll go find a map and some string, Elijah said, getting to his feet. Each of us set off in different directions, with me heading out of the pack house and to our apartment. Reaching the kitchen, I pulled out the Tupperware that held the leftover tainted tea. Opening the trash can, I didn't have to rummage long to find the small glass vial under a few crumpled-up napkins. Satisfied with what I had, I went back to find everyone else in the library. By the time I got back, Elijah was laying out a large map of the states on the table, while Julia was tying the string to a large purple crystal Hannah must have found. I found it, I announced, holding the vial up in the air. Julia smiled while Hannah came to take it from me. This is great. She went back to study the book she had read about scrying from. It says to hold the object in your hand along with the string of the crystal. Okay, I have it all tied, Julia said, holding up the crystal. Goddess, I hope this works. Hannah handed Julia the vial. She took it and attached it to the end of the string. Holding the crystal over the map, we waited. It says to move the crystal around the map, Hannah added after a couple minutes of waiting silently. Julia moved her hands slowly, guiding the crystal around the map. We waited, but still nothing happened. Julia looked at me with defeat and desperation in her eyes. It's okay, I told her. Just concentrate on Cornelia and how much you want to find her. Here, dip the crystal in the potion mixture. She nodded as I opened the lid for her. Dunking the crystal in the liquid, she focused her attention back on the map. After another couple of minutes of looking at the crystal, I noticed it was starting to move in a circle. Slowly but surely, the crystal started to spin. Are you doing that? I asked Julia. No, it's doing that on its own. We all watched as the crystal dropped, landing straight up on the map. We all bent over the map to look at where it was pointing to. Minnesota? Her coven's in Minnesota? Hannah asked. Cornelia's POV. I had been back in my coven for a couple of days, and I felt like every time I turned around, an elder was going to be there, ready to punish me. Trying to act normal was very strange. I knew they worked out what I did. There was no way they couldn't have by now. Leah, are you in here? Diana said, pushing my bedroom door open slightly. Yes, I'm here, I called out. How are you doing? She asked, closing the door behind her. Not great, honestly. Have you heard anything from the elders? No, nothing. Apparently no one's seen them in days. They have to know, right? That's why they've locked themselves in. They're trying to decide what to do with me. Maybe it means they're trying to find a way around banishing or killing you. Taking their time might be a good thing. This is just absolutely ridiculous. I was saving my child. How can they see anything wrong with it? I sat down on my bed. They don't know that's what you were doing. And if it was any other coven, they probably wouldn't. But you know they have to abide by the laws. Laws that were written by scared men with no understanding of what their laws would do to people. That should have been amended years ago. Centuries of men and women unable to find their mates because of these laws. I'm sorry. I know I wasn't as supportive as I should have been when you wanted to rescue Marvin and Sandra. It's okay, you were just trying to make sure I didn't break too many laws. Diana took my hand in hers and attempted to smile. I have a class I have to get ready for. Okay, let me know if you need anything. She left me sitting on my bed. All I wanted to do was go to Julia and make sure she was okay, but I knew better than to push my luck. I collected a couple of books from my shelf and walked to the advanced potions making class I was set to teach. When I walked into the classroom, everyone was in their seats being eerily quiet. "Good afternoon, students," I told them. "Good afternoon, mistress," most of them chanted. "Today we're going to be working on stun potions to stop your enemies that are too powerful for you to take on. It also comes in handy when you want to trap them for information. If everyone could please take out your potion books and turn them to page 125. There was rustling as they all retrieved their books and opened them. One student, a girl named Vera, raised her hand. "Yes, Vera, what is your question?" "Mistress, there are rumors going around you helped a werewolf pack. Is this true?" I froze where I stood. If there were rumors about what I had done, that meant the elders knew. If there was one student who wasn't afraid to say what was on her mind, it was Vera. "Where did you hear this, Vera?" "Well, everyone's talking about it," another student named Rowan added. I set my book down and turned to face them all head on. "Why would you do something like that?" Willow asked. "I thought things like that were outlawed." "Are you going to be in trouble for doing something like that? Have the elders talked to you yet?" What did the wolves look like? Everyone, please settle down," I said loudly over all the pandemonium. "As your high priestess, I'm not going to stand here and lie to you, especially since everyone seems to know already. Yes, I did help a wolf pack." All the students started murmuring and looking at one another with shocked expressions. Vera suddenly raised her hand again while looking at me dead in the eyes. "Yes, Vera? Will you tell us why, please?" I thought about it for a moment. Because of the likelihood the elders knew, it didn't make much sense not to come clean to these young witches. Maybe it would inspire them to help make change. "All right, you're going to hear all of this eventually, I suppose, and I'm not ashamed of what I did. I helped this pack because one of their members is my daughter." More murmurs ran around the room, as well as some dumbfounded looks. "Yes, I have a daughter that is part wolf and part witch. This is of course against the laws of our coven, so I sent her away many years ago. It became clear her life was in danger, so I felt the need to step in and save that life. The people that protected her for years needed to be saved as well. So I helped them. I won't go into every detail, but if you all know, that means the elders do too, so I'm awaiting my punishment for this." "What if they banish you? Do you think they're going to kill you? Maybe they won't do anything? I'll accept whatever happens to me because I know I broke the law." Again, Vera raised her hand while staring directly at me. "Vera, I think you did the right thing. I think these laws segregating us need to be overturned." It surprised me at her stance on the matter. I always thought most people in the coven liked the rules of keeping us apart. Maybe that meant there was hope that I could be the one to change things. "Thank you, Vera." "I do too," chimed in Willow. "Me too," Rowan said, getting to his feet. "We won't let them take you from us, mistress," Vera said, standing up as well. "I appreciate your stance and willingness to stand with me, but I'll face the elders on my own. There's no need for all of you to get in trouble." There was a loud knock on the door, making the students and myself jump. The room fell silent as everyone stared in the direction of the door. "Come in," I said as confidently as I could. In walked one of our guards, Blaze. "What can I help you with, Blaze?" "Mistress, I'm sorry to interrupt your teaching, but the elders have requested your presence and asked that I escort you there." My heart quickened as my stomach sank. This was it, the moment I had been waiting for. "Class, you are dismissed for today. Thank you for your understanding and support." I stepped off my platform and passed all my students as I walked towards the door. I held my head high as I left the classroom, Blaze right behind me. "Did the elders tell you what this is regarding?" "No, mistress, but with the rumors swirling around, I think you can guess." "Yes, that I can do. For what it's worth, I think you made the right decision if the rumors about helping a wolf pack are true." I stopped and turned to him. "I have known you for a very long time, and know you wouldn't have done something against the law unless you had good reason to." "Thank you, Blaze. The elders might not see it that way, but I appreciate your support. There are many people in this pack who think things need to change. There are some that don't, but most of the younger generations are tired of living so separated from everyone else. They want to be able to find their mates, whoever they may be. The population of this coven is dwindling. Well, maybe this could be the start of a new era. We kept walking all the way through our meeting house, outside and to the elder's house where all the trials are held. We stopped at the door. I looked at Blaze, who smiled at me. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open and walked inside. The high ceiling room was circular in shape, with a mosaic floor, where in the middle stood the symbol of our coven. A 5-pointed star encased in a circle, and in the middle was the initials HN. All 8 of the elders were seated at the long table in the middle of the room. A smaller podium had been set out in front of them. My heels clicked on the tiles as I made my way towards them. Stepping up to the podium, I waited. They were all staring at me, and I couldn't make out their emotions. "Mistress Sullivan," Elder Albert said, "do you know why we've called you here today?" "I think I can make a good guess as to why, but I'd like to hear from you why I've been brought here today." "You stand accused of aiding a werewolf pack. Do you deny these allegations?" Elder Herman asked. No, I don't deny them. I did aid a werewolf pack." "You aided a werewolf pack knowing the laws of our coven?" Elder Francis asked. "Yes, there were extenuating circumstances that I could not ignore." "And what are those?" asked Elder Herman. I hesitated, not wanting to tell them about Julia. If her identity remained a secret, they wouldn't be able to find her and kill her. "I'm not able to explain that to you at this time." "Why the devil not?" Elder Francis spit. "What I did doesn't just involve me, and I will not put other people's lives at risk. I take full responsibility for what I did and know that you must choose a punishment that fits the crime." They all just looked at me, surveying me through judging eyes. "If you were able to explain yourself to us, we might be able to show you mercy and make your punishment less severe," Elder Julius said. "I'm sorry. I won't go into any more detail other than I aided a wolf pack for the sake of saving lives that needed to be saved." Before the council could answer, there was a loud and hurried banging on the door. The doors burst open, and in walked Diana, but who was following behind her stopped my heart and nearly made me faint. Juliana's POV. "Her coven's in Minnesota?" Hannah questions, staring at the map with the rest of us. "It looks like they're located up north near the Superior National Forest," Alex said. "How are we supposed to get there and back before the elders show up here?" I asked, looking at Alex. "You want to go there?" he asked. "Do you have a better idea?" "We can't write her a letter, we can't call her, we can't send word any other way. We're going to have to go there," I told him. "You realize this is a crazy idea, right?" Sophia told me. "Of course, I know that." "Well, we do have a private jet that could take us today. It's only going to be a couple of hours to get there." "Are you okay with this?" I asked him. His input was important to me, and I didn't want to make any decisions that he wasn't comfortable with. "Do I think we should be going to a witch coven that hates wolves? No. Am I going to support you in wanting to protect your birth mother? Yes? Of course I am." I leaned over and kissed him hard. "Thank you. I know this is crazy, but everything that's happened to us has been crazy, and so far we've managed to make it through." "I'll mind link the pilot to start getting things ready," he said. "What about us? We're coming too," Hannah declared. "What? No, someone needs to stay here and look after the pack," Alex told her. "Oh, come on, it's only a couple of hours." "No, you and Elijah stay here and keep an eye on things. Julia and I should be able to handle this." I could tell Hannah wasn't happy at being told what to do by her brother, but he was right. We had to keep someone here to keep an eye on their mom and make sure things were ready for when the elders came. 2 hours later, Alex and I were sitting on the jet, speeding towards the high noon coven as fast as we could. "You know, I think I'm getting used to living like a queen," Sophia said. "I thought this was a crazy idea," I reminded her. "It is, but this is still pretty nice. We're going to have a long run ahead of us once we touch down. There's a small municipal airport, but we won't be able to get very close since they're so isolated." "Does he think we can't keep up with them?" Sophia asked. "Why don't you ask him?" I told her. I think she forgot now that we were marked. She could communicate with Alex and his Lycan, even though his Lycan didn't talk like she did. "Hey, King, do you think we can't keep up with you?" she asked him sarcastically. "Absolutely not, my queen. We're both looking forward to seeing you again." "He's so cute," she gushed. We were touching down in the darkness of the night. I hoped we weren't too late, and they hadn't decided Cornelia's fate yet. We likely weren't going to get to her coven until the following morning. Once we climbed out of the plane, Alex and I both stripped our clothes and put them into a small drawstring bag so we could take them with us. I gave control to Sophia, who shifted in the moonlight. Alex's Lycan was standing beside us, looking down at us like we were a snack. "We'll have time for that later, big boy," Sophia told him teasingly. Alex took off running, with us close behind him. I didn't know how long it was going to take for us to get there, but Sophia was happy to be in control. "What are you planning to do once we get there?" Alex asked. "I guess find Cornelia and figure out what's going on. And if we meet some witches that aren't fond of wolves and give us away, then hopefully we can outrun those witches." "Too bad you don't have the use of your powers anymore." "I know, would have come in handy. Maybe we'll get lucky and she'll just come walking by us," Alex joked. We kept running in the direction of the coven for what seemed like hours. We would occasionally stop to rest and get a drink from a nearby stream when we saw one. I was very proud of Sophia, keeping up so easily with the Lycan King. The two of us were lying by a small stream taking a rest. Sophia and I were lying up against Alex's warm fur while they stroked their hand over our back, making Sophia purr in contentment. The sun was just starting to peek through the leaves of the trees. "We love you," Alex said. "We love you too," Sophia and I said at the same time. "We should keep going." Alex's Lycan got to his feet and we followed his lead. The two of us ran for another couple of hours until we caught a scent I wasn't familiar with. I assumed we had to be getting into their territory, even though I had never smelled the scent of witches before. Alex's Lycan came to a stop, and so did Sophia. "We should shift back and change. We're inside their territory now." Listening to what he said, Sophia gave me back control, and we shifted back, quickly pulling on our shirt, shorts, socks, and sneakers. Alex did the same, and we continued on foot. Finally, we came to an area where the trees began to thin. The scent of wood burning, lavender, and sage was getting stronger. I stopped just inside the tree line. Peeking around the trees, I saw a clearing. It looked like there was a large garden, with white fencing all around it. Someone was hunched over in the garden, snipping what looked like herbs and placing them into a basket. "Should we approach her?" I asked Alex. "Let's wait a second and watch what she does." Looking at her for another minute or two, she finally stood up and turned in our direction. Looking into her face for the first time, she looked so familiar. The strangest feeling that I knew this woman washed over me. Following my instincts, I stepped around the tree into the clearing where she could see me. "Julia, what are you doing?" Alex yelled in my mind, but I ignored him. I had an overwhelming feeling like I could trust this woman. The woman locked eyes with me and gasped, dropping her basket. Herbs scattered everywhere, but she didn't seem to notice. She was staring at me with a confused expression, but not with fear. "Juliana?" she breathed out. "She knows us?" Sophia questioned. Alex came to stand beside me, and now the woman looked slightly frightened, taking a small step back. Apparently. "Hello," I said to her. "Are you Juliana?" she asked. "I am, and who are you?" "My name's Diana Sullivan. I'm your aunt." "My what?" "I'm your aunt. Cornelia is my older sister." "I didn't know she had a sister." "Wait, how are you here? Why are you here? Oh my lord, you can't be here. You two have to leave now if anyone sees you." "No, I can't leave. I know Cornelia's in trouble. We came to help. You being here is only going to make things worse. How did you even find us?" "I scryed for Cornelia using the vial and potion she made to help Logan." "You used your powers?" "Sort of. I don't think it really took that much. Look, Cornelia is about to face the Elders' Council for helping your pack. If they see you, they might kill you." "I don't care. I have to help her. She risked her life to save me. Now it's my turn." "You have her stubbornness, that's for sure," Diana laughed. "I'm assuming this tall man next to you is your mate?" "Yes, this is Alexander Hudson." "It's nice to meet you," Alex said. "Diana, if you don't help us, we'll just find her on our own," I warned. Diana stood there looking at us, and I had the strangest feeling she was deciding whether to use magic on us. Please, let me do this for her. Fine, follow me quickly, Diana said. We walked forward and started following her towards a circular stone building. The Elders' Council won't be happy to see the two of you. I can't promise they won't try to kill you on sight. We'll be ready if they try, Alex told her. Have you ever gone up against a powerful elder witch? No, I can't say that I have. Don't be in such a hurry to find out what it's like. When we got to the door, Diana stopped, turning around to face us. Are you ready? Yes, we both responded. Diana held up her hand to the door, banging loudly. When there was no answer, she raised both her hands, mumbled something under her breath, and the doors burst open. She stalked into the room with Alex and I right behind her. Cornelia was standing before 8 very old-looking men at a podium. All the men were seated at a large table. Shock and anger were apparent on each of their faces. What is the meaning of this? The oldest-looking one shouted. And who are these people, Diana? Werewolves, one of the other men shouted, pointing at us and getting to his feet. I don't think this is going to go well, Alex said. Cornelia's POV. I was staring flabbergasted at Diana, Julia, and Alexander as the elders shouted that they were wolves. How are they here? How did they manage to find us all the way out here? This couldn't be happening. I had tried so hard for so long to keep her out of this exact position. Will someone please explain to me how there are wolves in our coven? Elder Francis yelled. They need to be seized at once, Elder Castor bellowed. No, I yelled, and all eyes fell on me. This young wolf is here on my behalf, as is her mate. Why would wolves be here to help you? Elder Castor asked. Because she's my daughter. The silence in the room was ear-shattering. No one moved. I don't even think anyone was breathing. Mistress Sullivan, do you care to explain yourself? Elder Herman asked calmly. Alexander and Julia were still standing a few paces behind Diana. I think she was ready to protect them if she had to. Yes, but please hear me out before you say or do anything. Why would we do that? We should. Elder Castor, please control yourself and let her speak, Elder Herman said, throwing him a sharp glare. Elder Herman had always been a man of reason and wisdom. Thank you, Elder Herman. As you are all aware, our coven is forbidden from mating to werewolves. But that didn't stop the moon goddess from mating me to an alpha wolf. We tried to ignore the pull of the mate bond, but it wasn't possible. I became pregnant, and we knew what that would mean for our child. Hiding my pregnancy from you, I gave birth to a daughter. She was perfect, so beautiful. I turned to smile at Julia, who was staring at me. She had powers almost instantly. We tried our best to hide her, but we knew it was no use. Who's we? Elder Herman asked. I didn't want to tell them of my sister's involvement, but before I could say anything, Diana spoke. Elder Herman, I helped my sister try and conceal her daughter from you and the rest of the coven. Eventually, we sent her to a wolf pack for her protection miles and miles from here. They hated her for being part witch. I didn't know their take on other supernatural beings when I left her there. She eventually was mated to the Alpha's son, and I knew her life would be miserable because of his hatred for her. It's true, Julia's voice rang out. Silence yourself, wolf. Elder Castor spat. Elder Castor, remember your place while you're here. I would like to hear what this woman has to say, Elder Herman said. Looking behind me, Julia was now approaching the podium I was standing at. What's your name? Juliana Parker, Luna and Queen of the Crystal Sky Lycan Pack. And this is my mate, Alexander Hudson. A wolf mated to the Lycan King, Elder Albert remarked. Yes, and she's the best thing that has ever happened to our pack, Alex said, stepping up to stand by us. Cornelia saved my life on more than one occasion. She helped set me free from the hat I was living in. When my former mate kidnapped me, she helped Alex and me fight my old pack that was bent on destroying our bond. I know she broke the laws of your coven, but she did it out of love for me, her daughter. Surely you can understand that if any of you have children of your own, wouldn't you go to the ends of the earth to protect them, even if that meant putting yourself in danger? Some of the men at the table shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Elders, you see my daughter here before you. She has risked her own life to come and help me. The love between a parent and a child knows no bounds. Many of you have children, as Julia said. Would you not do everything you could if you knew they were about to be killed? That still doesn't refute the fact that you mated with a wolf and helped fight in a battle between wolves. Not to mention all the other times you aided this wolf, as she has said, Elder Castor said with disgust. What about all the good she's done as your high priestess? All of that is negated because she wanted to save my life. It's time to put an end to this segregation once and for all. Look at what it's doing, I told them. The members of this coven grow smaller each year as fewer and fewer people find their mates. Many members of this coven support me and what I have done. They have told me so themselves. Do you want an uprising on your hands if you kill me? Are you threatening us? Elder Anton added. No, I'm simply stating the truth. What I did was out of love and harmed no one but the people who tried to kill someone I love. They deserved everything that happened to them after what they did to Julia. They took me out into the woods and tried to kill me with a silver knife. One of the warriors hit me, and I was on the verge of death. I led Alexander to Julia to make sure she was safe, and it turned out that he was her mate. My intervention led to a wonderful pairing that never would have happened had Julia not been born. Please, I'm asking you, as the high priestess of this coven, to change the laws so the future witches of this pack won't be denied the happiness I have been, which denied Julia her happiness for 15 years. Thank you, Mistress Sullivan, Luna Juliana, Alpha Alexander. You have given us a lot to think about. Kindly step outside and we will call you back once we have talked about all this information, Elder Herman said. Julia and Alexander looked at me. I nodded, trying to let them know it was okay. We all filed out of the council hall one after the other. Once the door closed behind us, I turned to Julia and Alexander. What in the name of the moon goddess? Are you crazy coming here? How did you manage to find us and get yourselves here? It's all I could think of doing, Julia said. I couldn't just let them kill you. She's definitely your daughter, Leah. Her stubbornness is unmatched next to yours, Diana laughed. I raised a brow at her, letting her know now was not the time for jokes. I told you I was going to face my punishment for what I'd done, I reminded them. That doesn't mean I have to let you. I have a lot of questions for you that I feel deserve answers, Julia said back. How did you find us? I asked again. We researched your coven and came across something called scrying to find a witch, Julia told me. We used the vial and potion you made. I saved them as evidence for our elder council. She's smart, I'll give her that, Diana said. We took a plane as close as we could get and ran all night to get here in time. I guess there's no point in being angry with you. You're here now, so we have to deal with that. What are you talking about? I think we really made an impact on them, Julia said. I think you absolutely did something, Diana laughed. Her laughing caused the rest of us to laugh too, and for a moment I forgot about the position I was currently in. I tried so hard to keep you from all of this. I'm so sorry, I said to Julia. Don't be sorry. Maybe this was supposed to happen all along. Maybe you were never meant to keep me from all of this, because this is a part of who I am, she said. She had a point. No matter what I did, Julia still ended up exactly where she wasn't supposed to be. Maybe there was a reason for all of this, and this was just part of the path she was meant to take. The doors behind us opened, and Blaze came out. The elders are ready for all of you, he told us. That was fast, Diana commented. She was right. They had decided our fate rather quickly. I didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing. Following Blaze back into the council hall, the four of us lined up by the podium, waiting for the elders to speak. Elder Herman got to his feet. As the head elder, he gave the verdict the council had decided. Mistress Sullivan, we have heard what you and Juliana had to say. The information you gave us was interesting and new territory for us. Nothing like this has ever happened in our coven before. Our high priestess mated to a wolf, resulting in the birth of a hybrid child, then given up but protected from the people that tried to hurt her because of a mother's love. After hearing everything you had to say, we have decided not to terminate your life. My heart skipped a beat hearing this, though this didn't seem like the end of what he had to say. Thank you, Elder Herman. However, he said, holding up a hand, Seeing how you broke some of our oldest laws, we have decided to banish you from this coven. You will not be stripped of your powers, but the title of High Priestess will pass to your sister Diana." "I don't want this title," Diana said defiantly. "I refuse to accept it." "Then we will find someone who will, and you may also leave this coven," he told her. "Diana, I want you to accept the role of High Priestess. I want to know someone I trust is in control of this coven," I told her. She gave me a desperate sort of look for a moment. I pleaded with her in my eyes. "Okay, I'll do it for you. I accept my new role as High Priestess of the High Noon Coven." I felt my ties with the coven break as the title was passed to Diana. It didn't matter much to me. All that mattered now was ensuring Julia's safety. "What about Juliana?" I asked them. "Rest assured, the life of your daughter will not be in danger. We will not come after her, as she had no say in the matters at hand." Elder Castor and Elder Gerald were staring daggers at me. I knew not everyone was going to agree to my punishment. Surely they had voted to have me executed. "Thank you," I told them. "Now, if you would please leave this coven at once, take your daughter and her mate with you." "Thank you," I told them once more, before turning and ushering Julia and Alexander out of the council hall. Once we were outside, Julia turned to me. "That's not fair. You shouldn't be banished." "It's okay. It's better than the alternative." "I don't want this title," Diana said somberly. "How am I supposed to never see you again?" "I need you to do this for me," I said. "This could be the start of change. I need someone in charge with an open mind that might be able to convince the elders their laws need to change. No one else in this coven has the experience and magic that you do, and I don't think we'll never see each other again. Keep practicing your teleporting." I gave her a hug as tears welled up in my eyes. "Cornelia," Alexander said, "we'd like to offer you a place in our pack. You can have a home and practice magic, even teach Julia what you know. I think the two of you have earned the right to get to know one another." "Thank you, Alpha Alexander. I'd love to be a part of your pack." Julia smiled at me. This was what I had always wanted. Time with my daughter after all these years. "Juliana," Diana said, "I'm so happy I finally got to see you again. Thank you for taking the risk and coming here." She gave her a hug, and I could see the tear tracks down her face. "I hope we get to meet again one day," Julia told her. They broke apart, and Alexander spoke. "We have a long run to get back to the airport." "No, we don't," I told them. "I'll teleport us there." Thanking the moon goddess, the elders had let me keep my powers. "We landed at a small municipal airport outside of Hibbing," Alex said. I now turned to my sister for our final goodbye. "I love you," I told her. "Please take care of this coven. Work to make change." "I love you too, Leah. I'll do everything I can." I gave her one last hug before turning to Julia and Alexander. "Take my hands." They each grabbed a hold, and in the blink of an eye, the forest around us was gone, and we were now staring at an airplane hangar, Juliana's POV. In the blink of an eye, we went from looking at Diana in the woods to looking at an airplane hangar. The world around me was spinning, and I felt like I was going to pass out. "Whoa," I said, stumbling sideways slightly. Alex caught me before my legs completely went out. "I should have warned you. The first time teleporting gives you quite the head rush." "You could say that," Sophia said, trying not to vomit. "I think I can wait a while before doing that again," I told her. Taking a couple of deep breaths, I focused on Cornelia. "I just realized you haven't brought any of your things." "Well, all my spellbooks will now belong to Diana, and usually when someone is banished, they aren't allowed to take anything with them but the clothes on their backs." "We pretty much did the same thing to Logan," Sophia reminded me. She wasn't wrong about that. "I can conjure up anything that I need, and a lot of the spells I have memorized." "We have many books on witchcraft that you're welcome to," Alex told her. "Thank you, Alpha Alexander." "You can call me Alexander, your family after all." It was sweet to hear him call Cornelia family and how accepting of her he was. "Let's get on the plane and back to the pack. We still have our elders' council to deal with." "They're coming to decide your mother's fate?" Cornelia asked, following us towards the plane. "Yes, I thought with the conflict of interest it was best they decide how to punish my mother. I'm sure it was hard being betrayed by someone you love," she said. "It was," I knew her stance on wolves, but never thought she would take it to the level she did. We all took seats on the plane around a small four-person table. Alpha, Luna, our pilot, Colby said, coming into the cabin. "Who have you brought with you?" "This is Cornelia Sullivan, Luna Juliana's birth mother," Alex told him. "It's very nice to meet you," he said, shaking her hand. "Are we ready to take off?" "Yes, Alpha. We can be off the ground in a matter of minutes." He went back into the cockpit, and Alex turned his attention back to Cornelia. "Listen," she said to both of us. "I want to tell you about everything that happened and why I did what I did. I'm sure you're angry with me and have a lot of questions. I really don't know if I'm angry or not. I just feel confused, but I'd love to listen to what you have to say." "Okay, I want to start at the beginning because I don't know how much you know. I know about the war between your coven and the wolf pack and why they put the laws in place keeping you apart. We found a book that spoke about it. So then you know what a betrayal to my coven it was when I found out my mate was the alpha of the Evergreen Pack, Joshua. I wanted to reject him and forget he existed. But you know how difficult that is when the mate bond is involved. We saw each other in secret. His pack wasn't too far away from my coven. They moved into the area after we did. The elders knew about them, but never thought our paths would cross. Your father and I saw each other in secret when we could, but we never marked each other. I got pregnant not long after we met, and I was terrified. Hiding my pregnancy was difficult, but not impossible. Once you were born, Diana helped me hide you from the rest of the coven. I loved you so much the moment I held you in my arms for the first time. I knew I would do whatever it took to keep you safe. After a few years, as you got older and more powerful, it became clear hiding you was getting complicated. Getting a child to hide and stay quiet isn't an easy task. Finally, your father and I realized we needed to give you up for your safety. He originally wanted to take you into his pack, but that would lead to questions about who you were and where you came from. I was also worried word would get back to my coven because the pack was close, and someone might take an opportunity to snitch. I thought it was better to find a pack that was miles and miles away and send you there. We should have done more research, but I was so scared the elders were getting suspicious. I set you outside October Moon's borders and helped guide Marvin to you. How did you guide him to me? I astral projected myself to him and whispered in his ear, "I have the power to compel people to do things. Not force them, but nudge them in the right direction." Once he found you, I went back to my coven and tried to forget and tell myself you were safe. I got curious about how you were doing about 6 months later and couldn't stop myself. I projected myself to you and saw that monster of an alpha screaming at you along with his son. It broke my heart to see you treated that way, but I didn't want to take you away from Sandra. She loved you so much already, and I was worried no one else would take you. Every so often I would check in on you. I would let your father know how you were doing. But then, when you were mated to Logan, I knew I had to do something. I watched him refuse to accept your rejection, and that's when I knew I couldn't let your life continue the way it was. I went to Marvin and asked him to help you escape, to do anything to help you. He agreed and took you out on the Alpha's orders to kill you. You know what happened after that, and the plan did not go as expected. When you collapsed under that tree, I begged you to keep going. Healing isn't something I'm able to do, so all I could do was compel you forward. When I realized you were close to the Lycan pack, I found Alexander and helped guide him to you, like I did with Marvin. That's when I finally thought you were safe and going to be okay. I let Marvin and Sandra know you were safe, but Logan had other ideas. I'm so sorry about making that potion. He threatened to have you killed and said if I teleported to you, he would have the people you were with kill you on the spot. I got the idea of changing the potion when I got back to my coven. I knew I was breaking the law at this point, but it no longer mattered to me. After I told you both what was happening, I thought my involvement was going to be over. All I intended to do was watch until you were safe, but when that she-wolf had the knife to your throat, I had to act. I'm very glad you did act, Alex told her. I thought I was going to lose my mate when Alexis put that knife to her. I understand if you can't forgive me for letting you endure that torture for 15 years. I don't deserve your forgiveness. Cornelia looked down at her hands as her voice cracked. She looks so sad, Sophia remarked. I know, I said. How do I tell her how I'm feeling right now? Just tell her the truth. That's all you can do. Cornelia, all I can do is be honest with you. I'm very thankful for you helping me escape October Moon and guiding me to Alex. I don't know if you need to be forgiven or not yet. I understand why you did what you did, and part of me doesn't blame you, but part of me needs time to process everything. I hear that and take all the time you need. I'm happy we have this time now to get to know each other, and I'd be happy to teach you magic if you'd like. I'd love that. Maybe after my Luna ceremony we can start. I looked at Alex, who was smiling down at me with admiration and love. What? I asked him. Why are you looking at me like that? I just love the kind of person you are, how kind, considerate, and compassionate you are. You're going to make an amazing Luna and Queen. I smiled back at him, not knowing how to respond to his wonderful compliment. Maybe one day I can take you to meet your father, Cornelia said. Is that something you'd like to do? Yeah, I think so. As long as he wants to meet me. Of course he does. He loves you just as much as I do. Plus, you have half-siblings. I do? Yes, after he and I rejected each other finally, he took a chosen mate, and they had 2 daughters together. They're 13 and 11 now. Wow, I don't know what to think about that. I know this is a lot to take in at once, so don't feel any pressure like you have to get to know them. Does my father's chosen mate know about you and me? She does, he told her before they got together, and she agreed never to say anything to anyone about us. We spent the rest of the flight talking about our lives. Cornelia seemed to know a lot about me after having looked in on me for 15 years. Alex told her about our pack and made plans to have a house constructed for her with a garden to grow the herbs she needed for potions. I mind-linked Hannah and Elijah to fill them in on what's happening. Hannah already has a guest room in the pack house being made up as we speak, Alex told me. Thank you. Our mate is always one step ahead of us, Sophia purred. Soon we were touching down and got ready to head to the pack house. I wasn't sure how the rest of the pack was going to react to having a witch as the newest member, but that was a fight for another day. The Elders' Council were waiting for us in less than 2 days. That was the fight we needed to concentrate on now. Alexander's POV. Once we landed, Julia, Cornelia, and I made our way to the waiting SUV to take us back to the pack house. We had a lot to tell Hannah and Elijah, so we planned to meet up with them in my office with Cornelia. You haven't seen this territory yet, have you? Julia asked as we walked down the stairs of the plane. Not much. I saw a tiny bit when I found Alexander and led him to you. He was with another girl that didn't seem happy at all. Yes, Cecilia. My mother brought her here in hopes I would take her as my chosen mate. She probably hasn't forgiven me for leaving her in the middle of the woods when I first found you. She wasn't right for you anyway. I could tell just from that small interaction, Cornelia said. Your intervention killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I found my mate and got her to leave the pack. I bet your mom was piqued, Julia commented. I think if she could have made daggers come out of her eyes, she would have. She wanted nothing more than to have me mate with her. Originally, I was supposed to go to Logan's alpha ceremony, but my mom invited Cecilia and her father here right when it was happening, so I wasn't able to go. Too bad. It could have saved me the trouble of getting stabbed, Julia joked. Yeah, but now you have a cool scar and a good story to tell our pups one day, I said, reaching for her hand. Julia didn't say anything to my pup comment. We're going to have to let Marvin and my mom know what we did, Julia said, changing the subject. We can call them later if you'd like. Climbing into the waiting SUV, the driver, Derek, took us directly to the stairs of the pack house. Wow, Cornelia said in awe, looking up at the building before us. I know, it takes some getting used to, Julia laughed. Our apartment is that building attached over there, I told her, pointing it out. My sister Hannah has a guest room in the pack house made up for you. We'll start construction on a house as soon as possible. Just tell me if there's anything specific you would like and we can add it. Thank you, Alexander. You've been more than kind with everything you've offered. You're very welcome. We exited the car, and as we walked into the pack house, a few curious younger pack members were staring and whispering behind their hands to one another. I caught Julia's heightened anxiety from seeing them. Don't pay attention to them. They're just not used to a witch in the pack. If they're fine with you, they'll be fine with her. If they're not, they can leave. Thanks. Getting close to them, one of the girls pushed another forward into our path. This young blonde girl looked mortified and instantly turned a bright shade of crimson. King Alexander, Queen Juliana, she mumbled almost incoherently, staring at the floor. Is something wrong? I asked her. No, Alpha, we just saw you and, well, we heard the rumors about, I guess we just wanted to know. The poor girl looked like she was on the verge of tears. Julia stepped in front of me, looking directly at her. What's your name? Camilla, Luna. It's nice to meet you, Camilla. It seems you've heard about what's been going on. This woman here is my birth mother and witch, Cornelia Sullivan. She's here to stay with us after being banished from her coven for helping us fight the October Moon Pack who tried to kidnap me. I'm sure what you've heard is mostly true. Please, don't be afraid to ask us questions. We're not hiding what's been happening. For the first time, Camilla looked up from the floor and at Julia. Thank you, Luna. We just wanted to know if the rumors were true. That depends on what you heard. Is it true Luna Margaret is in the dungeons because she tried to break your bond? Yes, that part's very true. What's going to happen to her? One of the other girls blurted out. Sorry, Alpha, Luna, she murmured. We're not sure, I told her. The Elders' Council will be here in a couple of days to hold a trial for her. They're going to decide the appropriate course of action. The four girls nodded. We'd like to stay and tell you more, but Beta Elijah and Princess Hannah are waiting for us in our office. Come find me if you have any more questions, Julia told Camilla, who smiled at her. Thank you, Luna. Camilla went to rejoin her friends as the three of us continued towards my office. I think you made Camilla very happy, I told her. I hope so. I don't want the pack members to fear me. She looked like she was going to cry from fear. I know. And I don't think I've done anything to make her afraid. At least, I hope I haven't. I'm sure it's just because you're the Alpha and King. That would be enough to scare anyone. She didn't look older than 13. At least she knows she has a kind and caring Luna to talk to from now on, I told her. Walking into my office, Elijah and Hannah got to their feet from their chairs in my sitting area. Hannah immediately ran to Julia to give her a hug. Holy shit! Thank the moon goddess you guys are okay. What happened when you got there? Clearly they didn't kill her, but what did they do? Hannah, let the girl breathe, Elijah laughed. I'm just curious, she scoffed. And let's sit down and we'll tell you everything, I said to her. Everyone took a seat, as Julia, Cornelia, and I told them everything that happened once we got to the High Noon Coven. Dan, I think your elders are even more cold-hearted than ours are, Hannah commented. Well, they didn't kill me, so I'm counting my blessings, Cornelia told her. One thing I don't understand, Elijah said, is why Julia's father hasn't been in the picture. Doesn't he care what's been happening? Well, for one thing, he has an entire pack to run, plus a family. I would go to him from time to time to update him on what was happening. I haven't told him anything about all the recent developments because I haven't had time. And truth be told, I might not have been completely honest with him about your situation. He can be a very angry man at times when it comes to protecting people he loves. The last thing I wanted was for him to go storming October Moon and igniting a war. So, he doesn't know what Logan did to me for 15 years? No, but maybe now that it's over we can tell him. And why didn't you just take the opportunity to kill Logan before you made the potion? Hannah asked. I was afraid. He had threatened to kill her if I teleported there. If I killed him and then teleported her there, I didn't know what would happen. Would they kill Julia before I had time to react? It just wasn't a risk I was willing to take. Besides, I knew the potion would work the way I wanted it to, and I knew your pack would be no match for Logan's. And where are Julia's power? Hannah asked again. Since she hasn't been able to use them for 15 years, they're gone dormant. If a witch isn't able to practice her magic, her powers go dormant. Julia being a hybrid made it happen faster. As her wolf got stronger and she wasn't doing magic, her powers got weaker. Will I be able to get them back? Julia asked. I believe so. The more we work, the stronger it'll get. It shouldn't impact your wolf at all either. Cornelia said, eyeing Julia's reaction. She's happy to hear that. She was worried for a second, Julia said, relief in her voice. I'm pretty excited to see what you can do, Hannah said exuberantly. A hybrid Lycan Luna with kick powers. It's going to take time, Cornelia said. Witchcraft can take years to master. If not done properly, all kinds of things can go wrong. The room fell silent then as everyone took in all the information that was presented. Now that we have that out of the way, I think it's time Julia and I went home to go over everything we need to tell the elders when they arrive, I told them. Hannah, will you show Cornelia to her room? Absolutely. I had them make up the best one in the pack house, she smiled. Thank you. And Cornelia, if you need anything, please let us know. What's the best way to contact you? Or what's the best way for you to contact us? One that doesn't involve beating me up, Julia joked. Everyone in the room laughed, including myself. I'll just come and find you if I need you, she said. Come on, Cornelia, Elijah, and I will give you a tour of the territory too. I'd love that, she said, getting to her feet. I'll see you soon, she told Julia and me before following Hannah and Elijah out of the door. Julia turned back to me, letting out a deep sigh. Can you believe what we just did? Can you believe everything that's happened in the last few days? I never imagined your first week in this pack to be so eventful. Neither did I, but it all worked out in the end. We can say that after the Elders' Council is over, I told her. Why don't we go back to our apartment? I left all the papers there Elijah and I put together, and I want your input. Okay, she said, getting to her feet. Whoa, she swayed slightly before sitting back down in her chair. Are you all right? I asked. Yeah, I just got really dizzy for a second. Is it hot in here, or is it just me? I tilted my head to the side, confused, before a strong scent hit me in the face, nearly knocking me out of my chair. Julia's smell of desire and lust was suffocating. Her face had twisted into a lustful yet painful smile. I could feel the heat now radiating off her body in waves as my Lycan clawed to make his way to the surface and mate with his woman. She was having her first heat.